nice move right back into pre-market lows, and now we're trying to go up to pre-market highs. Very, very volatile here on not much economic numbers coming through, and then we already have the NVIDIA print behind us. So I'm going to wait on Mara and just wait to see what happens with crypto. But Coinbase has been pretty much a disaster. It was 260, 270 there, and you're falling off. I don't know why that still stays Mara. I'm trying to show you what's been happening with Coinbase, but there it is, just kind of straight down as we see the pain that happens in some of the altcoins. But the thing about it is, I'm not really sure why Coinbase goes down when Bitcoin goes down, to be completely honest with you. Maybe I got to look at what the relationship is right there, because I know that there's a lot of trading happening right now in this space. So trading revenues should be okay for Coinbase. I guess it's just a lack of confidence, right? The more people think that the crypto game is potentially winding down a little bit there, as many of you, it was basically 50-50. I think it was 52-48, where a lot of you were just fleeing yesterday. So congratulations, those of you that said yes, you just lost $4,000 because it's bounced back up a little bit. So people were selling it.
Fleeing.
Even Joe, I mean, people were like, yeah, we're selling this thing at 82,000. I was like, okay, I was surprised that people were doing that, but that's what they were doing. So right now, back up 4,000. We'll see if crypto can hold.
Yeah. Let's go to Snowflake here. 13% right now. Nice beat for them, expanding their Microsoft partnership that was already in place to include some OpenAI and AI activity in general. But I mean, there's not much in the way of negativity to mention here for Snow across the board.
An easy beat, Brendo. Q4 revenue easily beat $986 million in revenue, handily exceeding the $955 expected. Now, with respect, to the first quarter guide, they're guiding $955 to $960 ahead of the $949 expected by the street. Now, with respect to full 2026, fiscal 2026, I should mention, revenue they're expecting to grow 24% up to $4.2 billion. 4.28 billion, exceeding the street's expectations of 4.21, and they're growing aggressively here with some partnerships. Brendo, they're integrating OpenAI models into their Snowflake Cortex AI. They're also doing business here with AWS for cloud-based solutions, and they're really looking to expand, they are expanding, demand for their enterprise data and AI data solutions. So looking to expand. Did I say expand enough?
Maybe one more time.
Okay.
Yes, expanding to the upside there, Snowflake, up that 13 points. What I love about this on the daily chart is it's like a wild, large bull flag here on the daily. It's not really, this probably doesn't even fit the definition of a bull flag, but what you do have is a consolidation, at least, where it found support at 150. That was the first support after they reported their last report. So it's looking good. I just don't know that, I said this before, I don't know if you get the 195 breakout today. It's kind of sitting in the middle of nowhere. You're a ways away from that 50 period. You still have $6, $7 to go to break out that top. The name and the kind of adjacent name I was looking at was the continuation on Palantir. Oh, that's right, because it's went to the NASDAQ, so you only have it from the NASDAQ. But it bounced off that 50 period, held the bottom twice. So you got a consolidation day yesterday after holding that 50 period on Palantir. You got 94 quarters set for a breakout right now. That's going to be like Monday and Tuesday's top. A little bit of a double top for the break at 94 and a quarter. There's support, in theory, down at that 86 to 88 level in front of that 50 period on the daily. So, I'm kind of looking at Palantir. Maybe Snowflake does get that 195. I feel like it'll be a little overstretched if it gets there at the open. So I'm unlikely to take that breakout, but it's on the radar. Definitely going to have it on my iPad. Going to have some alerts set out for it if we get there in the next couple of days. But Palantir breaking out this 94 quarter, looking for the longs.
Yeah, I don't know, it's kind of looking at Palantir. I have Palantir directly in my sights today. We have it at $90 long. So, I mean, let's see if we get a good move here early, which is happening as we speak. Let's see if we get that dip that we've had many, many times. Snow is obviously helping the name right here today. So for me, Palantir has to be a big trade, and I'm here to make it. So we'll wait to see if we can come back into this 90 level. Obviously, yesterday it was holding as a short underneath that all afternoon, and then now you get that bump up. So let's see if we can come back into here. The real level is going to be like 89.50. You want to see if it breaks that to come back in. But for me, it's a buy, and we're going to start that at $90. The 200 periods here at 91. So I wonder if that's going to play. But we already mentioned here that I'm nervous a little bit about what the futures are doing. So we'll have to wait to see. But this 91 could be a play for Palantir. I'm going to be a little bit more patient. Everything I'm talking about, I'm actually bidding these levels. So we're sitting here waiting to see if we do get a drip down here. And it won't be a drip. I think it'll be a whoops down all the way down into 90 straight away off the open. We don't get imbalances till 925. And right now, remember yesterday it was all bids and we had that huge rally sort of start off the day and then obviously fizzled and we turned red at the end of the day. But right here, couple buys on board. You know, we talked about it yesterday. We had a monster trade at the end of the day as well. Wow. With SMR. I mean, we were long down here on SMR yesterday, 1775, closed it up near 18, and now you're getting that bump again on new scale. So I believe reporting tonight, we'll see what happens with SMR, up another 4.5% here today. I like this stock as well. So another name on radar. But the big one for me, we talked about this yesterday. I said it yesterday live on air. And I mean, again, I hope, like, I stick my neck out all the time. And I mean, I was like, this is a buying opportunity down there at 280. I know a lot of you were doing that. It wasn't there for too long. Even when we dipped into this 290 area, I was like, you got to buy this Salesforce dip. I like the name, like Mark Benioff, like everything that's involved there. There is 290 right there off that 200 period moving average. So I'm glad we discussed that in the after show. And I want to thank everybody for watching. We had record views yesterday. It was an absolute gem of a show. So we'll see if we can do something like that tonight as well. But 290, I really like this on Salesforce. Let's go find out the story.
Yeah, trying to bounce a little bit here, still 3%. This quote specifically caught my eye this morning, the fact that they're going to begin to look beyond CRM products specifically and look into the digital labor revolution, so the AI agents, things along that line. So, I mean, a $12 trillion market cap, potentially, according to Mark Benioff.
Yeah, the AI agent thing is going to be huge. They're already expanding that, and they're leading the way, Brendo. So I can't wait to see what 2025 brings for that. Let's talk about how they did, though. Quarterly revenue came in just a scotch below 10 billion, 9.99. It did miss the street's estimates of 10.04. Earnings per share did exceed, so they were able to shore up costs. 278 per share versus the 261 expected by the street. Now let's talk about where they're making money. They're making more money from services than they are from sales. 2.33 billion, but that was below the street's expectations of 2.37. Sales revenue came in at 2.13, also below that 2.17 the street was demanding. Now, this is where it gets interesting. This is their agent force. That's basically their second generation AI agent. It was launched. It's got about 3,000 paid deals right now. It's handled, Brendo, 380,000 customer interactions, and human intervention was only required in 2% of those cases. So it's proof of concept. Now, with respect to guidance, they're also guiding quite well over here. 9.71 billion versus 9.76. The street wanted 9.9, so a bit of a miss there. And their full year 2026 target is going to be between 40.5 to 40.9 billion in revenue, implying a 7.5% growth.
And the interesting part was a lot of those, the AI feature is going to be built into their overall suite and overall platform where, for example, ChatGPT's Operator, I think it's called, the latest version that they just came out with, which is also supposed to be an agent. You have to pay the $200 a month pro plan to get access to that for ChatGPT.
Yeah, well, I mean, the 4P was in the was like 24 before this. So obviously with the beat on EPS, then, they'll be solidly in the 20s. Whatever, they'll get recalculated. So it's still looking pretty reasonable in terms of its valuation for CRM. I don't know if this will be a trade for me today. Probably look over it like an SMCI and put that one up instead of CRM. But, like Sean, I like that 200 period moving average in a general sense off 290. I think it sets you up with a good over-under level to play off of on CRM. But as far as the trade goes, I don't know if that's going to be there for me. And I sort of looked over all the names. One that stood out there was going to be SMCI. And it's more of a continuation play. They had the report, great. It was a sell the news event. It just basically stair-stepped to the downside. So I always look at what are the big prior levels. There's 52.5, there's 52.5, there at the open is 52, and then there's 52 quarter. So that's a target area for a continuation short. I had to pay a ridiculously small amount for the locates on SMCI like we do every single day, but I'll trade that instead of CRM. Great stock in the long term. I think it's now that it's actually down on the year, it's pulling into some good value levels, but it's not one that I'm buying. I like some other things at these prices, particularly like Alphabet down here. That'll be something I probably dip by in the next couple of days. But yeah, I don't know if it'll be a trade today. I'd rather trade SMCI or Palantir or Tesla or NVIDIA.
Yeah, we never trade Salesforce. So, yeah, good name there, down 3.5%. One of the least traded big cap names for sure here on the show. I mean, I'd like for it to split a little bit. You know, pretty choppy here so far in the AM. I don't know. I'm not, like, I think that 290, because it's the 200 period moving average, I think that could be something. So looking at that as a level there, 290 to possibly hold right off the jump. So I think if you're in this, you'll look to see if that holds. I would say if it doesn't, I would drop out of it, because it did have this move down. Then, you know, the quarter wasn't super. And yeah, 290. I think if we don't hold that 290, I think it might be something to get rid of. I mean, that 290 is, I mean, it's 289 and change, but that 200 period moving average is not going to be an exact number. It's just that's where support is. So if we lose it, then I do think you'd eventually trade in this 250 to 260 range. And if you're bearish on the market, then you don't want to be long Salesforce right there. Again, another disappointing report. I mean, it was down where it should be, down there about 8 or 9%. Now you're back up to 3.5%. So it's just a lot of the volatility is not there in some of these names. So for me, yeah, looking elsewhere, not on Salesforce today. You know, even C3AI could be a decent play here. So yeah, watch 290. I mean, that's going to be a level. It's only $5 away. I think we can get there right off the open. Try the long. If it breaks 289, you're out.
C3AI trying to bounce off 24 here for the second time this morning after we tagged that after the close yesterday. 5.5% still to the downside. That said, there's a lot of green numbers over here, meaning that most of this was to the positive side, including some analysts with not bad notes this morning.
Absolutely, Brendo. It was a decent move here. Revenue expanded 26% year over year, a little shy of 100 million, 98.8 million, but that did exceed analyst expectations. They did post a bit of a wider than expected loss of 80.2 million. That's up from 72.6 last year, so that was a bit of a miss. EPS, adjusted loss per share of 12 cents, but that beat the 25 cents that the street was looking for. But they're really expanding what they're doing here with partnerships, strategic partnerships are really growing. 47 agreements closed, Brendo, in Q3. That's a 74% year-over-year increase. They have partnerships with like companies like Microsoft, Amazon Web Services, McKinsey, the U.S. Department of Defense, Mars, Liberty, Coca-Cola. Brendo, all that said, I still don't know what they do.
Took the words right out of my mouth. If you zoom out a little bit here, we're right back to significant levels once again this morning here for C3AI. You got to go all the way back to November to find some support here.
True, the balances just dropped as well. So just very quickly, NVIDIA is a buy and balance of 870,000 shares with 1.7 million paired off. Tesla was just had a bit of a $3 drop. 400,000 imbalance to the sell side. You've got IonQ, which is a sell 350. QBTS is a buy 350. Oklo's in there with a buy. So some decent names. Obviously, I think Tesla, maybe Big Bear there with a 480,000 buy, and NVIDIA are the big ones on the imbalance locator. Look, C3AI, like Brendan said, I mean, it doesn't really, forget about the report. It hasn't even had a real update in like a week and a half. And this is looking like it could be a flat bottom break. Like that prior support at 24 quarter, that's a ways away. I'm looking at the Tuesday bottom, 25 and a quarter. Simple over under there. Like if it can't get above 25 and a quarter at the open, that's the area I want to look for a pop and fade. But just to go over again, for anyone that didn't see it, if you're looking at that bounce or that drop that just happened in Tesla, about $3 just now, like this little drop in here, that was on the heels of a 400,000 imbalance. Some of that is getting paired off. NVIDIA's actually grew, so it was 860,000 to the buy side. Now you're looking at just 9 and a quarter to the buy side on NVIDIA. Yeah, it might not be one of those dip and rips if they keep this imbalance going on NVDA. I don't know if we'll get all the way down into those prior highs from yesterday.
Yeah, it's too bad. I turned to Neil about 5 minutes ago, and I was like, man, NVIDIA's still ripping. And then he's like, well, imbalances are coming. I was like, it's going to be a bid, and it was. So let's see. There it goes again. Just It was just at 134.99. It just went up 30 cents right there, like just cleared everything on the level to get back up to the upside. NVIDIA bid still there, growing actually up to $1.14 million shares. All right, so for me, for that means we're going long there. Breaking through the top of the day right now, 136 and change. I think now you got to look at 133, 133.50 on the 200 period moving average. So there it goes. Now it's gone. This is what happens. They pair off, but we know the interest is there, so we don't have to worry about it. Big Bear also, I mean, randomly, honestly, pretty random, right? On the sticky note here today, up 5%, doing good volume, but I have it to go long. The bid's already breaking through $6.30. That's yesterday's level. So we could break through that. It's really 625. I said, let's give it a little more room and see if we can take a 630 break. So that trade's already in. So what am I doing today? We have a Riley bid right now as well. So I'm just going to sort this all alphabetically so I can find out what I'm doing. Riley bid down here at 650. So we'll see if we can get that. Amazon also bidding down here as well near 215. That's just took off. So we were close to 215 there again. We may have to play all these 200 period moving averages. So Amazon definitely on watch there. Palantir $90. We're bidding that. So I think that's the most likely one to come through. And then my NVIDIA bids. We have 4 trades right now that we're looking at. Imbalance locator with just a minute left. We'll have a quick little look to see what it's doing. Oops, sort by size. There we go, WCT, so I don't even know what that is. IonQ, NVIDIA's right there as a bid. Joby off report 2 days ago. And Oklo, I mean, that would be something that's interesting down there as a bid, but pretty mixed buys and sells there to start. So I think I'll be looking at Palantir off the open. That will be, for me, the one that most likely fills.
Well, it's no longer going to be AMD on the offer. AMD just dropped again. A lot of times, it probably might have been a sell imbalance. I didn't see it, but the timing of it makes it pretty certain. Tried to get to that 106.5 and has already failed. So it's weak. NVIDIA's strong. Tesla just hit 290. 291. Tesla's fallen like an absolute rock, everybody. 280 is a big level on Tesla. 277 is the 200 period moving average for Tesla. That's going to be one to watch for sure. Let's get that opening bell. It's Thursday and brought to you by Foremost Clean Energy. Shout out to them. Scan that QR code. And Adara, ring it in 2 and 1. Let's go.
All right, foolish not to look at NVIDIA, so we're going to do that right off the jump here and just have a quick look to see what winds up happening as the futures are now open and the stock market is ready to give us something today. That is for sure. All right, so there's a little bit pull back in NVIDIA. As we said, it looks like Palantir is going to be the one right now that does pulls back into the 200 period moving average. We called some of these pullbacks. It's just too early right now. And I don't want to switch up my game plan and start using smaller shares to get in early. I'd rather wait to see if we can build up a play and get going. So there goes Amazon, new chip related news. So it's starting to go back up to the upside. Here goes 219, here goes 220 for Amazon. So that could be one that we look at for sure. We love Amazon around here. And I think that this 220 break is something that I'm going to take. So here comes Amazon right into 220.
Yeah, Amazon looking strong. Tesla continuing to look weak. Mara got to the top. It's still chilling out. Not really. No break high. No break of the low either. SMCI off the jump is broken down. So no pop and fade into that 52. Not going to jump too early on that name. Palantir still doing okay. I mean, it's just sitting exactly in the same range, not doing anything. It's actually NVIDIA that looks like it's going to end up moving the most in here, as that's now pulled back into 133. So NVIDIA starting to dip into the pre-market lows as the sell has come in, at least off the open for NVIDIA. It was a buy and bounce, but they paired that off and now trending down in towards this 132 level here on NVIDIA. Oh, just one more, Riley as well. Off the open, broke VWAP on Riley. You got to regain VWAP or not interested in, I keep wanting to say B. Riley, but it's not. It's Riley Financial.
Yep, exactly. Okay, we'll see what's happening to the downside here I'm still on the same names. Looking at that NVIDIA, I put a bid at 131.50. Remember, we were at 131. That's kind of the level that we like. Amazon was the closest to breaking. We did have that 220 break out there, and it just didn't fill. We were lucky because I was punching the long. Now, a fade back into VWAP would be nice. That's 218 and change. I actually have a different VWAP on my e-signals. Oh, no, it's right there. Sorry, 218. Yeah, so there it is. So 218.50. Looks like we'll get an opportunity opportunity, and there it is, our first trade of the day in the books right now, and that is going to be Amazon. I'm going to put an offer at $2.19, see if we can get out of 20-25% up there. But here comes Amazon right back in. Let's be patient though, man. We didn't write this down till 2:15 right there. So right now we're in the money on Amazon. It's a good position. Let's see if we can get 50 cents, and there it is, Neil, right there. Ooh, just missed us, but close to a 50-cent winner on Amazon. It is 70. Man, it got to 95 there. I am waiting at 219 flat. So let's see if that goes through. So right now, Amazon's the only position I have. Neil's on Mara. And we'll just wait, man. I mean, Palantir is rocking to the upside. You know, buying that 200 period that we talked about. Yeah, that was a trade there for sure. So missed opportunity. Let's just wait on Amazon and not get too excited about it yet.
Yeah, I was about to say Palantir, so I'm glad you did. I'm actually going to cancel my Palantir bid is probably useless all the way down underneath 89. Like, forget about it. At least for now, we'll have to look for something a little bit distinctly different. So Mara does break out the top just now. It's held on to 14 even. Prior bar low is going to be under 14.20 and VWAP as well. So give it a few pennies underneath that 420, 14.20, and then see how far it can go. Keeping in mind, Mara, this break, resistance at 14.80 for sure. So we'll get a couple of legs out in front of that. We just got 52s, going to get an offer in the 60s as well on the way to 14.80 and then 15. Let's go to Adara.
But now you're urgently. This is a small cap UOY. Penny stock here just shy of $1, announcing last night that they've entered into a new credit agreement for an asset-based revolving credit facility up to $20 million. They have about 11 million share float and a 5% short float for ULY. Back to you.
We'll have a big one so far. We'll wait to see if Amazon can go down. We take 50 cents on that. We're only out of 20% of it, so we'll have to wait to see what winds up happening. I'm going to start to bid again down here in and around 218, see if we can average into this one. I'm not playing Amazon anymore until, you know, like if we break this low of 217, then I'm going to get out. So I'm just going to put this order in right now so I don't have to necessarily worry too much about it. 216.84, break on that one, we'll get out. So at least now the orders are set so we can sort of play this off how we want to. Let's just check out what NVIDIA is doing. 132 and change. So NVIDIA is actually pulling back in quite nice right now. Let's wait to see what this name has in store for itself. Now almost flat on the day. I mean, that's not a good look. Down to 131. I mean, if we break 131, then we can reassess. I said that the ultimate out's going. Okay. All right, so I should hear a Daryl. We'll see if we do next time. Test my earpiece then, Andre, if you can, maybe. Maybe that's the problem. Okay, right, so I don't hear that. So, okay. 132 to the downside. I'll fix it. 132 to the downside for NVIDIA. Remember, we are looking at a 131 bid. So I'm going to start the bidding at 131.50. We'll see what winds up happening here for NVDA. But so far, so good on Amazon. We're just chilling and waiting for this one. The market's doing nothing, Neil, so I don't really...
It's complete inside day on the overall market.
What's
for
Apple
sure.
doing?
I see Lewis. Yeah, it is Lewis. Apple actually breaking out, so this one looking relatively strong. It actually was not that strong compared to the market, and it's still less than the S&P and the NASDAQ. Less than the NASDAQ. It's actually the same thing as the S&P, but strong move in there for Apple.
Got Riley back.
I was just back in and out at 132 on NVIDIA, but it just lost to 132. So we had 132 into 132 half. I then reloaded. It broke 132. Going to be out until we make a test of the 129 to 130 area. Mara just tagged 1480, that first resistance, and came out. So we got that target area right in here. It was 14.4 into that 14.8. We'll look for a continuation. The other thing that's going on here is while Mara has now made that move to the upside, Bitcoin is flat out not doing anything. Like nothing. Absolutely nothing happening on Bitcoin. It's Palantir that I think has gotten away from us. We like to the long. I still like a 24 quarter break, but I'd like to be into this to the long side a little bit earlier than that. If we can catch a VWAP, then we'll have to go for VWAP here on Palantir.
All right, man, there it is, man. B. Riley into this name again. So nice little move. Not again, for the first time. And again, this is a sticky no level, right? So there it is. 625 we wrote down there for Riley. And then we said, you know what? We're going to take that print. So there it is, man. We take it there. We took 640s. 625 is sort of the area that we were looking at. If it does drip down below that, then fine. But right now, a nice trade for me, on B. Riley right now, long at 640 up to 670. So hopefully all you small cap gappers and everything like that unite with me here as we trade Riley one more time. I'll start to get out a little bit. We take some out there at 67s again, and then we'll wait to see how high this name can fly. And there it is, Neil. It's another one. It's another money maker for everybody out there. 35 cents. So a nice 5-6% gain rate here on Riley. So yeah, we're happy about that one, needless to say. And then Amazon's doing a whole heck of a lot of nothing. It does get a high as 220 there. We talked about that. I'm going to cancel that buy into 220 right now, and we'll wait for that stop out down through 217 if and when that does come in. We do have our first trade on NVIDIA, so ignite that one up. Wow, this Riley, guys, is really going to be a good trade for me. So let's take some more out at 90. There it is, Riley up that 23%. Again, as it was written right here, if you're looking for levels, 625 for Riley right there. Now up, Neil, like this is up like 15% from the posted level. So here we go again, man. Good day today so far. In the money on NVIDIA, already cashed out on Amazon, and we wait for this Riley to keep going.
Yeah, great look over there on Riley. I'm going to get right back into MAR if it gets us this reload. It's almost perfect. It goes right to resistance to that 1480 and starting to pull back in. VWAP's going to sit at the prior breakout price. That's the 14.4. So just look for an early bounce there. Palantir is absolutely on one right now. So I like VWAP in here. Anytime you have this strong of a move to the upside, still going to take the break if we take out 94 and a quarter. But until we get there, looking for the dip buy in a 92.6. As the market does nothing, I'm kind of reminded that I still want the short in AMD, and AMD doesn't want any part of getting near 106.5. AMD continuing, almost breaking the low of the day here. So yeah, wasn't too much I was looking at to the south side. This was one of them. Whenever this happens, I usually look to VWAP for an entry point. Don't want to get too far away. It's only 10 minutes in from our resistance at 106.5. Still want to give us a chance to get back into that price. But for now, AMD looking relatively weak. SMCI was the other name that we liked for a pop and fade. SMCI now down 7%. So it's not giving you anything in terms of a bounce back into the upside. NVIDIA, I like 129 is the next level. So I guess I got to look at this one suddenly on NVDAs. It's cruising down toward, it was like afternoon support levels. I mean, I wasn't there to trade them, but I mean, you can see it held this like 3 times, including the open yesterday. So looking for the mean revert here on NVIDIA. Want to short the pop on AMD and SMCI if there is even one. And Mara pulling back into VWAP as we speak for a reload potential. Same thing with Palantir and VWAP.
Yeah, so we, again, we put in the wrong price. We were trying to put in 129.50. Unfortunately, we got executed out, but we just punch, as soon as you do that, we just punch right back long. So we're long NVIDIA. This is we liked 131, but here it comes right now. Looks like it wants to break a little bit lower. As we had said, it was a little bit disappointing, right? I mean, when you're looking for 9% and you come out today and basically are flat throughout the whole morning, it's going to be a tough trade here for NVIDIA. We'll try it, and it looks like they're trying to buy this thing up, but at the end of the day, man, the longs seem to not be winning right now on NVIDIA. Will they eventually? I mean, we'll see. So let's get something out here as we start to rip out. Okay, Neil, here we go. Now, here we go. Nice little upside move here for NVDA. Let's start to make sure that, okay, we got some out at 50s. That might have been the pop. You are looking for rejection pops like that. So that's why we started layering it out. We're out of a third of this trade right there. So still could fall out, but take advantage of some of these pops there on NVIDIA, especially if you have some shares. Amazon is also dripping down into that 217, that's right. So that, the NASDAQ, look at the NASDAQ. We talked about what could possibly happen, days high into days low again. So yeah, everything right now getting cracked.
Yeah, the market's cracking lower for sure. I got that reload in Mara right off VWAP, and it looks like it's going to lose that 14.20. We have our order the same place. I actually didn't even replace my stop order underneath 15, so it's just going to have to get out when we make that break. As a matter of fact, there it goes. So Mara on the reload, no good. First look, great. Second look, not so much. NVIDIA still hasn't done that reversion.
Go
it's
NVIDIA.
Not that 129 yet, but it's just holding that 130. And back on over to PLTR, which lost 92s just now on Palantir. So I had a quick one at VWAP, but I'm not going to fight that stock. Pre-market support is $1.50 lower. So in and out very, very quickly off of VWAP on Palantir. Now looking to see if it can hold at 914. If it doesn't hold pre-market lows, I mean, I like 88 to 86 was the level that I'm watching on Palantir. But first things first, 129 in NVIDIA coming in rather quickly. So looking for the reversion there. Unfortunately, like I just opted not to chase AMD or SMCI. No point looking at them now because they're too far gone to the downside. Looking for any kind of a trend reversal here on NVIDIA. It's a very steep one, but the second it closes above the trend line, I'm looking for that long.
All right, similar over there, man. We'll go 1 for 3 because Amazon lost that 217 area. We thought it was going to hold it. It's a good thing we didn't punch long and then at 220, man. I mean, that would have been bad. So let's just wait for things to settle down a little bit. I mean, look at the Nasdaq. He ain't our president, but, there it goes. A nice move to the downside there. Don't know exactly what's causing this, but obviously it's a flush down in some of these tech names today, including NVIDIA, right? I mean, NVIDIA and Amazon, both some of those darlings that traders were for sure looking at to try to make a difference. And where will the market bounce from? I mean, that's sort of one of the ideas. That bottom is 216.50 on Amazon, and we're right here right now. So that, this could be something that's worth a little bit of a test. It's only 945 right now. So I do think that there's a chance that we can bounce off of this level. Okay, there it goes. So we'll try it again right now, but it doesn't look like Amazon wants to hold it too much. I'm excited for NVIDIA to break back above this level, but for right now, let it settle a little bit. That bottom seems to be 129.15 right now, so we'll wait to see if they can hold that. But yeah, here comes Amazon. Okay, we're just gonna again, not huge right now, but 215 is what we wrote down. So let's see if 215 is what Indeed wants to hold. So
before we go to Adara, SMCI is very close to being 10% down in SSR. So that one, potential SSR bounce incoming if we lose 46 on SMCI. NVIDIA is trying to break the trend, as Sean mentioned. So looking at these two as the market flops, almost red on the NASDAQ. Let's go to Adara.
With regards to a market catalyst for this drop, I couldn't find one, but it is worth noting about, I guess, an hour ago, as mentioned earlier, we did have Donald Trump basically restating these tariff dates. Mexico and Canada tariffs will go into effect on March 4th. And on April 2nd, that will be the reciprocal tariff date. So reciprocal tariffs April 2nd, a month after we get these tariffs on March 4th. This was restated before the open. Unsure if this is the reason for this drop as we basically try to break this pre-market low here. But a little bit of context here for the NASDAQ in case you forgot. Back to you.
Yeah, well, we didn't forget too much about those tariffs. I mean, I was just talking about them, saying, what the heck is going on? But right now, NVIDIA, I mean, again, we're fine with it. I mean, you gotta, I don't like to trade names too much on earnings days. We talked about that, but for NVIDIA, it fell right into our lap. So we took it, and unfortunately, it, we had to kick it off the lap real quick right there because it did drop through. And I'm glad that we were able to get out at 130 because right now this fade seems to be pretty real on AMD as we came in up like 2 or 3%. Right now you're down that 1 and a bit percent point. So and then obviously AMD. You're going to talk about being short on, why would you even be in the space if you're not in NVIDIA? So, I mean, people probably thinking the same way. Why be in this name if we don't have to be? So right now, there goes AMD to the downside. And I mean, if things are going to dry up in this space, it's not going to be good for many names. So we're going to have to wait to see what's happening right here.
If growth slows, the biggest deal for AMD and to an extent some others, is going to be that the overall space is huge and they don't have to get that big of the pie. If that slows down, I don't see that as a positive for AMD at all. The issue is, and I say this a lot, and on one of these days, sometimes if you like AMD short, you need to just be sitting in it in the pre-market, which is not something I usually do on those bigger cap names. Still looking at NVIDIA to try to close this above the trend line, which would be the first time. It's a steep one, obviously, and then here's SMCI for you. It didn't go down 10%, but it seems like it's catching a bit of a bottom at 46. I think there's at least a temp bounce starting to come in here. Let's see if I can't weasel in to steal one from Sharif in the halves on NVIDIA. Give it to the prior bar low as well. So Palantir's trying to make a move. It didn't get down to our price. NVIDIA is certainly making a bounce and looking to close this one above that 129. We like that support on NVIDIA at 129, but the market is looking very weak. If we get enough of a pushback to the upside, then I might get a chance at AMD at VWAP. Even if this goes green, I'm probably going to short this if we get to VWAP, and if we don't, I got to find my way into it somewhere. If we end up with a red day and NASDAQ goes green to red, got to be in there somewhere on AMD because that's the one we like to the south side.
Amazon might just keep going downside right now. It just it was just really trying to get above 216 there, and it just kept on getting hit. So Amazon's coming back in. Well, like I said, man, we'll be sitting here to try it at 215. This is the level that we wrote, but if we break too much lower than this, then we are gone. We are now underneath the RSI of 30 down here right now, and we just took a bid, so we'll see if it can work back upside right now. I got to move my water. As we'll try to take off some pressure if it rips back up to the upside here, but we just saw, I feel like I saw enough, man. I mean, it was not, it didn't break above that 216 there, and I felt like it had that chance to go with the NASDAQ making that move, and the fact that it didn't right here, looks like they're going to continue to sell off Amazon. I mean, are they probably going to push this red and then maybe go green with it? But at the end of the day, that 214.50, it's just too much for me. So if it does, there it goes. So if it does break 215, we're out. So there's a 215 break now on Amazon. But let's just, like Neil was mentioning, I'm going to try to go backside on NVIDIA. If it breaks through 131, we're going to try to take that long as well. And it's a nice battle back there for NVIDIA, trying to come back through this 131 area. Let's see if we could do it. Amazon down here at 215. That was a level that we like, does not hold. Palantir, you had mentioned. Okay, so that's coming back
it's trying to revert
into
right
90.
Now.
I mean, we're bidding 90s. Let's see if that can work as well. But yeah, right now, NVIDIA and Amazon really on my mind.
Well, NVIDIA flew back through 130. So by the time it actually closed above trend, it basically flew $2 above the trend line. So not going to chase a down move, $2. If we get a pullback in a 129.5 somewhere in here, we'll try to grab that long. Palantir is trying to do a very similar thing. But let me just get on over to...
Wow, NVIDIA just flipped again.
Yeah, NVIDIA just came right back in. If it gets in the 129s, that's where I'll look for that bounce. But AMD just tried to go higher. And every single bounce is just getting sold off big time here on AMD. So I might just try to take a shot at it in the bottom end of the range and sort of give it to the opening range bottom is actually all the way at 104.80. But there was like some overnight printing, which we'll show you at prior close at 104.74. So I'm going to work off the prior close, 104.74 on AMD, and just short the next pop. You've got to take a shot at this one somewhere, and prior close is a pretty good place, and we can play it into the afternoon lows. If it breaks to VWAP, then we just take a couple of trades instead of one.
All right, will these futures go? That's really the question at this point. I'm going to take it long on NVIDIA at 129. I mean, what else is moving around here? So crypto down to 85. I mean, that's not going to be good for anybody today, as that's, we said it, man. The NASDAQ and crypto tied at the hip. So as you can see, nice downside move there in NASDAQ. Looks like IBIT right now trying to follow suit as well, making those lows, right? Low of the day right now for IBIT. Okay, well, we're into NVIDIA right now, and we're into Palantir. Palantir just came in through that level 2 through 90, so we'll see here. Looks like we're going to try to, I mean, if we break NVIDIA downside, we're just going to punch out. I'm not going to let this thing go. We did get long at 15s here. Let's see what we can do on Palantir, or on NVIDIA. Hopefully an upside push, Neil, and then we can get some money back. But for right now, okay, yes, big time money back now. Give me that money back right now. So nice little move for NVIDIA. We will take advantage of that. We're already out of half already of that play. That came into 129, man. I mean, we were going to stop out if it broke 129, and it almost did. So here it comes again. Again, take advantage. Like, it comes down, and then it gets smoked back up, and then it tanks again. So we saw that rip up to 131 there. Will it happen again? I don't know. I'm offering some 50s now to get some more out. There it is. Now we have exactly half left, and we can see if it wants to fly. I am not sure. All right, Palantir into 90s. So we're going to have to put a stop order in now. How about 89? How about 89.89 right there? We'll see if that can fill out there as Alexander McGillney comes into play here. So, yeah.
LaFontaine.
Just don't want to, LaFontaine would be 16, so hopefully that doesn't come in. But right there it is. So there's the breakdown. Again, not worth holding. We tried it. That was a small trade. That was my bid from the open. So we didn't have too much exposure to that play right there. So Palantir does fade through. Very small hit on Palantir. Actually pretty proud of how small that hit was. Not like it was on NVIDIA. We made back and then we just lost. So that last trade on NVIDIA actually pays out on NVIDIA.
Yeah, basically the same thing. Not to double down, but the 129 has, now it does hold again.
Yep.
So it broke 129 a second ago. It just came right back in. So if I get wicked out, I'm just going to get on the bid, reload it, and still give it to the prior low on NVIDIA. The other thing tracking, wow, you've got to be kidding me. On that last bump,
I mean, Tesla's probably getting kicked.
I just chased, I don't know if you want to call it a chase, but it kind of was. Like, I just chased down AMD to try and get the short in front of the prior close and just missed it. So I'm not punching the lows on AMD. At this point, I was already willing to short it like $1 away from VWAP, and we didn't get the fill, so not going to chase it. But just came right back into that 129. And NVIDIA, there's only two levels liked, really, the 32 and the 29. 29's at least attempting to hold, but it goes about 50 cents.
Home sales coming?
It goes like 50 cents, maybe like 70, and then we're already curling back in. So if we can't break 130, we're scalping to 130. As we're going to get pending home sales, I believe, in 8 minutes, not till 10 o'clock, I don't think.
No, yeah.
And Palantir, I like a reversion on Palantir, but it's not really all that close to giving us that. One more to come over to you guys with is you do have still a pretty decent range. Yeah, there goes NVIDIA.
Yeah.
We scalped it into the 129.5, but it couldn't hold it. So keep on getting out of this stock. Might still hold the level. Kind of giving it one more chance, but I'm not giving it to the actual low. I'm giving it to that 129, and then if it can close a candle above the 129, then I think that's the better shot, because the mean reversion happened, got on the back end instead of the front end. Last one for you before I throw back to Sean. C3 AI was another earning name that we're interested in. It's actually not moving with this market falling. So I like to short at 25.25. Just a bit of a change of plan here. I might still short it if it gets up there, but it is 100% a reversal on C3 AI if it breaks 25.5. If you're not breaking the lows and you're already down 8%, and that's a big if because it's about to break the lows now, then suddenly you'd be showing a little bit of relative strength. Of course, as soon as I posit that idea, C3 AI joins its brethren through the lows right now. So it was holding the bottoms, which I would like a breakout for, but you're not going to fight it too much. I'm going to kick myself over this AMD, I'll tell you that much. Advanced micro devices, when you like it short, you've got to just be short in the pre-market. And it wasn't that far away from the resistance level. Here, I'll give you the black chart because that's kind of frozen.
Oh, man, everything's...
You could have been short this, and again, I could have been short this at 106.20 if I was willing to take it at 9.11 or 9.12, right in around here. But now you're at the lows, maybe a flat bottom break here at 103.5 or next available pop. Thankfully, we're out of all the longs right now because this market is absolutely flushing. Adara?
This part of the show is brought to you by Oragenics, or OGEN. Each year, 3.8 million concussions are reported in the U.S., but there's still no FDA-approved treatment. NYSE-listed Oragenics, or OGEN, is changing that with its first in-class intranasal drug designed for rapid brain access. With the concussion treatment market projected to reach $8.9 billion by 2027, Oragenics is uniquely positioned to lead the way. Learn more and schedule a meeting today. Back to you.
Hey, thank you, Dara. Yeah, we've talked about that brain health. We had Firefly on, Oragenics, all these guys on. And okay, so Google also down. I mean, Google's down to 171 right now, trying to make some lows as well. I mean, can we break out through there? 171.50 might be the top break for Google as well. So, oh boy, yeah, market be falling there today. I mean, we were... It's too bad because we were really just looking long. We got sort of horned up about Amazon. We really liked that play today, and then boom. And we were right early, man. Amazon's down $8. So, I mean, we talked about this yesterday. Joe loves the name. I mean, a lot of
everyone
us are liking.
Loves it. Nobody dislikes him. Yeah.
Well, someone dislikes this name for sure. Down $8 right now.
Dude, Meta's...
yeah, no, Meta's, they're all just as bad. All right, so 213, maybe retaking that bottom. I'm still trying to go long because, again, I think the story's good here. It's just fading out with the market. That's 213, so maybe if we take 213 again, I mean, that's just right here. We could probably just do that up and down. Remember, new home, is it new home sales or let me just check out, or pending home sales, what we tweeted out there earlier today when we tweeted out the economic calendar. There it is right here. So at 10 o'clock, pending home sales coming out, right? So, and Fed Bar speaking also at 10 o'clock. You can go find that over on Twitter. Yeah, Riley, nice move back up to the upside. At least we're nailing this one today. Yeah, I know there's not too many winners here on the show, but hopefully Riley will be one for you. There it goes, a nice move upside there for Riley. Maybe Amazon starts to pump, but I'm going to wait. Pending home sales 4 minutes.
Yeah, you still have some time. There's a few earnings names that have actually gone to the wayside that we haven't talked about. Snowflake, one of them, just pulled right back. It's still up 7%, but looking relatively, I mean, it's basically weak like everything else. Just very quickly going to show you. Didn't think this would come into play, so didn't even bother with it. $172 on Snowflake. It was up at $188. There's just no way that I would have expected that would come in. You got the 50 period on the daily there, and you have some prior resistance. But all of a sudden, it's looking actually possible that Snowflake could get down to that 50 period moving average. So got to be ready for it in case it does. It is absolutely, and sometimes the best you can do if you got a bunch of long ideas is to just not be in them. It's as simple as that. Like NVIDIA, traded it at the 2 levels I liked, and all you're doing is breaking lower. As a matter of fact, it just got to, I don't want to call it the bottom, but this was the local bottom 2 days ago, 126.5. It basically mean reversion plays at this point for me. But I kind of like Palantir a little bit more because Palantir is at our go zone. It was between 86 and 88 because of the 50 period on the daily. That's right in here on Palantir. So if this one reverts, I guess it will be the second time that we jump into it. But I want to have a nice tight entry if we can grab one now that it's in the target zone.
All right. Yeah, as I said, man, I think the only winner I have today is B. Riley, loser on NVIDIA, Palantir, and on Amazon. So we're going to have to wait to see if we can get something else going here. I'm going to look at Amazon because I really think this is a decent bottom here, forming out for AMZN. Right into some of these levels, 212-ish and change. I'm going to, again, like I kind of want to bust through that at 240. Let's try it small right here then. If we're going to think about it, we'll just punch into some at 37s. And remember, what's small, it's just, I'm using 1 unit right here. I think that's better the way we talk like that. Because again, share size, as we keep on talking about, is much different. So I'm going to put on 1 unit here with a max position of 10. So it's not a very big position right now to start with on Amazon. I want to go short something, but I can't. It's about waiting for something to pop up into some levels where we could possibly short. So right now, I think the revert back to the long is probably like right there, right now. Let's just do it. Let's just get some out. Because there we go. We can ring the register here at 75 on this name. So we'll take 40 cents back. Let's get some more out right now at 80. There it is. So we'll take some more out upside now at 80. So here we go. So there's a 50-cent winner back on Amazon, and maybe it goes from here. So let's let this go just a little bit. We'll put an offer in and around that 213, like 25 area. Maybe we can get that and then let it go. There it is. So at least there's a little bit of a money trade right there for us on Amazon. So I know you had the winner with Mara there, and now you're into Palantir. So let's see. Looks like we're trying to both try to catch
less than a minute.
Some of these reversions to the back end.
Yeah, less than a minute until we get that pending home sales number. But as quickly as it just come to Palantir, as quickly as it bounced off of the lows, gets to 88 and a quarter, right back into that bottom here at 87 and a half. So the local low is just underneath 87.4. If we lose that, I'm jumping out. I'm not going to be fighting any reversion past the low of the day. You can get a bounce, but if you break that low, I'm jumping out of it. Don't mind getting back in. Keep the stop tight. And if we ever get a VWAP bounce, it should be pretty big. But let's get to it, Derek, because we have numbers coming out now.
Pending home sales coming through here, negative 4.6% pending home sales change. That is quite a bit below the forecast of negative 0.85, but it is actually above the previous print of negative 5.5%. So again, negative 4.6% here for the home sales change month over month. Pending homes index coming in at 70.6 versus the previous print of 74.2. Also, Fed's bar starts speaking now here at 10 a.m. We're going to be getting this Fed's Bowman here at 11:45 a.m. Then we're going to be getting Fed's Hammock coming through at 1:15. So quite a few Fed speakers. This is what the NASDAQ looks like right now. Talk about a drop to the downside. I'm not seeing any news for this drop, though. Again, it is worth noting Donald Trump did remind that we are going to be getting these tariffs on Mexico and Canada March 4th, then reciprocal tariffs on April 2nd. That's the only thing I'm seeing pre-market really that could have precipitated this drop. MSTR here and these crypto names looking really similar. We know Mara had earnings. Bitcoin was poised for a bounce after a 4-day sell-off. And I believe Bitcoin's still slightly positive on the day, but these stocks that are related to the asset not looking great. Then we have these earnings names. CRM here, a little bit of these lower highs and a flat bottom for Salesforce. Snowflake, another big earnings name that was actually poised to be one of the strongest this morning, falling to the downside as well. So hard to find some strength in this market, even on names that looked promising heading into the session. Back to you.
Yeah, tell me about it there. I mean, I don't know. I was going to ask Neil, obviously got out of his Palantir there as that's dropping through. Our Amazon just dropped through as well through 212. So yeah, man, threat of recession. I see people saying that in the chat. I don't know. All I do know is that thank God for small caps, because there's Riley right there. It'll be your P&L number one by far on the day here, as it's the only winner that I have. So there goes Riley. I'm not sure what the story is over there with you, but for me right now, we're just waiting. Palantir, another move down into 86, and then that might have been the stop spot down there as well. So I don't know. I'm gonna try Amazon one more time now that that number's through us. So we'll see if we can get Amazon here. We'll try it. We didn't get that exact bottom. We just got stopped out through 212, but we're back into it right now. Let's see what winds up happening with Amazon. Hopefully a nice move here. We'll try to trade it back upside now, AMZN. But yeah, I've been getting hit on it. My number one P&L to the downside today is AMZN.
Yeah, for me, it'll still be NVIDIA. We just took more shots at NVIDIA. Oh, that's a really bad trend line. I hate it when that happens. As I'm drawing it, it puts a new candle in, which means I'll just get rid of it. But you're not actually threatening the top of this, so it doesn't matter at this moment. But Palantir does not hold at 87.5. We took it, was able to get a couple of legs out, but when it breaks a low, I'm still holding on to 2/3 of it. So tight stop, still red. It's still above 86, so I still like the mean revert play. 86 is that prior low the last couple of days, so just got to be patient. It's tracking toward a potential reversion, and then same thing here with NVIDIA. That just did it again. All right. There it is. NVIDIA right now just closed above that trend line since it broke VWAP, so the last bounce, which we took it on the wrong side of, we'll see if we can't get it on the right side on NVDA. Now that 126 starting to hold, and we've closed above the prior trend line, down 3.5% into a bleeding market. Well, you got lots of activity. Certainly came back to some action, and if you like the action, then hit that like, hit that subscribe. Let us know what you guys are trading, because I see a few names in there that we haven't looked at. I just saw McDonald's high a day. I guess that's where some of the strength is. The rotation could be on. So hit the like, hit the subscribe, and then maybe NVIDIA will go up.
Yeah, NVIDIA, I hope it goes up for your sake. But yeah, for right now, man, I mean, it's all about Amazon for me. And we have the biggest position all day here on it. And I don't know, I mean, we're taking it out on the upside here. If this rips up, then we can forget about what we've done all day, because this will make the difference for me. So there it goes, man. You never know the timing. Like I knew we wanted to wait a little bit until after the imbalances, after that number came through. So pretty happy with what we're doing right now. But again, like, needs to go, right? So if we can get back above, I'd look to get some more out. I mean, we're getting, look, just to show you guys, like we took a hit there, but we did buy it back. So now it's starting to go back up. Our best out there is 75s. Like to let this thing try to go. Futures now finally, I mean, maybe trying to get that going. Again, pretty epic flush down that their 1%, as the market really just does digest. Again, tariff talk there. The Chinese, that extra 10% that was sort of slapped on there out of nowhere. I don't think a lot of people were expecting that one. But yeah, you know, it is what it is. This is the game that we play now, that we have to keep our ear to the ground. We got to make sure that we are following any of these sort of wacky little plays out there that can just pop in and out of your blotter. So here it goes, man. Nice trade for me on Amazon. Let's see if it can get right back there to that north side. So the sky is falling, says Cameron. And I think you're right there in the chat. That is for sure. Really glad, man. Riley's still going to be the number one stock. But again, B. Riley, just hanging out. We got a 720 fill. We are only in now 15% left of Riley, as all the concern and all my look goes right here to Amazon. Yeah,
very well. I think we're going to go to Darren in a quick second if I heard right, but we're in two reversions, NVIDIA and Palantir again. So there's NVIDIA. Clearly, look, 129 was the level that we liked before for a long, so we bounced into 129. That's an out for sure. Palantir just broke trend as well. So there you go, just broke trend, holding above 87, broke the prior bar at 87.5, stops underneath 87. It just got to 88. This is exactly where the sellers came in last time for the long. They started to revert it back to the downside. So if it can hold, I want to see if it can break this out and get us to 89 on Palantir. I'd say it's weaker. That's not saying much. Palantir weaker than a lot of things right now, down 1.5%, but the steepness of its downtrend is pretty clear. Tesla actually with a pretty good bounce already. This one tracking well towards VWAP in the 290 level. Tesla came very, very close to the 200 period on the daily, within like $2 of the 200 period on daily. As far as I'm concerned, I think this is a 200 daily bounce. on Tesla right here as we speak. But I'm in NVIDIA and Palantir. Didn't see that one, and by the time I looked at it, Tesla, it was already a couple of dollars up. Now we're tracking to 128 on NVIDIA. Target's 129. That was the prior support level. I look for that to turn into resistance here and then jump out. So either we get to 129 or we break the uptrend and I trail out of NVIDIA. This trade can't turn into a losing trade, although the first long was.
Okay.
Sorry.
All right. Yeah, we'll go over to Adara, but Amazon's moving around here as well. So what's up, Adara?
I looked into McDonald's here, and we do seem to have a catalyst for this. So we know yesterday, late in the day, we heard some talk that apparently the company was going to be resisting this extra egg charge and offering a $1 McMuffin deal. They did release a statement to this effect. So for some context, other breakfast chains like Waffle House and Denny's have added an egg surcharge just due to the extreme price of eggs. As of late, McDonald's saying, no, not only are we not going to have our surcharge on our eggs, we'll actually offer you a $1 McMuffin deal. McMuffin, of course, involving eggs. So MCD apparently pleasing egg-eating consumers here. This one getting a push to the upside. I'm not seeing any other catalyst on this name, and it is worth noting its outside strength compared to the rest of the market. Back to you.
Yeah, we talked about that egg story a couple of days ago, so it's nice to see that there's some follow through there on McDonald's. And I mean, get diversified. My portfolio is diversified in different names, but well overweighted in tech names. So it's been a rough little go for the last little bit there for sure. But man, we've made back more than half of our day right now just waiting for this Amazon. So let's try to be as patient as we can with this trade as well. So now Amazon trying to go. It's already been $1 in the money. And again, it's big. It's big. So I said this yesterday. I was sort of ranting with Jose, Adara, and Obi last night, and Joe was here, and it was just like, if you're going to actually trade, you should actually trade. And I mean, let's just wait to see if Amazon can go. So we just, again, when you get hit, you get hit. You got to get out. But putting on a big position down here, which this probably the biggest Amazon position maybe the show's ever had, and I'm going to continue to do that. Like we've been printing, we've been having huge trades and great trades. So once there's a level that I feel good about, we're going to try to layer into it and then try to do something like this and make a difference, right? Because if you just take small hits everywhere, you're never actually going to make any money. So you're going to have to hold something against you a little bit to let it work out, because most of the trades that you get into, you're not going to get the perfect price. So you're going to have to wait sometimes to let it develop. And then, so that's my strategy there, is to take, obviously bigger positions, let it see if it can go, take tighter stops, but at the same time, give it a little bit of room. And that's what we're trying to do right now with this trade as well. So I'm sitting now at the high of this wick where we've already gotten out at 213.40. So hopefully we can get a fill there at 213.40. And then honestly, man, let's make this make its way back up to 214, 215. So there it is right there. Actually, it was at 30, sorry. So we get that fill. I wish it was at 40. We take a little extra 10 cents there. So here goes Amazon. Now my next offer is at 213.85. So let's see if this one wants to work out right here. So nice move back to the upside now for Amazon. We're going to let it go. So we'll wait to see if it's going upside or not. But Amazon, let it breathe a little bit now. Now in the money, $1.30 and starting to go.
Yeah, and the market is making a very, very nice bounce for sure. We just bounced off 2009 on the NASDAQ, which is very, very coincidentally, not really, Tuesday's low. So you have a nice little wick bottom. Let me zoom it back in so you can see. There's your wick bottom underneath that Tuesday low. If we can close it above, I think you might have the low of the market here. Palantir is holding that 87, so it goes right into that 86 to 88 zone, trying to come outside of it to the upside. If we get into VWAP, we want to take that one out. NVIDIA, however, NVIDIA trailed out, broke trend back into the downside after getting in off that 126. So we're going to hold on to Palantir, giving it into VWAP. NVIDIA, we did get a green trade on that one, but obviously it's our third time. So 1 for 3 on NVIDIA. Palantir, hopefully we can get a little bit higher. I still am looking over at that C3 AI. And it never broke the bottom. Down 8%. I know it's down 8%, but never broke the low. While the market's breaking down, it did not break the aftermarket lows. If this can break out above VWAP, and suddenly it could be a little bit of a squeeze. And they still have a decent enough short float on C3 AI. But anything that didn't break the low just there and held it, I want to look for some reversions that I might not have thought about at the open or in the pre-market. So let's get the push here. If we can break 89, I'm going to trail this one back underneath this trend line here. Otherwise, hold on to the 89 level for Palantir. So we're able to get that long. Just had to wait for our level to come in, take 3 shots at it. Third one's a charm.
Yeah, third one's a charm on Palantir, that's for sure, and it's like the 10th one's a charm now on NVIDIA, on Amazon, finally up there into 214. So I'm gonna take another offer right now at 214. We talked about trying to hold this, trying to have those hands, and that's exactly what we have right now. What's up, Hamster? You want to get a little review of what's been going on here with the new caterers? Not bad. You know, I feel like we have the salad. I feel like they've been worse, in my opinion, so far. But yesterday we did have, and Joe loved it. We had a great piece of salmon. It was like a teriyaki salmon.
I love salmon.
Yeah, so that was really good there yesterday. So I told that to our lunch lady there, and she made notes of that. So I told her that the salmon was well done. The breakfasts, meh. I mean, those sandwiches, they're okay. I'm not impressed with the bread quality or anything with that as well.
That's what I did too. I just eat the sausage in the end.
Yeah, exactly. So there's that going through there. Yeah, good, man. They have good muffins. Yeah, not bad. We'll see what happens. I think the lunches have been pretty good. A lot of people have liked them. And the thing is, we had the same caterer for like 2 years or so, and sometimes it's nice to get that switch up. And oh boy, Neil, here we go, man. Like I said, I'm not proud to always have the biggest losers, but this winner here, at least we talked about trying to hold it. We talked about trying to get long down there at 212, and oh boy, here we go, man. This has completely changed my day again. Man, if we just stopped trading and wait till 10 o'clock, we would just be, I don't even, the damage that we're putting right now on the freaking board is just absolutely monstrous. So what a monster trade here, Neil, for us on almost $3 right now on Amazon. And we're not messing around. We told you that we're here to trade. We're here to make some money. So Obi, Joe, Adair, and everybody, just as we talked about it last night, man, we come in and we do exactly that damn thing right now with Amazon. So there it goes, man. Monster trade on AMZN there. You had to wait for it. And I mean, look, taking all those cuts are what they are, but there's a nice move upside now for Amazon, and we're right back to where we need to be. So let's get this day started now, basically. I mean, rough start, but yeah, there it goes. Amazon, I mean, we could really fly on this. We still have about, I'm not even sure. I've traded thousands of shares of Amazon today, and I don't know what percentage we have left, but it's an upside move right now for Amazon.
Yeah, that's what I love to see. Go get it over there. I'm out of Palantir. We're green on Palantir. We'll go 2 for 3 this morning. It's just about being patient and just sticking to your plan of action. You know, if you have a price level, the market was absolutely dropping like a rocket. So you take a shot at a strong stock when it's at VWAP, and then if it doesn't give you another trade, you don't take another trade. And all you had to do was wait for it to make that low. It was 2 days ago when it showed it to you. Whether or not it can get all the way to VWAP, like we have an inside day, but look at how weak this is. It goes right into yesterday's lows, and then immediately starts seeing some selling action come in. So we just grab our buck and have no issues getting out of this at this point. I still like some AMD to the south side, but I got to be careful because this market is reverting. So AMD, still a weak name. I want to go over to NVIDIA quickly for everybody. As NVIDIA, I got out of it when it kind of broke that trend very, very briefly and trailed out of NVIDIA. It's putting in another lower high. So you're at the point now on NVIDIA where you've got the underneath VWAP a couple of times in here, and it's set up a little bit of a lower high trend. If that can break out to the upside, it gives another place to try to jump into a quick little trade because the NASDAQ has managed to hold the bottom. And as I said, the other name that I'm interested in is going to be the C3 AI. Bit of an undercover, did not break the lows, showing a little bit of strength, held on to aftermarket bottoms. C3 AI also, and again, I don't care necessarily about the fundamentals of the earnings. They're 19% short float, and when the market broke lows, it didn't break the low, and this has a decent chance to break trend while also simultaneously holding VWAP. So if you're able to break it out above this top, it'll be like 24.6. I can give it to the prior bar low. On C3 AI, if you can risk 25 to 30 cents on a trade, you know it can move a heck of a lot more than that. So we'll see if it's going to be able to go here. Going to set that breakout order just to make sure we grab it on C3 AI. And that's sort of the thing. You know, you've got to find, to me, you always want to find a setup that gives you a good R&R, where you know where you're wrong, where you feel like you're getting in at the right time, Otherwise, you just find yourself trading at prices and areas that don't end up mattering. Like, that's what it's all about. Like, find your opportunity to get in, get out, stay green, because it can be a tough one, but as long as you stay in the pocket, it's not that hard to get back into green with 1 or 2 trades out there. So C3AI, I feel like that's going to be the next one for me. And no matter how strong we get, AMD at VWAP is still going to be a thing. At least it is for me. You're still underneath prior close. 104.74 is the level we wanted to work off of. So we'll still take that one short if it wants to present itself to us on advanced micro devices. But new position, it's an earnings name. It's a potential squeeze name. I don't necessarily know what they do. We always joke about that with C3AI, but it doesn't really matter. It's broken the trend. It's above VWAP. We'll play it into that 25 and 25 quarter and see if this one can fly past that. So I'm just going to get some orders out to make sure that we're scalping it from VWAP into resistance with my stop underneath that 24.40 on C3AI. So far, so good over here. And like I said, hit that like, hit that subscribe. One of the reasons I love this community is I wasn't looking at McDonald's. A lot of people will talk about symbols that maybe we haven't paid attention to. Maybe there's a small capper that you've been trading or interested in. That's what it's all about. Find the right opportunities in the best stocks. And you never know what it's going to be. Just because you had an idea at 9:30 or at 8:30 in the morning doesn't mean that's still the best place that you want to execute and take your trades. I think this morning was a perfect example of that. So everyone hit that like and subscribe. I see Bang Apple from TS Booger. I love that name. TS. Apple was so strong earlier, and it's one of those undercover type moves where it holds the low, and this is one of the reasons I like that C3AI reversion, actually holds the low while the market's breaking lower. So if you don't make fresh lows when the market does, it just gives you a little bit of extra juice to like that long where you're not necessarily fighting as much. So shout out to you over there on Apple. It's distinctly different from C3AI as it's also a good fundamental play. This is just about I think it can squeeze because it was down 7%. I can't seem to get that first fill. Oh no, there we go. I was about to say, I can't seem to get that first fill at 77, and then the second I pull up the chart, I get filled at 77. So AI, first new stock for me. We'll play it into this 25. Going to hold on to 20% to see if it can break out 25 and a quarter, and then go from there.
Oh, man. Wow, just ran into Mateo, told him never sell. All right, I mean, we're just, got T. Just waiting to see what Amazon does, man. I mean, what other stocks you guys want to talk about? You want to talk about Tesla? Let's go over to Tesla right now. All right, so 288. All right, that 282. I mean, if you're going to talk about anything, we had mentioned this the other day. Everybody's smart until they actually put a trade on, right? I mean, Randy was here. Everybody was here talking about like we really like this 280 for Tesla. So if you like the 280 for Tesla, then you're probably pulling the trigger right around now. That was a good move right into 280. Again, that's the 200 period moving average, right? I mean, that's going to be a good opportunity. That could be another bouncing spot there for TSLA. So watch out for that. I would sort of play off that bottom wick if we're able to get back into 281 today. I mean, it's a nice recovery, man. You're up now $7 from that bottom. Obviously, we chose Amazon waiting for a $7 move there too. If that could happen, then that would be great. And we'll be right back to where we need to be. All right, what's moving around? Shopify is moving around right now. We can have a quick look to see what that's doing. Yeah, sure, in a second there, Andre, my guy. Shopify up to 113, so, you know, looking to break through VWAP there would be a decent trade. I was just trying to see what's hitting on some of these scanners. And again, Shopify on the 5-minute chart right there into the 200 period moving average. So, you know, right now, a lot of these names are actually at shorting spots. You know, the futures have come all the way back up and a really nice move, right? I mean, that bottom was 20,900. You're up to 2109 right now. So 100 points straight there to the upside. What's the ES doing? NASDAQ down, ES up. So ES right now up 0.04 into a NASDAQ that does remain downside. So, all right, I'm gonna take another piece out right now of Amazon as it's trying to fade off the 50 period moving average. You can have diamond hands as long as you want. But at the end of the day, you have to trade your book. The only one that knows how many share sizes we have is us. And so I'm going to start to piece them out, man. We still do have, and again, like I said, I'm not sure what I have from the bottom, what percentage I have left, but I would say probably 15% right now. So we're just going to start to trim some of this as it goes back up. And Amazon saved the day for your boy. That is for sure. All right, Adara at the desk.
We're doing the small cap recap from here today because there are just so many small caps. I want to really go through all of them. We're going to start here, though, with the IWM. Much like the market, kind of starting looking pretty positive, and then we get this drop here. We first get this drop around 845, then we drop further here at the open, trying to recover, almost back to flat here. And 216 right now would be kind of an interesting area in terms of a whole dollar area. We dropped actually as low as 213.5. So IWM still struggling, but trying to bounce as of right now. So we'll start here with MLGO, which is a repeat offender, as Sharif would put it. This is a small cap that has run frequently, especially lately. It's a Chinese ADR with a 4.5 million share float and a 24% short float. I could not find a catalyst on microalgo today. Then we've got this QNRX. This is QON Pharmaceuticals here. This is an American name with a 4.575 million share float, so just shy of 5 million shares, announcing that their whole body data from their ongoing pediatric Netherton syndrome study. So apparently this data positive, QNRX, pushing to the upside. Then we have LZ, LegalZoom, the first of a couple small cap earnings plays. LegalZoom here with a float here of about 111 million shares. So larger float, larger market cap, about $1.84 billion. Beating on EPS and sales estimates. Warby Parker here, WRBY, was their other big earnings small cap. This one a little bit more volatile. They actually did miss on EPS and sales, but they have an 11% short float. And promise I'm almost done here. Last but not least, PDSB, 11% short float for this name with about a 36 million share float, announcing a $2 million registered direct offering. So they've been on watch because of that. So many small caps to look at today, guys. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Adara, and shout out to Luis for going over some of those. Every other Thursday, we have Luis on trading heavily in those small cappers. Market is coming back nicely. This will be able to turn us green for sure. By the way, I want to get to Tesla. Quick adjustment on AI. Someone popped 125,000 on the bid at the prior bar low right here at 2460. It's a break of trend anyways to the upside, so we're just going to move our stop from underneath 40 to underneath 60. Still have the next offer in front of 25, and then we'll hold to see how far it can go. But Tesla looking incredibly strong, now punching through VWAP as we speak. This market is definitely on one. All right, AMD, this is probably going to be our chance. It's still hanging out at the lows. If this is going to get a press with the market, if the market goes green, I expect AMD should be able to get to VWAP, and we'll take our first short of the day on this bad boy. It was this, and it was SMCI. Those were the two names that we liked. Southbound. SMCI is now SSR down over, it went well over 10% to the downside. So it's SSR. That'll make me like AMD just a little bit better for the fade. But SMCI also going to be at VWAP.
We didn't look at Big Bear AI. Out more at 215, man. We were talking about the threes, man. Like Steph Curry over here, $3 in the money right now. So let's see what winds up happening. All right, so Big Bear does not, I mean, we weren't, I have the break of 625. I mean, that's what we wrote down. That was nowhere near. I mean, obviously, as the market came in there, Big Bear got crushed as well to the downside. I don't know, you know, we talked about wanting to buy this at the 50-period moving average. We've been buying it, so our average price, I'll find out for you and I'll get back to you on the after show, on the afternoon show, and we'll talk about what my average price is on Big Bear. I'll probably buy a little bit more today. I still like the stock down here, so pretty good. And I'm already loaded up in all of these names, so yeah, BB, nice up again, yeah. Okay. Again, more and more outs there on Amazon. We said we had about 15%. We got more out there at 215. So I'd say we probably have about like 12 or so % left of that bottom pick. So let's look for something else. Right now, we did talk about Shopify. Let me have a quick look back in on that name because I don't mind when things are dancing around here. We got well extended, man. I mean, every stock probably RSI broke at one point there in and around 10 o'clock. I mean, to rewound the clock and take advantage of some of those dips. I mean, we did do it with Amazon, like I said. But at the end of the day, could have really bought anything at that bottom, including the Shopify down there to that 110 area. So, yeah, look, I'd rather see it break and hold. So for me, for Shopify right now, again, I like the stock. It's only down 0.7, which is actually more than the NASDAQ. So maybe it's not that great. I'm looking at it right here. That's why I wanted to look at this again to show everybody. This 113 break, that's not horrible. It does have that chance to get back to 114 if it does hit that, and then you can use your 200 period as your stop. So stop would be 112.50 on a 113 break for Shopify. I mean, that came in yesterday. There again, I stopped the chart. So I mean, at the end of the day, we closed yesterday on this name. This is a 5-minute chart, so nice little close up here around 114. I think we can get back going, but again, more negative than the market. So watch out for a 113 break. Came up on the scanners, right? I mean, we've got Meta on here, Oracle, Affirm, Broadcom, Boeing, Broadcom again. So Broadcom must be bouncing off of something. And again, what a surprise. I mean, on NVIDIA day, there's going to be Broadcom talk. Neil's looking for AMD. I'm looking for NVIDIA and Broadcom, one of those names again. Like, yeah, so this is probably what it's hitting for me right now, why we're seeing it, hitting the 50-period moving average. So Broadcom right now dancing back and forth. It looks like it wants to go. We can see if we can trade some Broadcom. NVIDIA, choppy and nasty. This will be my #1 stock to the downside there today. And we just took a couple shots, really in the pocket for me. We didn't lose any more than we're comfortable losing on NVIDIA, which is pretty good. But look at the short, though, off the 50 period. You know, you got to break this clean. And when we do, then maybe it goes. So a clean break for me is 129. Like right there, like not just right here. That's 128.50. The problem is you go long 128.50, you run into the top that we've already seen hold. So yeah, I'll probably put in a long into the account. It's already 10.27. So we can put that order in to see if it pops through, and if it does, we'll take it. But right now, I don't feel like catching a falling sword. I'd rather play momentum back upside on NVDA. So I think we'll put that trade in, a break of 129 on NVIDIA. We like that. But realistically, man, I mean, we're saved by Amazon. This was an absolute monster trade. We told you, you know, a bigger position. We've traded, again, more share. We've traded double the amount of shares on Amazon than we did on NVIDIA today, although we're still in the thousands for NVIDIA. Amazon is what we're looking at right now. So 215, put another offer there. If we can get it, great. My next offer after that is 215.12. So I'm going to sit there. Let's sit on like the BATS gateway or something. Take a fill if it goes back upside. We'll just put out about 10% out. And if we can get that, then good on that. But that's what I'm dealing with. If there's anything else you guys want to look at, then we'll go from there. But NVIDIA, Palantir, Amazon, Riley, and BBAI. Riley going to be the P&L number. Despite all of this trading, Neil, Riley will be P&L #1. And that came in real early and it just kept on going to the upside. So good trading there on Riley. Again, who would have thought that would be our #1 stock? But it's Riley.
Who would have thought Visa and MasterCard would be so strong? I've seen like 5 people in the chat now asking about Visa and Microsoft in here. Adara, I believe, well, I don't know if she responded, but was asked, is there any news? I didn't see, there's nothing in particular there on either one of those names. I'm going to get to HIMS in a second because that's a heck of a V-shaped recovery. So I've seen no news for Visa and MasterCard, but I think you're looking at the right idea when you're finding the relative strength. So whether you pull up Visa or MasterCard, both of these incredibly strong. It's fresh highs, it's a breakout, you know, blue sky setup here on Visa. But as you might have noticed, I'm looking at HIMS because, again, let's just keep it really simple, did not break prior low, had a huge V shape and is now taking out, at least attempting to take out yesterday's highs with a sizable gap above that 44 here on HIMS. So it's doing a little bit of a pullback off of that high break. If it can bounce off VWAP, I want to join this to the long side. It's a squeezable type of name. It's a similar setup to what we just did with C3AI, only with C3AI we did it off VWAP, quick scalp trade. This one just distinctly stronger with a similar early look. Let's go to Adara.
We're going to talk crypto, but also I did look into Visa, MasterCard. I'm not seeing anything on either. I apologize. I didn't see it in the chat because I'm not checking as frequently during these opening hours. But I will check on social media. There's zero news, though, to suggest any move on Visa or MasterCard that I can say. Now, let's talk about Mara, because Marathon Digital was actually an earnings name, initially really strong here. We opened and basically initially pushed to the downside right off the open. So what happened here? They did actually beat on earnings per share. As Sharif mentioned, it was quite a hefty beat. $1.24 versus 68 cents expected. Sales also a beat. Their revenue for the fiscal year was actually up 69% year over year. And apparently the direct energy cost per Bitcoin mining came in at $28,000. They mined 2,492 Bitcoin during the quarter and purchased 15,574 Bitcoin. So those are their Bitcoin numbers. That is the deal there with MARA and their earnings. Bitcoin here itself looking continuously like this very bearish kind of rounded top type look. We did get a bit of a double top, of course, when we made that new all-time high, then pushing to the downside. We're right now, we're still poised to potentially to break a 4-day selling streak, but some of that initial optimism and push to the upside this morning has waned quite significantly. Ethereum's actually down about 5% here, back to this 2,300 level. XRP down 4%, BNB 2.5%, Doge about 1%, Cardano about 2.3%. So nothing significantly weak, but all a little bit subdued to the downside today, guys. Back to you.
Subdued, I like that term.
2740s. Yeah, good term. So, again, we talked about getting more out of Amazon. It's the only position I have. I mean, the Riley position, that's already been a good one. I mean, we'll wait. Should have shorted this. Market rallied all the way back. What's my dog doing? Oh, there it is. Nice. Today, my dog's watching the show on the laptop right here. My wife just sent me a picture. All right, $77, $78. Right now, I'll show it to you. Open image in new tab. Yeah, it's just right here. Hard to see, but there's her resting her face on the table. But she needs get a haircut, girl. Okay, so actually, no, don't. It'd be probably too expensive. All right, so $78.
Where's the cuteness?
Yeah, the cuteness is unreal. I know you guys have gone back and forth, and I know some people in your family don't want to have dogs, but like, wow, that's instant love, man. Everybody that has a dog, like, amazing. I had Guido, the Italian pug, and now we have Belle, and she's a cockapoo, and honestly, without her, well, she just means so much to our family. Anyways, those of you that have dogs know what I'm talking about, and I know Brendan as well, very, very fond of said animal. Okay, so yeah, look, for the NASDAQ, right up there into 7750, I really, really like that level. So if we can break there, 7750, I think that we can go short. The VWAP's at 7777 or so. So if we can get it back upside, I do like that short. The market traveled real nice back upside right now. There's no more numbers coming. We do have some Feds going to be rolling out a little bit. We had Barr at 10. I don't know what's going on. I still have these guys in my ear. I'm not really hearing anything right now. So if there's anything that talks, Dara's sort of brought us. We talked a little bit about that. I dropped you the knowledge of those 10% tariff and everything in the pre-market when we looked at FXI. And that seems like that's going to be hitting China again, obviously, as we worry about some of the chip names, and we worry about NVIDIA today, and we worry about Amazon and all of this, because today NVIDIA real negative off that report.
Yep.
It was positive. People were thinking pretty good about it. Then the real money came in, and then this is what's happening. And right now you're right back to day's low on NVDA. So a big whoosh in that name as well here today. So I don't know, like for me today, it's been a little bit of a rough day. We'll hold on to this Amazon. I'll be red. I'm not sure what Neil's up to, but at the end of the day, we're just going to wait for Amazon. We're not red that much or anything like that. It's a good thing that we did get that Amazon back. I am waiting. And again, it's like, look at the 50-period moving average, right? It's like I said, I didn't want to go long until we broke above it. And that seems to be like the right play. I don't have a problem trying to go long now against this bottom in case the market does turn around. We've seen NVIDIA get juiced up. Another name that's been juiced up, obviously, is Tesla there today. I mean, that just came right up to the 200 again. And this is what I mean about trading less names. It's like if you're just sitting here looking at Tesla, you probably would consider that short. You might have got burnt off the short rate there as well, but nice move there for Tesla, straight up to the upside. I'm going to dance with the devil a little bit here on NVIDIA, take a 65 fill, 66 fill there, and see what winds up happening. That low of the day is not 123.56. It is 125.20, let's say 125.25. So you're right down there. We still have a little bit of a ways to go. So as we said again, I'll start this trade. The last time I started a trade with 10% or a 1 unit, it did not work out. Here, this one's coming right back in as well. So let's see if it wants to work out for itself. We did get some more Amazon out for $2. We got a lot of it out up here for $3 at $2.15. Let's see if Amazon and NVIDIA both want to hold. All right. What's not holding, though? It looks like crypto. Yeah, and HIMS, I guess. Is HIMS?
Well, okay, HIMS did not hold the high, but now we got to wait for maybe to get into VWAP on him. So it did not hold that high breakout, as you can very clearly see, rejected 45. It's still pulling back into VWAP. You just saw the market starting to pull back as well. So just got to be a little bit patient. It's a relatively strong name. I shouldn't say something like super strong, but I'd like to be able to get this either at VWAP or we can just hold this prior bar high at 43.86, close it above 44, and look for that long with a tight stop, and then play it back into yesterday's high. Simple way to put it. Let's go to Adara. Ooh, 1036.
Go A.
We're going to talk here about NCLH because they actually were an earnings play, sold off with the rest of the market this morning, but bouncing a little bit. And it looks like we are having some comments coming through from their executives right now. The company saying that they're seeing no pullback in onboard spending. So onboard spending apparently is cruising as normal for NCLH. Also, I want to talk about Visa and MasterCard. I looked into this. As I mentioned earlier, no news, but a lot of social media attention for both. And we're talking multiple tweets a minute, which you usually don't see for names like Visa and MasterCard. Looks like there's a bit of social media attention, which usually suggests that we have some retail investors watching. So retail investor interest, as far as I can tell, is what's motivating Visa and MasterCard here. But of course, if I see anything else, I will let you guys know. And we are brought to you today by eSignal. Traders, listen up. First month, free. That's right, we're waiving fees. Trade smarter, not harder. Upgrade to Elite. Analyze, strategize, capitalize, because our platform is everything. Infinite data, instant trading, lightning fast market insights, game-changing charts predicted with back testing, reliable real-time data, global markets at your fingertips. All in one platform, so do not miss out. Execute your best trades now with eSignal. Are you ready to elevate your trading? Scan that QR code or click the link in the description. Back to you.
Yeah, buddy.
I mean, at least we got it now. I mean, there goes NVIDIA. We're now 50 cents in the money. We just put this trade on. I mean, I hope some of you are taking some of it out, as I am. Our best out is 127.15. So I'm taking more. There it is. Oh, it's on 127.15 right now. Let's put another offer right there. Let's go to 11s and see if we can get that out right there. There it goes. So it's a nice play again for us there. Yes, Neil, another play right here for us coming through on NVIDIA. We're here, man. We're live. We're doing it live. We're putting these trades on live. There it goes. So I don't know if you want to discuss your most recent position, but there's NVIDIA, Neil. We just put it on into Dollar Club. Welcome to the Dollar Club, NVIDIA. There it goes, man. Boom goes the dynamite here as we bring the energy no matter who. What's up, Sharif? Hope you're doing well as well. That always smells so damn good, man. But here we go. It's a nice move. It's another Dollar Club winner. We have $3 on Amazon. We've got $1 here on NVIDIA. Go kill him with kindness, Neil.
Yeah, we'll kill him. Kind of great look over there on NVIDIA. I can't even tell what's in that bowl, but you're right. It smells delicious. Sharif just showed it to me, and I have no idea what's in there. It just looks like
tons of rice.
Is it rice? There's got to be protein in there somewhere. Anyways, it does. No, but he puts it in the microwave, and then the entire trading floor smells.
It's eggs, Neil. Eggs.
Oh man.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Okay.
So from a distance, it looks like rice. Shout out to Trade Ideas, apparently as well. It does smell delicious.
My wife killed it with this crazy salad yesterday, man. I am so blessed. Every day I'm like, man, thankfully you said yes, man. That is for damn sure. Okay, so Amazon right now, nice backup move again for them. Let's take out some more pieces here on Amazon. Wow, what a big day, man. Riley, again, a good day for us. Amazon, we turn our frown completely upside down with $1 here on NVIDIA. So let's just go. I'm going to hands up in the air and let's just wave it like we just don't care and go. It's going to be a big day for us. I'm already feeling it, and I hope you guys are as well. So, yeah, going to be a big one there. And I'm going to, I saw a meme the other day, and it was like the guy got his hair cut, and then he paid his barber in eggs. And I thought that was pretty fun to see that. I might take a little dozen over there to Halim and see what he's up to.
I'm sure you'd appreciate
these days right now as well, man. I got a family to feed, man. We got to watch out for that. Go to Costco, grab some eggs, and start paying people off with some poultry type products. So, all right, nice move to the upside right now for everything. We're here, we're live, man. We're being who we are, and hopefully it's going to be even a better day than what we've seen so far, and I think that's about to happen because we're going over to the big screen with Adara.
As usual, the tech sector really driving the market. What's fun about the sector board is you can kind of see not only what the whole market's doing, but What is leading to this directionality? We are still a little bit red on the NASDAQ. And with that in mind, really the only sharply red sector is going to be tech. NVIDIA, Broadcom, both selling off here. Of course, NVIDIA earnings day one. Apple trying to hold down the fort. Cisco looking pretty nice as well, but NVIDIA really winning out here. Then we have technology services, which is oddly pretty flat, but there is some weakness in CRM on earnings day one. Netflix, Google, and Oracle selling off as well. Meta and Microsoft not doing too much of anything so far. Finance incredibly strong here across the board. BRKB leading the way. JPM, we have the Bank of America, all really strong. And of course, as mentioned earlier, Visa and MasterCard both looking great here as well in commercial services. So it looks like this might be a finance-related play to the upside. Consumer services, great. Health technology, great. Consumer non-durables having some strength as well. Energy minerals. Health services bouncing back after a couple days of weakness. Utilities is another weaker sector here, and it looks like VST is the reason for that. This is another earnings name that gapped up, but pushed lower. And if you're not aware, Vistra is actually an AI play as well due to their data center work. So VST and utilities weak along with NVIDIA here. Back to you.
Well, that's sort of the thing. They're the power behind the new data centers out there. So whether it's Constellation or Vistra or GE Vernova, a lot of them have been under a tremendous amount of pressure. HIMS just failed again at 45. So like every single time it tries to hold this breakout, you're seeing the topping tail candles come in. It hasn't got VWAP, but it's held on to 44. So as long as it holds on 44, maybe there isn't going to be a VWAP trade on this. And we got to look for the 44 entry. The other name, and I hate to say it, but Palantir, I wanted to only be long on Palantir. Maybe it'll end up being a 30 or 90 breakout here, but yeah, you got to look at this. It was yesterday's afternoon and aftermarket tops at this 90. If we can't break this one out, might just have to look for another mean reversion, but this time in the other direction on Palantir. So if Palantir breaks this trend, just joining the low of the day with that recent dip here into 88.7, we break that trend, I'll actually look for a short. All bets are off if we take out VWAP here on Palantir. So it's HIMS, a new one, Palantir, which is one that we're waiting for that 86 to 88 level. Thankfully, we were able to finally get that bottom. But remember, I'd taken the long really early and gotten out for a loss. So we'll see if we can get the trend break on Palantir. That'd be a reversion back toward the low. I'd much prefer it actually go higher. That way we can start playing it off of VWAP and HIMS, which is one of the strongest names out there in the market. Maybe this is the time it holds a bit of over 45. But I've been trying to catch it right back in here in front of VWAP. It might just end up being a breakout trade for HIMS. I love what's setting up in terms of the big gap that you've got above 45 into like 50 and 52, but it's failed that top too many times to want the long at the high of the day, especially at this time. I do not like breaks at the high between 10:30 and 11 o'clock. I think it's a time you want to be patient more than anything else.
Yeah, exactly. I think patience rules the day. I mean, I know we've talked about it here. Yeah. If I was just patient, like a little more patient, but I mean, you never know. This is again what we were talking about yesterday. Like you never know where that bottom's going to be. We tried it at 215. That's the level that we liked here on Amazon. But again, it was going to be a top trade idea for us, and so I wanted to stick with it. And just like we went back over to the number one idea on the sticky note as well with NVIDIA, we just got right back into that, into 126. I was actually waiting for more to come through here on that dip, but apparently we do not get that. So now we'll have to wait to see what's going on with Amazon here into the close. With NVIDIA. Now it's still $1. We're $1 in the money. We're happy with it. We're battling back here today, big time. All right, Amazon. All right, NVIDIA. Let's go, man. There it goes. We're sitting in $4 worth of a win. So far, so good here on the market. So we got $2.50, on Amazon. We've got $1 on NVIDIA, and we've got 25 cents, a big 25 cents on Mr. Riley's neighborhood. So we'll wait to see if that comes up. I mean, I'm waiting here at VWAP for this. We only have 10% left of this trade, so it's not like it's going to be a huge one. We were able to get out pretty much all of them right here. We only had 50% left by the time it went to the upside. Each one of these is, again, another 10% out. So far, so good. Can obviously not be read here on Riley, and nor will we be. This is still going to be, believe it or not, out of all the trading that we've all done today, this is still going to be the number one stock P&L-wise for us here today is Riley. So, wow, on that one. And Tesla right here as well as we go, man. Of course I'm trading Riley. Dude, I trade small caps. Yeah. You know that, my guy. We've had some of the biggest small cap winners here, actually, to be honest with you. I know Shreve trades in the midday, but Shreve's right. We have left it alone on this show for some reason, but we're back in it, so we'll still trade them. I mean, you guys know Big Bear's been a good one for me in the past. Riley's been a good one. We've destroyed.
The quantum names have been great.
Yeah, Rigetti. Yeah, lots of names have been great. Good point, Neil. So yeah, as we go, man, lots of great names traded for small cap, right? Here. So
speaking of small caps.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
NIO's been on one today. NIO, and I know everyone's like, oh, you guys are ignoring NIO. You're ignoring XPeng. Yeah, super strong. I actually didn't see this. I wasn't here yesterday, so when NIO did this exact same thing, 7 or 8% yesterday's trade, I did miss it. But it looks like the buyers in accumulation at force finally doing something on NIO, and maybe this is the moment where you actually get more than just 1 or 2 days of lackadaisical buying above or into $5 and then just a big reversion. It feels a little bit stronger here. You like the volume that it's putting in. Biggest volume candle yesterday since December, I believe, although I'm missing one of those, but since December, and you're following that up with a lot of strength in here. As with all Chinese ADRs, all bets are off for me once you get past like 1 o'clock in terms of volume. But if you do get a VWAP dip or a reversion back downside, I'd look for a bounce off VWAP here on NIO. So I'm not caring about $5. I care more about that $4.90. Palantir still very much doing the same thing, where see the sellers at that 90 level. It's not really able to punch through, but the good thing about this is the longer it holds, making these higher lows in the 90s, then you get a tighter trail in terms of where this trend line is from the actual open bottom here on Palantir. So now you're starting to eke above that 90 level. We close above VWAP. I want to look long into the trend line, and it's that or HIMS, and HIMS is suddenly looking way stronger than it was before. HIMS now starting to hold bids above 450. Nice little higher low put on HIMS. I don't think we're going to get VWAP if this one wants to squeeze here today. So we close above VWAP on Palantir long into that trend line I just showed you, and with HIMS, going to give up on VWAP for now and maybe look for an entry a little bit higher with a tighter stop. It's putting in higher lows here on HIMS. I don't want it to get too far away from us. NVIDIA, it's not moving as much, and that's kind of putting, with NVIDIA not moving, AMD's not moving either. So the idea that AMD on this bounce was going to get to VWAP feels like that's pretty much kaput. 103.5, I might have to look for the short there. Not a single trade on AMD for me, despite liking it short, because it just fell like an absolute rock. The only level to look at now would be yesterday's low, and then that works to Tuesday's bottoms as well. So I guess that's all you're going to get, and I have to short it well away from VWAP. And that's just part of the game. You can want to short something in VWAP because the market's coming up, but if it doesn't get there, you don't get a trade. So I'll just have to short it off of where the sellers are showing me it can get to instead.
I think the best short there would be for Tesla right now, 294. We can definitely have a look at that. I don't want to go short anything, but that would be a play I think is somewhat reasonable here. TSLA potentially for a downside push right now. So we can have a quick little look and see if anything does happen here for Tesla. But that would be something if you're interested in it. That could be a trade that I don't mind doing. Their Tesla, so we'll set some orders up around that 294. Just looking to see what we're doing. NVIDIA's having a problem. We talked about Riley a little bit, but it's not really doing too much there. Palantir, let's see what's going on with Affirm now. Affirm, load. Okay, so I'm getting a signal that it's at VWAP, but again, without too much volume there, up actually 0.5%, which is nice. The sky's not falling. I mean, we're only down now 0.39. That was a very, very epic move to the downside. Yeah, I see you in the chat, like, I don't know, Google getting hit there again. It's just going to continue. I'm not really sure why Google's getting hit the worst out of them all, but it is. So Google down 1.49% right now. And yeah, not looking very healthy. That is for sure. So Amazon battling back. Google doesn't really battle back that much. It did have a nice move. It did go up about $2, but faded right back in. I mean, I guess Amazon only went up $3. So it's not like this is super strong. And yeah, Google just, I don't really have a reason of why that is potentially down so much, but it is. So we're just going to have to wait for it. I mean, broke through the 50-period moving average and, the 200-period moving average. 50 was way up there at 190. and now it's a downside play. So you got to have to wait probably for 160, 165 right now for Google. So forever long is your boy, but it does not look like it wants to be a great idea. That is for sure. So,
Buying opportunities.
yeah, exactly. Just all about buying opportunities, but you got to have cash to do that. So hopefully some of you are able to raise some of that as we go. So definitely, man, been... thanks for watching here today. I think it's been obviously not as profitable of a day as we would have liked to see, but we'll still be holding out red. Put in the chat. I want to actually see what you guys are up to. If you're red here, I'm going to say. What comes up if I just type in red? Okay, I'm going to put this, so put in a red or green little stop there and we'll see. So I'm going to be red today, but again, very manageable, but we are going to be red. And in being honest, I mean, this is how we got to where we are. We're 500,000 subscribers. Thank you, everybody. Congratulations, Darwin and everybody as well. So let's start putting them in the chat and let's see what people are, red or green today.
Well, apparently, just before we go over to Adara, I just got into the break of the trend here on Palantir as we just lost VWAP and just lost that 90 level. So going to give it to the prior bar high. That's going to be 90.25. And let's go to Adara for a little money talks.
This is the US dollar, and it is, as you can see here, kind of trying to break out of its downtrend on the daily chart. We've had lower highs and lower lows. Yesterday, we got a bit of a bounce. Today, though, actually trying to take out this previous high. Let's see if we can get above that high of day on Wednesday, February 19th, which was our most recent high there, that 107.30s. So currently around 107.17s. Lots of Fed speak today. We're going to have Fed's Bowman come through at 11:45 a.m., Then we're going to be getting Fed's Hammock at 1:15 and Fed's Harker at 3:15. We also are going to have we had some data earlier today to talk about exactly in line with expectations here for the GDP estimate for Q4. So our previous estimate was 2.3%. This estimate also 2.3%. Pending home sales here much lower than expected, negative 4.6 versus negative 0.9 expected. Then we're also tomorrow going to be getting PCE, and it looks like we're getting a little bit higher than expected on or lower than expected, in some of these metrics. So PCE price index year over year, we're looking for 2.5% versus 2.6% previous. The month-over-month PCE is expected to be in line with the previous print at 0.3%. Then the PCE price index on a core basis is actually expected to drop here, 2.6% versus 2.8% previous. We're expecting a slight uptick, though, in the month-over-month core print. So to recap, we're expecting in line or slightly above slightly above the previous print, for the month-over-month numbers. The year-over-year actually expect to be lower than previous. So year-over-year, we're expecting to see a little bit of deflation, some potential inflation expected month-over-month. But what these expectations aren't really going to mean anything. We have to wait and find out what the actual number is at 8:30 a.m. So you can find that with us live. Back to you.
You can find it live for sure. All economic numbers and as importantly, all the earnings live and live price reactions to all of it, like in the record-setting NVIDIA show last night, where they rinsed all the options players again. I feel like this earnings season may be the last one as well. If you've been betting on the over on most of the moves, you've been getting moked this year.
Yeah,
I think you just have to. This feels like the kind of year where the market makers are just absolutely rinsing everybody, and you have to make the adjustment on the earnings. Too many inside moves to be playing for those big, obviously outside opportunities, but it does give you some good bounce levels to work off of. It gives you some fade levels to work off of when things go a little bit too far. Snowflake might be an example of that one here today. So, there's always an opportunity to trade out there. You just have to adjust to what the market is giving you. We're no longer seeing NVIDIA just double-digit everything to the upside or downside. It's just not going to be that. So the market's heading back to 21, and we just got into Palantir. I just looked up at HIMS is going to head into VWAP as well, as it looks like we're coming back in. So Palantir broke trend to the downside. Looks like it wants to track at least toward 88.5. Just a reminder, I like Palantir longs from 86 to 88. And that's because of this 50-period bounce that we got going on. Pretty much on a dime, it's bounced off the 50 period. So I like that level for Palantir in general. If we trend back in, going to look for the out at the low of yesterday, which is just underneath 88 here on PLTR. Trend in, trend out. And HIMS, which is still strong. Don't jinx it. We got 5 minutes to go. HIMS putting in a little bit of a bull flag off yesterday's high. If the market comes back in for us, this could be the chance to actually get VWAP. All kinds of sellers at 45 here on HIMS. So it was right not to take the long up here. I think waiting for it to get in, maybe give us a better long closer to VWAP or 44 is going to be the way to go. So Pouncer is the only new position. Hims, we're still waiting very, very patiently for that long opportunity there. Good hook shot. People don't use the hook, and
I just Kareem Abdul-Jabbar this guy, and he dropped it. You know what I mean?
Imagine if Wemby had if any of those dudes had a hook to go with some of the game. I don't know.
Wemby's hurt now, gone.
I know that was sad to hear, because hopefully it's more like what happened. Because Ingram had this too with the blood clotting. But you hope it's not the worst, because it can be a career ender. With Chris Bosh, it was obviously a career ender. But
Chris Bosh, yeah. Take my talents to South Beach. Okay, so we reloaded NVIDIA, and we're, there it is again. Another one. So another win for you guys there on NVIDIA as it goes. I don't know. I looked at the chat there. We could do a vote. What is this vote, anyways? What does it say? Bullish or bearish? Okay, bearish looks like wins the day. We asked about green or reds, and I was sort of looking at it, and it looks pretty mixed. So yeah, greens, reds, some greens there, some reds there as well. So a pretty mixed day. I feel like that's about right. So, depending on what you're trading there, thank you so much to everybody for watching the show. It's about to get 10 times better with Joe and Sharif coming through. So get ready for that right there. We did take advantage of a move up there in Riley to get less and less exposed on this. We're out there, came up into the VWAP. We said we were going to wait for VWAP. We got it. So there it goes, man. Man of my word. So we get some out there on that as it pops back up. So yeah, man, so far so good here today. And we'll be down, but it'll be rough. It's like we'll make that back. Hopefully we'll be green by the time we come back to you guys. And then right there it is. So all of it was due to this. If we don't have this trade, then we are significantly down. And we made that same play yesterday and the day before where we got hit early trying to catch some of these moves. We're just going to have to try to back up just a little bit right now. Rivian, the stock that I cannot advise anybody buying, is down to $12, but it is having a nice move back to the upside again. You want to catch falling knives, go for it. But that $10 mark might be a spot where you might want to get interested in Rivian as that's starting to pop up again. And then really, man, that Tesla long, that was the trade today down there at 280. So it came back in and ripped up about $13, right up there at 293. So watch out now if that comes in and retests those lows again as well. So just to let you know, I'm still bidding some Amazon down there. I'm going to cancel all those upside takes. We'll reassess all that when it comes through. I'm going to buy some more NVIDIA and I'm buying more Amazon. Until we break these bottoms, that's what I'm going to be doing. So let's see if blood does come in the streets. I'm going to be sitting there and picking up some Amazon. My bid is at $211.80. So still ways down. If we can get down there near $2, we're going to do that. And then we're using $211.50 as our out. That's going to be the bottom of the day. We'll try to take 30 cents worth of risk on shares that are brave. So we'll say that. We'll wait to see if Amazon comes back in.
And that's what it's all about. We have a couple minutes to go, so just one other update for you. Palantir still holding a trend, but starting to put in a nice little higher low. The market's holding on to 21,000, which has at least some significance to it because this was the bottoming tail wick that we put on in the NASDAQ. There we go. So 2 days ago, there was your low at that 21. We put in the bottoming tail wick, closing above it. So support in here means take profit on shorts. It's a trend in, trend out. So if we break this now prior bar low, I'm going to jump out of Palantir. If we break down from here, looking for that 88 level, Hims is still looking relatively strong. So it's holding on to 44. It doesn't seem to want to get into VWAP because the market's still dropping. I just want to be patient with it. But the other way that I can get into this is if it does this slow grind down, trending like this, I can just take a reversal of that trend, whether it's at VWAP, it could be at 44, 43.7, let it close back above, take the long, and then put the stop right underneath that prior bar low. That's another way that I might get into Hims as it looks relatively strong here for sure. I see Bearded Warrior trades. His SPY seems to like the 590 support. Yeah, I'm looking at the NASDAQ, but it's essentially the same level. That 21 on the NASDAQ, your corresponding, on the NASDAQ future is going to correspond with that ES bottom as well. So yeah, the market's trying to find support, but remember, it is trend down. I prefer to look longs in things that have an upward trend to it, or at least some form of relative strength. That's why I'm over here on Hims, which it has a chance. It might close this bar above this recent trend, in which case I'd try to jump in, ideally before 44.6 with a stop underneath that prior bar. So Pouncer short working. Hims, we're not in it just yet. And AMD, Donald just said. I don't know why you're excited about AMD. It must be, there it goes. It just broke the low again, so that's me canceling another offer. AMD just broke the low once again. This stock cannot get out of its own way. It is 11 o'clock. We'll be back at 2 for sure. But right now, you've got the professor. You've got Joey options. Go get them, boys, and eat those eggs, Sharif.
Too late.
How do you...
Boom. What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to How to Trade During the Midday. That's your boy Joey Options right there. I'm Sharif, and we're going to wait until YouTube decides when it's good and ready to send everybody over. But we've got a lot to talk about today. Shout out to the OG Darwin in the chat, Jack CW. How about Callum Mitchell Miller? Shout out to you, my man. We even have Joseph and Matthew Booth in the chat. Bears versus Dang Bulls. The world's greatest mod joining us as well. Thank you for joining us. Shout out to Kalu and Fiddleback. I'm starting to notice that certain people make it in earlier than others.
Yeah,
I'm starting to wonder if
Darwin is always
they get, priority from others that don't.
VIP entrance there.
There we go. Easy Media. We got Tony Travels, Indeed Money, Adam Dang Deleuze. How about Diggity? We got Ozan China. He's already yelling China. We got Jacques, Freddy 5000, Hytham, Ticker Checker, Chucky, Lo-Fi Soul. How about Indeed Money? Like this over here. Mr. Ducts. Okay. Shout out to Showtime. Shout out to Stevenson, Mad Word 1. We got Mesla, Vern, Bert. We got Cass. We got Harold. Vizbot as well. Raul. Joseph Wahar. Stock Up. Kurt D. Mr. Ian. And Young Talent the Great. I like that one. That was good. Bert Lee. Ryan Lindquist on the blockchain. What's up? What's up? What's up? Abdulaziz Ismatov. Hans Beer. Sirens Industry. Like this. Redo Stocks. We got Alan Blumener. I butchered your name. I'm sorry. Bob S. MMG. Giovanni. We got Osama. And one more here, Joseph. Michael Sparata.
There it is, baby. Cooking it up, guys. Hey, I'm going to just point one thing out on NVDA, and we've been talking about it for the past couple of days anyways, before leading up to the earnings report. And that was that put and call wall right at 140. We put it high in around 136, and that's as high as the market was going to allow it to push. There's just too much size there, in my opinion, in order for it to break through. You're going to need a big player to step in. But one thing is to look forward to is that all those contracts expire on Friday. So let's see what happens with that. Is that going to cause it to shoot higher? I don't know. We're just going to have to wait and see. But notionally, it's quite a bit, and there's over about like 18 point something million shares right at that, potential shares, I should say, right at that 140 strike price. So I think that has a lot to do with why we couldn't push through. I heard Sean talking about the expected move being a little lackluster, and absolutely, I agree with him. When you price in something around 9% or something along those lines, and then now you're negative on the session, going to the downside after this report, then it is what it is. But I mentioned time and time again, now we're pushing lower and lower in this name. The real question is, how low can we go? And I think this market is going to see a lot more red days to come. That's just my opinion, but we're going to find out and see. 140, that put and call wall. Sharif, I know you're going to want to cover something before we hop into the lesson. What do you got going on?
Here's what we got, Joseph. This is obviously the small cap gapper side charts over here, but there's one notable one here, Joseph, that's really breaking out right now. And this is the big boy on the market. It's up 193%. Let's talk about this one. ESGL. Into $3, $3 high a day. This thing is a dang rocket ship right now, so it behooves us to find out a little bit more about it. What's the deal with this one? Okay, 20 million share float, says Trade Ideas, and a bupkis short float, 0.04. I haven't seen one so small. So ESGL seems to have no shorts involved in it at all. Now, again, as we always say, this could be 2 weeks old, the data that is for the shorts. So really interesting here, ESGL. Keeping that in focus. We also got HIMS, as Joseph was talking about there. We got LTBR into the highs. This one's only about 19.25%, seeming to have trouble with 12. That's on the top right corner of your screen. And then the one that I like, second best after ESGL, ARIS. Shout out to all the Aries out there. I know that's you, BPI. Can't wait to see you tomorrow, homie. Get it, Adara. 3160. That's 3158. Excuse me. That is the high a day on ARIS. Let's do a little bit of a deep dive. I know Joseph's got a lesson, but I just want to let everyone know ARIS has a short float of 7.5 million and about 27.5 million share float, so not a bad look there. Root in focus as well. At Riley, we saw the Katina man kill this one in the morning. And last but not least, LMND, Lemonade, is making what we call big boy moves here into the highs. It's up 15.5%. It just printed the high, 36.40. This one's been insanely respectful of the 10 exponential moving average on the 5. Those are going to be the main ones. ESGL, ARIS, and LMND. We're going to keep the others on the side chart, Joseph.
Yes,
but
sir.
We'll find out exactly if they can hang on.
See if they can hang or not. Mad World, yeah, same, my friend. I added my average is now bumped up. It's unfortunate of the way it went here, so we're gonna have to assess. We have some stops in place, but let's see what Adair's up to.
Keep an eye here in Taboola, TBLA. This is actually a day 2 earnings move, but also we just got a little bit of volume here. There's an article that was published yesterday by Business Insider saying that the company is targeting a $55 billion opportunity through its new ad platform. Now, this, again, came out yesterday, but it's just being circulated right now again on social media. So as it recirculates, some traders entering the name with that volume push to the upside for TBLA. That is Taboola, guys. Again, day 2 earnings play and new recycled catalyst online. Back to you.
Yeah, thank you, Adara, for that one, guys. Yeah, let's dive right into this because I think there's a lot to talk about with the markets and stuff today. So I want to talk about just constructing a trading playbook and just being all around consistent, right? I don't know if any of you guys seen that one interview with Shea Gilgeous-Alexander, and the reporter's just like, why are you so good at what you do? And he's just like, I'm just consistent with my life. So a bunch of aura points right there for Shea there, guys. All right, let's get right into this. Pre-market preparation, trade criteria, and data collection, all right? So let's see, creating a day trading playbook is like crafting your own personalized roadmap to navigate the financial markets. Numerous of successful traders credit their success to hard work and a defined trading playbook, all right? Pre-market preparation, detailed trading criteria, and consistent data collection are key criteria to the success of numerous amounts of traders. So, pre-market preparation, I think this is extremely important. Starting your trading day the right way is going to be a key factor in your session success. Proper and consistent preparation is very much important. If you think that you're going to be able to roll out of bed at 9:25, turn on the computer, and then go against traders like Sean, Sharif, and all those guys, and then I wish you the best of luck, but that's just not the reality of this game, all right? Checking daily news, sentiment on social media, as well as what is in the equities market seems to be catching the public's eye. That's why we run scanners. That's why we go through the news. That's why in the morning show, they say, hey, this is what is possibly trending. This is what's popular on social media, and etc. All right. Keep an eye on upgrades, downgrades, and headlines. We have exactly that here in the morning, and that's what you want to see. That could affect an individual stock and even the broader market. Check daily macroeconomic data points, earnings, and earnings during and out of season. Okay. So every morning we get those CPI, we get the pending home sales, GDP, etc. here in the morning, and you want to keep an eye out on those because you may have the question, well, why is the market moving? Did you do your due diligence? Did you check to see if there's any catalyst in the underlying? Is there a catalyst in the broader market? Is there any macro news? And it's your job to do so, all right? And this is going to help just add to the success, whether it be 1%, right? The goal is to get 1% better. So if you can do something to put you in the direction of being profitable, then you may as well take those steps, all right? Here we go. This week's major economic reports here. So this is just an example here, guys. This was taken from last year, about a month or so ago now. And this is just what you want to put. You can get a whole list of it right here of what's happening that week. And then it's your job to document that and put it into your own journals and say, hey, okay, well, on this day, I traded really well. What was leading to me? What led me to trading really well that session? Okay, well, we had initial jobless claims that came in strong. We had X amount of catalysts here on this stock, and then the broader market was trading higher. So we have those influential catalysts in the markets, all right? So trade criteria. Trade criteria and stock selection are key factors in consistent trading success. Being in the right stock with your trading parameters will help increase day-to-day success. Now, as you get more familiar and you gain more experience, you're going to realize when your setup is there, right? You're going to run your scans in the morning and be like, hey, this isn't necessarily setting up how I want. You have a group of stocks, you narrow that down to about 3 or 4, even 2 or 3 stocks, and you hyper-focus on those, okay? Stock screeners are a great trading tool that allow you to filter through the market and find in-play stocks that fit your playbook's trading metrics, all right? Analyze current technical level, mark out key support and resistance levels for your in-play stocks. Establish potential trade scenarios, breakups, breakdowns, reversals, and continuations. Okay, so now this is basic. Sharif has his small cap gapper filter. It's very simple. It's something, anything over $1, I believe.
Basically.
And then a lot of volume here. He wants to see that volume, and that's mine. My price filter is anything over $13 and anything below $1,000, and I want to see anything with over 900,000 shares traded up to an infinite amount. The more shares, the better, all right, for that criteria. And then we have all the exchange. It's that simple. This is exactly what I want. When I run this scan, it gives me that list every morning. It's as simple as hitting the scan button, and then it's going to give you those stocks. It's going to filter out all of the 500 from the S&P and whatever it may be, and then narrow it down to a couple of them, all right? So here we go. Collecting data. Numerous points of data can be collected for your specific day trading system and investing criteria. Select and collect key points that best fit your system. Categorize your entries. 9:30 to 11 a.m. market open executions. 11 to 2 midday analysis. 2 to 4 power hour and closing session. Ranking weight of catalysts, upgrades and downgrades, macro data, news headlines, mergers and acquisitions, and earnings. I think earnings is one of the highest levels of catalysts, all right? Risk per trade, collect data on your risk units per trade. This can help you scale trades and setups you're more efficient in, and reduce risk and trade setups you're less accurate on, okay? It may sound simple, but it's slightly more complicated, but the more you have the ability to simplify things, I think the better off you are. You can make trading as complicated as you would like, but you can also simplify it as well too, okay guys? So here we go. Journal as well as collect screenshots after each trade. Obi does this, I do this. A lot of people on the floor do that. Document your psychology before, after, and during trades. Analyze how you managed each position. Document accuracy with short and long positions as well too. So that's something that you want. Now this is just the simple criteria. This is exactly what we're looking at here when we create the price maker poll. This is just the criteria. It's simple. It's not overly complicated. We want to know what time we're getting in, how many shares, whether we're going long or short, time of day, the time we exited, and just the simplistic stuff. So the trade number, the stock, the pre-market volume, the strategy, the time in, what time of session it was, time out, the result from a risk to reward standpoint, the shares, catalyst, level of catalyst, and then of course the date. So tricks of the trade. Define your goals, develop a repeatable system. I think that's something that's extremely important. Make sure you can construct something that is repeatable, something that you can do on a day-to-day basis. That doesn't mean it's going to work all the time, all right? Successful trading playbooks require structure, discipline, and data-driven decision-making. Consistently analyze what you're good at and dissect the key metrics that provide the success, okay? Always manage risk accordingly and do not take outsized losses, all right, folks? And that is that one for the trading playbook. If you guys want this, if you guys just want this slide here, feel free to DM me on Twitter or X, sorry guys, and I'll send this over to you. Oscarito was asking me for this. I sent it to him. So if you guys just want something to track basic criteria, you know what to do. DM your guy there on X. Let's see what Adair's up to.
Keep an eye on Amazon here. I'm seeing some comments coming through. Andy Jassy, CEO of AMZN, said there's not enough chips and power to meet AI demand. So this actually echoes comments he made yesterday as well when the company unveiled their new generative AI efforts, including its new Alexa. Basically, Andy Jassy at the time said that we have a lot of demand, but we're really unable to meet it at this time. He's actually saying that there's not enough chips and power to be able to meet this demand in the first place. So more interesting AI comments from Andy Jassy, CEO of AMZN. Back to you.
Thank you very much for that, Adira. Look, guys, the Katina Man's basically involved in a monster right now. He's in Amazon and he's in NVIDIA 126. So we're going to hit the, you know what we're going to hit, man. Sorry.
That's going to be us tomorrow, man.
Why, Joseph? What's going to happen
I don't
tomorrow?
know, man. You know what's funny? When you and Obi started the show yesterday, you're like, yo, what are we doing tomorrow?
Yeah.
And Obi's like, I don't know, what are we doing tomorrow?
You saw that, huh?
I was actually like, I don't know, what are we doing tomorrow? And I'm like, no, I'm not prepared. I'm not prepared for this whatsoever. I just came off a hiatus in Jamaica.
Yeah. You need a bit of a break.
Yeah.
You need a little bit of a
you know
detox
what I mean?
here, my
Yeah,
boy.
so it's going to be a tough one, though, my guy. What do you got cooking up?
Okay, we did real well here on VLCN. We punched in 114, just took it out there at 131. VLCN, Ram. It's on one right now. Is that her? Yeah, it is her. 40% and going. It is a dollar name right now, but it is on one. It's got a good aggressive move up. Shout out to Bovin, man. Bovin, you're the one that called this out, my man. I didn't have eyes on this one. Shout out to you. It's topping right here. Get it, Adara. Thank you, Adira. I do appreciate you there. So we're going to keep an eye out on this one. Bhavin Dang Patel, sir, you're responsible for this trade here. Let me know what you're looking at there, Bhavin, because I'm looking at punching back in because the momentum's still going. A new high of day of $1.36, and something tells me that $1.37 is coming in soon. There it is. So we're going to keep an eye out on this one, guys. VLC.
Whoa. You're in a face slapper there. I don't
know about that, bro. You know how I am, man. We don't take big positions on the show, but we look to execute for the people here to give them the right ideas. That's just kind of the deal.
Yeah.
Bring them up here. Thank you, Breckles.
You got a shirt too, my guy?
Oh, the Katina. He got it. Katina, man, show the people. The People's Trader going to show them the People's T-shirt, baby.
What did you get, man?
We're going to find out right now.
I'm reloaded.
So what we're talking about right now, guys, we all got different T-shirts for Obi's grad party. We talked about this yesterday. Bring in the Katina, man. There he is.
See.
What do we got? No, that's the wrong way, Katina, man. Yeah.
It's the wrong way.
Ooh, me like.
All right.
Me like. I like that.
That's too tough there.
All right, where's ours?
All right, hey,
what do we
let's
got?
go.
This one's
All right,
mine.
let's see. Thanks, my guy Branks.
Hey.
My guy Branks is coming back from a little trip too. Let's go. Let's see what we got going on, guys.
Of course you got that. Of course you got that.
All right, let's see.
I like it. I like it.
You ready?
Yes, sir.
Let's go.
FPX.
Risk
Management Department, a.k.a. doesn't exist.
To the moon.
Don't exist. To the moon.
To the moon. Let's go.
Yo, I ordered a large,
Get in here,
bro.
Katina, man. Put it on there, my guy.
I ordered a large, Joseph.
What do you got there?
I don't know, man. This thing's not going to fit as a large. I was going to get a medium, too. Breckles is like, don't do it, dude.
I had to get the small.
We're going to get it right there, baby. Let's go. Let's go. Yeah, that's what it is. It's an Alibaba large, says Ram.
It's a Temu large.
Check out
Let's go.
I love this. Katina, man, who do you want to win?
Who do you want to win, man?
No, Katina, man. Don't point at the red guy. Come on now. There we go, baby. All right,
so we're going polar opposite. We're going to the Earth.
I like that a lot,
thing.
Dude.
Yeah, man.
I guarantee you they didn't pay nothing for it. Well, you can't trademark the Bitcoin thing, right? Like that's,
I don't know, probably not.
Public domain.
Yeah, right? Maybe. Yeah, it's public domain. There you go.
All right.
So here we go.
It smells
guys.
like it just came out of the factory.
Yeah,
so I don't know if
it's
corrosive,
fresh, man. So yeah,
it's corrosive right now.
It's a nice new gym shirt there. So yeah, that's what we got going on there, guys.
Yes, sir. So very happy for Obi. Clearly, it's very, very delayed.
Very delayed.
It's been almost like a year since
we got
it, right?
So we got a lot to make up for, I guess. There.
We're very pumped. Obviously,
is that Wayner in the back there? No.
I don't know.
It's
Brankles. Yeah,
still Branks. Let's see if we can get Nvidia to get rolling the ball here, guys. It's rolling. Katina Man's in off those
he's in
bottoms.
a two banger right now.
Yeah, he's in a hot dog cannon. He's in another face slapper there. I got 3 swings going on right now, guys. I told you guys Walmart, NVDA, and Amazon, and I was going to get out of Amazon at 220, but I didn't catch any fills. It was too quick. It just tapped into it and then sold off 5 points, and then that's why your boy had to go for a quick walk, because I'm like, I'm like, we got to chill here. But I mean, hey guys, it is what it is, right? We're not going to get too worried about it. I do want to talk about the overall market and just where we stand at from a daily perspective, because I think it's really, really important. And the kind of the choppy range that we've been sitting in here. We'll go to Adair in 1 second. I just want to finish this point here. But here we go. We have some key support levels that we need to keep an eye on. And then here we have some double top price type price action. If we breach 589, I think it might get a little bit uglier than what it seems to be. And you also have to take into consideration that we're only down about 4% on from those all-time highs. So yeah, we're going to talk a little bit more about that, but let's see what Adair's up to.
On Amazon, Andy Jassy, CEO, keeps talking here about AI, and he is making some interesting comments. He's saying that he has spoken to President Trump. He also said here that chip export curbs could cede businesses to other nations. So basically, if America is forced to keep curbing these chip exports, other countries could step in. So kind of a cautious look here with regards to these chip exports. We know Microsoft earlier today basically issued a letter of communication here with the administration saying that they really need to be careful what they do here with these chip exports, how it can impact other countries. So AMZN here on watch with more AI-related comments from Andy Jassy for the second day in a row, guys. Back to you.
The people want to see your T-shirt.
They want to see a T-shirt, man.
Yeah, where's your? Well, we all showed ours.
Yeah, come bring it up.
She's bringing it. All right, she's coming in.
Everybody's got one now.
Continue your thought while she gets her T-shirt.
Yeah, okay, well, sorry, we speak one at a time here. We don't want to get too carried away. We got to listen to the production.
Yeah, man, she's
boss down
she's
there,
very assertive these days. Have you noticed that?
Yeah, I've noticed it.
I really like
that's
that.
okay, Lily.
Oh,
here we go.
What a shock. What a shock. Why isn't there a GLP-1, like a needle or something on there? Like, what the hell?
Somebody today asked, like, what picture do you want? And Frankel's and Opie had already pulled up Lily. And
Woman, you need a dollar sign or something to vote to show that that's a ticker. People are going to...
Bro, like it. Thank you,
Brenkles, you need to be more creative, brother. Like, how are we supposed to tell that that's Eli Lilly? I mean, unless you're trading, you don't know that that's...
we like it, bro. We like it.
There's a building near my house last week, so this is a sign.
So there's the sign.
I love it. Get it, Adara. We're happy.
It's a sign, guys. Yeah, she got the only colored one.
People want to know why you got red, Adara.
Yeah, exactly.
People are really upset in the chat.
It's the color of Lily.
Yeah, all right.
All right.
It's a bad omen.
It is what it is. Okay, but yeah, here we go, guys. Just going back to the overall market and the broader, you can see that we've been trading in this range, not looking overly pretty. It's not good, but if we break through these key support levels, I think there's going to be some more downside, and then I think the next target is going to be around this 574 level, which I do think is going to come into play because we have been on a 2-year plus bull market, and then when you see this indecisiveness and the consolidation that's essentially been going on since November, and a lot of ups and downs, and some ugly days. So I don't want to call that say that there's any specific headwinds, but you know that those tariffs are coming into play very soon. So we got to keep an eye on these levels, Shreve. Yes, and then if we break them, I think we're going to go and touch some more ones to the downside, my guy.
Absolutely, my man. I think that is sadly the case, but you're just going to have to deal with that and be strategic about where you add, and don't be so emotional about things. I know it's money. I get that. It's money. But if you get emotional about it, you make emotional decisions, emotionally charged decisions. Those are not the best decisions, nor is it the best state of mind to make these decisions. Case in point, I was fed up. No, I want to talk about this. I was fed up with my pan-dub trade, right? I got out of pan-dub at 203-ish, and then I got back in at 191. Why? Because I made an emotional decision to get out of pan-dub, despite the fact that the best days, in my humble opinion, are still ahead of it. So I just want to make that point. When I make decisions and they're emotional, they're almost always wrong. When I make them in a clear mindset and when I'm not emotionally charged, they're not almost always right, but the hit rate is way higher. So I definitely want to send a message out to everybody there. Go ahead, Katina, man.
Emotional damage.
Emotional damage. Yeah, absolutely. I like that.
I was definitely feeling it.
Katina's killing me, bro.
Man, I was giddy this morning, adding into NVIDIA around the 133 area in the when I was at home this morning. Sorry, and then we had that Amazon swing, and then it's like, okay, in a matter of seconds, it's all gone. So it's like So you got to go for a walk, drink a muscle milk, grab
I haven't had one of those in a minute.
Yeah, grab a Farm Boy buffalo chicken wrap, and just come back and get some fresh air. You know what I mean?
There you go.
Yeah,
sorry, guys. I like to have fun, man. You know what? Whatever, man.
1 pound fish. I love that video. 1 pound fish. Anybody,
I don't know about that one.
You never seen that one?
No, I haven't.
It's hilarious. The guy's song. Who said that? Jack CW. Yeah, I love that song. 1 pound fish. Everybody.
Ram.
1 pound fish.
Have you?
All right, no,
whatever.
That's it, man.
Yeah, we're having a good time.
Yeah.
Ram. Have you seen that viral TikTok video? The Jamaican guy that said, "Rich, millionaire." Did you see that? You know about that one? Yay, Ram. Yeah, that was hilarious. All right, Do you get a cookie? I don't know. There's cookies in the back, girl.
No.
You have a lot in the fridge, don't you, there? I visit some of them, Ram sometimes. Sorry.
No, time out. Time out. Whose Kit Kat bar is in the fridge?
That's hers.
Yeah, it's not safe. I would
It's
not
not
leave
safe. It's not safe.
I would
She
not
leaves
leave
her
that
stuff
in there.
there.
Yeah, do not leave that in there much longer because it is not safe, okay?
Oh, man. Ket, what's going on over there?
Yeah, what's
Katina,
going on over there,
I
man?
thought that you were the one that hit that. Okay. All right, guys. I just got stopped out of a position over here on ESLG. This one, it didn't hold up. It didn't hold up at the right level. We're negatory on this one now. I was trying to get it off the 10 exponential. It wasn't having me. So we end up getting stopped out of that one. And the one that we were in initially, VLCN, holy cow. I was setting up to go long at that $1.16, which is where VWAP is at. Look at this. V-shaped retracement. So I'm a little concerned right now with the strength or lack thereof of these small cap gappers. So we're going to keep an eye out on that one. Let's bring in the side charts, though. Let's wax a little poetic, to use an Adara term, about some of these small cap gappers. So Root, very expensive. It's $135 stock, but it's on one right now. It's up 37.5%, a little bit more. So you're going to have to obviously ante up, as well as practice sound risk management strategies with Root, R-O-O-T. It's LMND. That's on a dang rocket ship right now. Guys, this thing hasn't even touched the 10 exponential moving average since 10:30. So it's better part of an hour now, Joseph, where this one has not touched the 10. It's very directional, very strong, but it is getting a little extended. I might be picking this bad boy up off 37 on a pullback. It's up 20 1/3%. HIMS as well. I want to shout out Neil, because Neil had a banger in HIMS. He had over $1 club there for the flat top breakout. So shout out to Neil Dang Roberts for taking that bad boy. But it's coming down into 45. It's an area that I like it because of the 10 exponential. It's shown its respect for the 10 on the day already. So you're going to have to ante up a little bit more here if you're a small cap gapper trader, because it's $45 plus, but it's setting up well. So let's go ahead and load up HIMS. Oh, here, it's already here. On the chart. So where am I wrong here? If we give up the ghost at the 10 exponential, by extension of that 45. I perceive us to have another price action support right at this area here at 44.75. So let's go ahead, let's weasel our way in. We're going to get in a small amount here, and then I'll be looking at DCA. I'm planning my dollar cost averages here. So I like that 2/3 to 3/4 of a dollar level. So I'm going to sit at both levels, okay? So I'm going to sit at 76s, and then I'll also sit at 65s for a dip trade there. Oh, wow, it just popped up, okay? And then drop right back down. So we'll have an opportunity to DCA, but I'm going to put orders as well. Let's sit on the north side of 45. If it wants to pop off and move up, I'll pick it up there. I think I'm wrong through the $0.50. 44.5, I'm out. That's the 20 exponential. It's also a breach of this area price action support right here, this area crest. So if it breaks through there, I'm out. I'll be taking it out through there. So let's go ahead and throw the stop. So we're going to have that. So that'll mean that we have that many shares. So we're going to go ahead and wait over here. So we're going to just like that, and then we're going to change it there. So it's already zigging and zagging right now. We'll see if HIMS wants to hold up generally in this area. Yeah, what else am I looking at? LTBR. Fantastic look here for LTBR. It's not the biggest percentage winner on the day. It's 16 and change. But here's the deal. It just came in to that VWAP area, and then it got bought up like a storm, 11:30, and now it's popping off right back into 11:50. It spent like literally no time at the VWAP area. So I hope you had resting orders, as I always advocate for, at the level that you want to get in and take profits at. So that's the look right now. We're involved in HIMS. I'm looking at DCAing into this monster if it'll allow me. And then I'm going to take everything out if it breaks through that 40 penny area. I'm looking for it to hold at price action support, Joseph. Otherwise, want no smoke. What do you got on your side, my man?
Yeah, for sure. We got a couple people in the chat asking me to take a look at APLD for them, and we'll do exactly that because That's what we like to do. All right, guys. So you know what I'm going to point out here, right? And hopefully I don't have to say it, but I'm going to point it out anyways. Just be wary of these types of signals. And sure enough, as you break it to the downside, you're going to get that continuation. We have key levels of support right here, so you want to keep an eye out on those as well, too, guys. So APLD, from a technical standpoint, it's just moving sideways like the rest of the market. I think it's time to go maybe a little bit neutral and just relax. And there's some things that I'm going to talk about next week, and that's gamma, because I really started to take a dive into it to see like, hey, okay, what's going on with it? Because there's more underneath the hood there with gamma. So I'm looking forward to that. So check in Tuesday morning when we do some options talk, and then in the afternoon as well too. We're going to do a kind of a thorough lesson on gamma and just get really into that. So here we go, moving sideways. I don't love it from a technical standpoint. Let's zoom out a little bit here. And this isn't something I would necessarily want to be involved in for the long term, all right? So just ask yourself, are you willing to withstand this? Do they offer a dividend, etc.? And is it going to break out? You need to wait for that specific catalyst in order for this thing to continue to move higher. That volume is starting to pick up a little bit here as well too. But as of right now, not something I'm going to be looking to buy. I like Sharif. I like how you mentioned earlier. It's like, just be careful of allocating right now, just because of the overall market sentiment, right? It's good to buy when there's blood in the streets, and I think that's what a lot of individuals do. You get a really good price, but if there's potentially more downside, you got to be really patient and wait for those turnaround signals. But as for this one, NVDA, it's unfortunate that we traded as high as 136 in the pre-market or just below it. But time and time again, and I'm probably going to talk a lot about it throughout the day, is just that put wall. And I showed you guys before via a different screenshot. And you can see that when you have such large amounts of open interest on the put and on the call side, that can cause some options pinning. And I think that's been the case here in NVIDIA. That's why we have had the inability to breach higher. With it, such a phenomenal report as well, too. We know that growth is slightly slowing, but the numbers are still fantastic. If you look at everything from a year-over-year basis, everything's like 90% up, 80%, 75%. It's like, I'm like, yo, how much more can they like continue to win on this? As I was reading the report last night, and it's like, okay, why aren't we trading north of 140? Why isn't this thing continuing to appreciate? And I think a lot of it has to do with that open interest on the options chain, on the call and the put side there, Sharif.
Yes, sir. Okay, we're involved in HIMS here at 56. It's showing me 04s. So give or take, we're about 50 pennies in the money, but look, I had to de-risk. So when it came down, I got out of a portion. So full disclosure, we're negatory on it right now, but we'll look to do a little bit better. I'm also keeping my eye on LTBR. It's coming into the volume weighted average price, the area that I've been waiting, but this is a sustained down move here on LTBR. So I am concerned that, just because it's coming into VWAP, it may not mean a whole lot, right? Because that area is a little concerning to me at the moment. 1130 or so on LTBR. Now, look, the deal is the volume's a little, I don't know about this. It's less than 2.5 million shares, 2.44. Yeah, the spread is kind of wide on it, 12 pennies on an $11 name. I don't know how I feel about that. 11.36 on the bid, 11.48 on the ask. It's not my favorite, not going to lie. So I'm going to steer clear of that one for the moment. But I see Riley is breaking through the volume weighted average price. What's going on over there, Katina Man? The Katina Man is long Riley at 640. Great entry, bro. $7 just broke on Riley, and it took the volume weighted average price. It's up big, 23.4% on the day. So we're going to keep an eye out for Riley. HIMS coming right back down into 75, so couldn't clear the $45 area. And I'm going to take this opportunity to add some here. Exactly what I'm going to do. So I'm going to wait at 60s. If it will allow me in at 60, fantastic. If it won't, it won't. That's a look there. So LTBR in focus, as well as Lemonade, man. Lemonade is a dang rocket ship right now, but it is putting in the first red candle since this candle over here at 10:30. I mean, there was this candle of indecision at 10:45, but it closes a doji candle. So I don't want to, I'm not marking that as a red candle. It was a candle of indecision. So HIMS in focus is the one I'm in right now. Basically, we're 50 pennies on the money, and now we're about 14 pennies in the money. Quick as that, it comes right back down. I mentioned Root. I mentioned ARIS. They're not to my liking at the moment, so I'm going to steer clear of them and have a look at the top screen over here to see if there's any new small cap gappers making their way onto the scene. There was this one BCG, but it's given up the ghost. It's breaking down below VWAP. Peppa Pig is back today. PEPG. It's also at the volume weighted average price. Let's have a look at Peppa Pig. And it's not called Peppa Pig, guys. I was just, I don't know.
Why not, man?
It's not Katina, man, but it'd be nice if it was. 180 over here. It's trading at VWAP, my man. PEPG, it's up 20.25%. It's not a bad look, certainly, but yeah, the volume on it is quite bupkis. It's $1.84. It's done 1 million shares. I mean, it's just not cutting it for me. So I'll steer clear of that one. But if it sets up in a bit of a better way, I will get back in. ESLG is the one that we went negatory on. Show yourself, ESLG. Where are you? Okay, I might have gotten rid of it, which is fine. Is it this one over here? No, that's Riley. Hims. Is it this one? No. All right, allow me a second. Yeah, there it is. ESLG just found support at $2. This is an area where it previously had support. So here's what I'm going to do. No, I'm not breaking my rules here. I'm not going to take this long sell to the volume weighted average price. I just won't do it. Every time I break my rules, I end up paying for it. So I won't do it. But it looks good over here at $2. I mean, if I wasn't trying to stick to my rules so stringently, I'd be getting long. All right, HIMS back above 45 right now. Sadly, it didn't fill me at 60s where I was trying to get more in, so that resting order went unfilled. It's having trouble with 45 here, boys and girls, because it's coming into that level and rejecting. A little above on the ask, a little below on the bid. Let's see if it can catch a bit of a move up here. I'm waiting at 25s. 45, 25, that would be about a 75 penny banger. If we can get the fill, underline that, if we can get the fill. We don't got it right now. What's going on over there, Katina, man? It popped up again, didn't it? Oh, I appreciate you, brother. Yeah, well, the Katina Man's in Riley today, guys, and it's a small cap kind of day today on the floor of Trader TV Live. We got ESGL going, we got Riley going, we got Hims going. It's not technically a small cap gapper. Well, it's an honorary small cap gapper. We'll call it that. Continuing to watch ESGL Joseph as it defends that $2 area. Shout out to Rohit defending $2. That's what I see, my man. I see that as well. It's just the problem, Rohit, is every time I take these bad boys long, south of VWAP or below the pre-market high, I end up paying through the nose for it. And I don't want to pay through the nose for anything today. So we're going to pack our patience. Joseph Wilson.
Yes, sir. Okay, yeah, guys, we're in this NVDA trade here. We're going to hope it can start cooking.
Hey.
We sold off quite drastically, down 3%. I think that this was like, if I show you guys my notes, it was the one stock I was looking at this morning. And it's unfortunate that it didn't really play out how I wanted to, but that's okay. There'll always be another opportunity. So this is going to be the third quarter in a row that it has not exceeded its expected move. So you just got to keep that in mind. I'm not saying that's going to be the case every time. Eventually it will, but just not today or yesterday. Sorry, guys. So this is what we got cooking up on NVDA. We got Mara short going on as well, too, guys, because I believe that this name is going to just track Bitcoin. And I'm hearing in the chat that Bitcoin's going to the south side. We are still positive, up about 10.5%, a little bit more than that. 10 3/4, but I think we're going to continue to move lower. You can look at this thing from a daily perspective and just be like, hey, yeah, this mining space is almost uninvestable. This is tough stuff here to sit through all of this. I know we break out once in a while, but unless you're positioned really well, if you're positioning in this $20, this is a headache to sit in. And for me, it's just I don't want any part of this here because it's just like up and down. One day your account's up, the next day it's down, and so on and so on. So that's just a lot of capital expenditure right there. But what we want to look at here is Walmart. My guy over here, Walmart, you know that I told you guys I have 3 current swings on. That is going to be NVDA, Walmart, and Amazon. And this is working out really well. And this is essentially the exact same playbook here as the Amazon trade. And this one's just working out slightly better. My entry's not as good, but that's okay. I do think that we're going to enter this gap, and I'm going to look for it to go into about 100. 101 is going to be my final target on this out. Sharif and I were talking about it earlier and saying, yeah, this is a long-term play, and I agree with him. But I'm also swinging it here just for the short duration because I think we can get a pop in this name because look at the primary trend. Costco is still absolutely killing it, and there might be a little bit of a sector rotation here. So that I'm going to stick to this thesis until otherwise. 101, we're at a dodge on that, and then that trade would have worked out really, really nice for us. So that's what we're going to hold on to, guys. But let's see what Morrow's up to right now. Hopefully we can break down. I like this entry somewhat here. If we break this high of 14, then I'm just going to get out of dodge on this one, and then maybe we'll be able to take the additional leg down. We have a double bottom right here, which is something to keep an eye out on. But if we break lower, then I think you're going to see around that 1250, and you're going to give up the majority of this gain here. So yeah, we're going to hold on to this, and we're going to hold on to this NVIDIA long. But you guys, we got to go over to the big desk with Adara.
Keep an eye here on AXTI. I might have a new small cap contender for you, Sharif. This one just started moving here. Only about 1.5 million shares traded so far in the day. No catalyst on AXTI. It's about $1.60 right now. This ticker up about 21%. 1% short float, so insignificant. $71 million market cap, 40 million share float for AXTI. So, Sharif, this one may be on your radar. This one might have a chance to get it here. Popping up on volume. Wanted to let you guys know about new small cap runner. Also, to let you guys know, if you did not realize, I am running this TTV research account on X, through which we publish some fun infographics. AppLovin has had just a wild time, so this graphic is in honor of AppLovin's wild moves. We had this great push to all-time highs. We actually just made new all-time highs less than 2 weeks ago. Now we've dropped even lower. This thing got 3 short reports in the last week, and it was added to the NASDAQ, but then dropped significantly after failing to be added to the S&P 500. So, wild times. Check this out on X at TTV Research. Try to post infographics. We post multiple every day, so just make sure you're checking that out. Back to you.
Thank you for calling out AXTI. It's a little light on volume right now, but it's got a fantastic looking pattern. It's about 1.3 million shares, but Adair already mentioned that. She said it was light on volume. So we're going to keep that on the side chart, and if it's tradable, we will definitely get into that. But Joseph, I'm looking,
Yes,
somebody was asking me, he's like, hey, you were calling out VLCN, talk about it. Well, I was involved in it here up into that $1.30, but as you can see, all hell broke loose to the downside. So now VLCN is below VWAP, it's below the 10, it's below everything. The pre-market high, the whole shebang. Now it's doing, it's fighting for its life here above $1. A little below $1, a little above $1. I'm not trading this because it's below VWAP at $1.15, nor do I like this flat bottom look that is break here that it's manifesting into with lower highs and that dollar area acting as a flat bottom. So this isn't for me at the moment. Going to steer clear of this one, but definitely interested in LMND and HIMS. Let's show the HIMS trade. So I got out of some trouble here. We took a nice little winner on this one, about 75 pennies, but it's still putting in lower highs. I got out of half the position here. That was incorrect. I got out there because of this area support here, but it was, it pushed me out another 20 pennies. That was 40. I had my stop at 38s or something like that. This one pushed below 20. So it looks like they were stop hunting there, and I got caught up in that hunt. So I guess I'm the prey today. But in any event, let's load up LMND and see if we can extract some profitability and maybe a trade or two on this. What is this? New York, right? Yeah, Lemonade's New York. Okay. So I'm displeased right away with the spread, but that's going to be kind of characteristic of this name. 10 penny spread immediately. It's coming into the 10 exponential. 37.25 is a 10 exponential right now. I want to see if it bounces here. If it doesn't hold up at the 10 exponential, I'm more inclined to take this short as an initial move into VWAP or the 20 exponential. If it does bounce off the 10 exponential, then I might be taking it long here. So I'm packing my patience. I don't have to trade this one like a small cap gapper because it's not, right? So it doesn't have the same characteristics, so it would behoove me to trade it in its own unique way. It's a $2.66 billion market cap, having done about 3.75 million shares traded on the day with about 51 million share float. Let's find out what the short float is. LMND. It's very big. About 32.6% of Lemonade's 50 some odd million shares are board for shorts, as we always do. Let's caveat that information by saying it could be up to 2 weeks old. So make of that what you will. We're just here to give you the information. You got to execute. So I'm keeping my eye on this bad boy. It's coming into that 10 awfully quickly. And if it gives up the 10, I'm looking short initially, Joseph, but I will be looking long, possibly at VWAP. What do you got over there, my man?
Yeah, I'm cooking up on the same stuff here, man. I'm waiting for this Mara to slowly break down. It may take a couple of tries, and that's okay. But one thing I want to point out is that if we start constructing these lower highs here, then I think I'm going to be in a good space. So if we have the inability to break this top right at 14 and we construct a lower high, then I think we're good for this short to kind of manifest and come into fruition here. So we'll hold off onto this. If we break this 1370, then I'm going to look for that next target around 13.5, and then the next target is going to be around 13.3. I think that this name can give up the majority of its gain that I put in. Sharif was saying something good about the numbers. I haven't quite read into the report yet, but I will do so later on today. I believe I'm going to, because there's a couple things. It was good, yeah. It's bangers. You know what I mean? So like, what does that mean for the Bitcoin space? And I'm pretty sure they've had half decent reports before, but it just can't get the ball rolling on this thing because of Bitcoin and just the cost of mining. So we'll dive a little bit more deeper into that because we'll talk about it tomorrow as well too. Because I know Bitcoin mining and Bitcoin is really big here in the chat. So we want to make sure we can provide you guys with as much information as possible. But yeah, that's going on with Mara here, and then we have NVDA as well too. We're hoping that this thing can get the ball rolling. If we can go back into the volume weighted average price, that would be absolutely fantastic. But as of right now, this consolidation phase is not looking overly promising. As you can see here, guys, we are constructing lower highs, so we have to be wary of that. Even though this is a higher low as well too, I just believe that the opening drive and the overall sentiment in this name is just too weak for it to just absolutely go parabolic to the top side, especially with that put and call wall there at 140. I'm going to talk about that a lot because I love how that really came into play. And then watching it last night, because I watched it until about 7:30, 8 o'clock last night. I'm like, okay, if we're going to get the ball rolling on Jensen's conference call at 7 p.m., then I think that we can push through that. But it just hasn't been the case. There's too many shares. There's too much liquidity up at that levels. 2NY had a very valid point, and I mentioned it as well too. We need to wait until this Friday's expiration. Tomorrow in NVDA earnings play day 2, I guess we can classify it as. I think it's going to be an absolute monster one, and I'm going to be looking forward to it.
Absolutely. Shout out to the OG Darwin calling this one out. LTRY, still light on volume. Lottery. What is it? Lottery.com. Federal court dismisses all claims against Lottery.com Incorporated and Matthew McCann, whatever, with prejudice. I don't know what with prejudice. I'm not 100% sure, but usually in Canada that means with costs against the party. So your claim is dismissed, but your charge costs because you acted badly in some way, somehow. So I'm not exactly sure. It's not doing a whole lot of volume quite yet. Volume still at 460,000, nor is it really breaking above yesterday's afternoon high there at $1.70. But, you know, maybe the algos pick this up one in a bit. Shout out to the OG Darwin for calling that out. Not one that we typically trade on here. It's about a $20 million market cap too, only up 4%. Still keeping my eye though on Lemonade. It's losing the 10 exponential, just got into 37s. So yeah, so the situation with this one was, I didn't end up shorting. And I'm feeling quite bad about that because I should have been shorting into 37. I just said, Sharif, it's up big. It's so directional. Don't get caught offside here getting short. That was a mistake. I could have extracted 50 pennies quick as you like on that and then looked long, just like I said I was. So I didn't follow my plan. I paid for it. Don't be like me. Okay, so we're going to continue to watch here. It's still at, generally that 37 area. It hasn't given up the ghost at 37. Might be defending it at the moment. I'll pack my patience. If we start bouncing off 37 and by extension of that, the 10 EMA on the 5, I'll get in. Shout out to the, I don't know who this was up here. Let me just, City Boy 305. Shout out to you. You're a new name. I don't know who you are, but you called out something that I like here. So shout out to you, my man. BCG. I don't know why this one didn't show up on my list, and it's still not showing up on my list. Oh, finally, it just made itself available there. Up nice, 90.5%, high day 390. It's having a lot of trouble, Joseph, with 375. It's wicked into 390. It's above VWAP. Obviously, it's above the pre-market high because it really just started spiking up there at 1105. This one is in play. I'm not seeing a headline on it. I don't know if Adara has anything. I'm looking for him yesterday. There's nothing from yesterday, nothing from the prior days. So I don't know what the hell this, why it's moving up. It's called Bena Capital Group, 57 million, market cap. Independent wealth management company, operates through Wentworth. Okay, I've heard about Wentworth Management Services. Remember that Wentworth, they buy your what's it called? Your life insurance.
Oh, yeah?
If you want to sell your life insurance to get cash.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, JG Wentworth, something like that.
Is that JG? Yeah, oh yeah, the commercial.
Yeah,
the VLJG Wentworth commercial.
I don't know if this is it or not. It sounds the same, Wentworth, so I'm not saying it is, but that's the look there. So keeping an eye on that, Joseph. Keeping an eye, obviously, on Lemonade. It's fighting for its life right now at $37. If it wants to hold up there, all the better. Let's see what else everybody's saying. Marty, with prejudice means they can never recharge him on those charges. Thank you. I didn't actually know that. American law is a little bit different. Thank you very much, my man. I do appreciate you letting me know that. Joseph Birch Music. BCG got caught in a flush early, was down $700 to $700 was down. You were down $700. Scalp back to $30 down. That's fantastic, bro. What a recovery. Checking to see if it's going to break the high. $390 the high, Joseph, but you probably already know that because you're involved in it. Just letting everybody else know. Ike Release, you mentioned BCG briefly when it was heading down. Well, it's still up, brother. It's up nicely here, 85%, holding above VWAP. I'm game if it wants to continue to trade at these levels. Ram, there's BCG right there above the white line, but certainly off the highs. JF Trader, 1877 cash now.
Yeah.
Called JG Wentworth. Yeah, it's been a minute since I've heard that commercial. They're always on BET, right?
Was it on BET?
Yeah,
BET,
pretty sure.
man. I haven't probably watched BET in over, how old am I now? Jeez, okay, well, yeah, probably 20 years.
Hey, Ram.
Yeah.
How you doing over there?
How's that Kit Kat doing?
She's not listening to us.
Yeah, that's all right, man.
That's okay.
We'll figure it out later.
Are we going to Adara?
We never got the...
Okay.
Are we going to Adara? I sent it off.
This girl.
Keep an eye here, and yeah, this BCG, I looked into Binod Capital Group. I haven't found any news on them in the last 2 weeks, but it's worth noting there is a lot of social media attention for this name. Some people saying that they're running because BCG and CCG both are running. It could be like a pairs trade type thing. We know sometimes with small cap tickers, if the tickers sound similar or look similar, they'll run together for whatever reason. So that could be what's happening with the BCG, just given the mentions of CCG as well. So keep an eye on BCG and I guess CCG, which doesn't look like it's running too much here, guys. That's my quick social media deep dive into these small caps. Back to you.
Thank you,
Adara.
Yeah, thank you as always, Adara. You get one of those, especially for the Eli Lilly. Okay, MU Trades. MU Trades. Hopefully, you're listening to this. This is what I'm going to say. Look at this selling. Look at this waterfall type price action. Bang. That's it. Bang, bang, bang. But you know, in all seriousness, that's beautiful. Do I think about it for a long from an intraday perspective? Wait for this pullback. Maybe you get this VWAP retest and a hold of this resistance zone and the support zone here around 26. But don't chase it all the way this extended from the volume weighted average price, in my opinion. Unless you're an MA trader and you like the holds of the moving average, then you can probably just ride that as well too, because it seems relatively strong. But nice, beautiful waterfall type price action. And then these indecision candles is everything that I live for right here. Is these ones I told you with the likes of Walmart from a daily perspective and as well as Amazon. So you get this from an intraday perspective. I think that's absolutely gorgeous or absolutely beautiful, as Obi would like to say. This is exactly what I'm looking for. That's picture perfect A1, the epitome of the signals that we were wanting. But again, the volume wasn't the craziest on that name, but that's okay because that signal was so definitive at an extreme low that I think you'd be okay to eventually get in on the long there throughout the day. One thing that we are going to point out here, I think this might be the new dead one here, Sharif, and that's Google, that's Alphabet here.
Dang.
But the exact same thing. So if I pull up the Unity chart and then you pull up this Google chart, you can see that the relative strength in this name isn't as strong, right? Like if we zoom out here from a daily standpoint and see what we got going on, like look at this. This is horrible, okay? This is absolutely horrendous, Sharif. Down 18% off of the all-time highs. I don't know what you think about that, but in my opinion, that's correction territory. So, and this name is like, okay, like look at this. We know they got a lot of CapEx, AI spend going on, etc. When are they going to start turning a profit? I think that's the big question. But this was just a bunch of noise here Didn't love any of this here, but now we're selling and we're going to run into some key zones, man. This is not looking good whatsoever. If we run into 169, like I don't know how much lower this thing can go, but as for Donald Sharif, I know you said that this guy's obsessed with the market. I wonder how he truly feels about what he's doing now with it, because I'm not overly happy with this guy right now either, because he's just with the threat of looming tariffs and everything that I got going on. But again, it's me putting money in there and having to realize, hey, nothing is going to always be pretty sunshine, and the grass isn't always as green as you think it's going to be sometimes, but that's okay. Am I still in NVIDIA long? Yes, I am, sir, Mr. M, and we're going to pull that up right now because we're starting to get Mara to break down, and that's exactly what we want. Let me pull it up here for the people and see where we're going. Yeah, like I'm trading New Zealand. Okay, here we go. On Mara, yeah, so we're starting to break through some key support levels. I like this. 1350 could be a next potential target. Possible support zone running into right now around that 1362. We breach and head right into this mid-range. I'm going to start to look to take some profits on this. Let's see what NVDA is up to as well, too. Hopefully we can get a bounce on this. It's looking like it's heading towards the bottom of this zone, so that's not a pretty picture. Going to have to get out of it as we break some support levels.
All right, man. We're in BCG, in and out, back in, back out again. Let's go. Let's go into 93s. We're looking for the break. Oh,
no.
Fat finger moment. Took everything out. My mistake. Boo-boo on me. But we're doing well over here on the other one. LMND, about 30 pennies on the money or so. Looking to take out some at 33s. It's showing me 30s, so it'd be just fantastic if it could move down or up, excuse me, just a scotch. How many shares do we have on here? Okay, so what I can do is I can go like this. Let's see if we can get filled like that. Yeah, we do get a fill. Good. All right, so let this one cook. Let's see if we can get the fill a little bit higher. Okay, so let me just talk about what I did here. I made a mistake. What a fat finger is if you're a newer trader. I meant to take out a smaller amount of shares, and I ended up taking more shares out. So now I've taken out the entire lot, and I'm without shares. I'm shareless at the moment. The reason I want to be in shares is because you look what it's doing. It's about to take out $4 right now. BCG is on one. It's up 110%. It's got a bit of a flat top. I'd submit to you at about 375, 380. It did break through it. It hasn't been a breakthrough on a closing basis. Here we go. The traders are jumping into this. You can tell. Just look at the tape. Look how the tape is moving. Look how the book is moving. You don't even need to look at the volume bars to know that volume is coming into this one at an extremely high rate, higher than before. We're still only at 15.25 million shares, so that's not too much for a $3 name. So maybe the volume picks up a little bit more over here. I'm absolutely aces to get back into this one. Let's see if this one lets go. All right, we took almost everything out there. We got all our orders filled here on LMND, except the one that $2/3 of a dollar. We're long 88s. It's showing me 38s. I'm pleased as dang punch. I packed my patience with this one. It did breach the 10 exponential, but it was a quick wick. And now we have a higher low. Doesn't mean that we're going to move back up and take out 39s on LMND, but it puts the odds in my favor a little bit by having a bit of a buffer between myself, the current price action, and my entry. All right, here we go. Now we're showing 44s. I'm waiting at 63s or 62s, something like that. So it's going to have to clear the whole dollar level here for me to get printed. We got a couple of more outs on this bad boy. So just because we take out that 2/3, doesn't mean that we're done. 58's now showing up. I'm waiting in the low 60s, so hopefully we can get printed here. But it is a bit of a wider spread. 43 on the bid, 55s, 58's now on the ask. So it's going to have to cross for me to get the print. Wowzers, there goes BCG. And now we have the high day of $4. But there's a whole bunch of push and pull right now between buyers and sellers at this $4 area. What I'm looking at, guys, is a side chart over here. I chart differently. I got different indicators up on this bad boy. So excuse me if I'm looking back and forth between the screens. It's having trouble with 4, but my spidey sense tells me that this $4 level is going to get taken out quick as you like. Let's talk about some of the deets. BCG. It's a 3.43 million share float with a short float of 1.87%. Not much there, to be quite honest with you, but not bad. It's got a small float, so buy that by its very nature, it can become quite parabolic just because supply is limited. The shares out there are limited. It's already done a 5 times float rotation, 16.6 million shares on 3.43 million share float. So what that means is it's basically cycled through the amount of shares available for trading already 4 times, 5 times. So you can just do the multiples there by dividing. So that is important. It's a metric that we talk about because it shows interest, market interest. If there's a lot of float rotation going on, it means a lot of participation, a lot of volume in the name. So keep that in mind when we talk about that kind of stuff. 59 is now showing up on Lemonade. I'm still waiting in the low 60s, and it's not going to print me quite yet, sadly, as the spread opens up a little bit here, Joseph. So I think I'm going to have to pack my patience.
Yeah, good look there. Okay, yeah, so ADHD zone, that's jokes, all right. I mean, I think you got the right idea there, right? Just like whatever you're looking to allocate to that asset, just start slowly averaging in, especially if you're looking for a longer term play on Google. I'm just totally not convinced that there's a bottom in this name yet or in the overall market. I mentioned that we're only down about 4 or 5%. So in my opinion, there's going to be some more downside. We are in that third year, which is usually a more choppy year, and we're heading towards the bottom of that range. Are we going to get that bounce this time? I don't think so after multiple touches. I think that we're going to go sub 500 on the Qs, and then what are we at on and then around probably 550 before we start looking to turn around. So we could end up into somewhat of a turbulent phase in this market here. So just be prepared for that, guys. Sit on some cash if you have the ability to, and then just slowly allocate into your positions. But here we go on NVDAs. We got stopped out here. There's no bouncing. I bought at the top of the range. Not a good idea here when you have a super weak stock like this one. And then something I usually don't do, I averaged in there, and then now we're just continuing to the south side. So yeah, a little bit tougher look there on NVDA. I'm going to avoid that one for a little while, guys, but we're getting the breakdown in Mara. Hopefully we can slowly start to capitulate and then head to about that 13. If we can get the bottom of this zone here, then I'm going to be more than happy with that. But as we start to pull back, I need to be weary. I'm not going to take any profits out yet just because I don't want to take some out and then get stopped out, break even. So what I'll do, I told you guys the game plan, and we're going to stick to it. If we break this here, then that means we're going to construct a new high off of that pivot, and that's not something that I was planning to hold on to. That's the game plan. Inability to construct a new high. Now we form a higher low and then see if we can go to the south side and hold on some. So that is the game plan on that, guys. If there's anything that you are looking at in the chat, feel free to let me know and we will go over it. I know someone asked about PLTR and some earnings. So yeah, we'll take a look at this name here. I want to see what, from a percentage metric as well too, what PLTR is down from those all-time highs, because I was talking about it a couple days in a row here, Sharif. It's just that overall market breadth is weak, and then you have these big names like Amazon, Google, and some other stocks that are down more than double digits. So is that slightly correction territory? Possibly. Maybe we got to go a little bit lower here, but that's okay. We're going to figure some things out and just take it from there. So what do we got going on? 31% off of those all-time highs. Palantir is down. So yeah, not the best look there. A little bit tough one. We are positive about 0.25% on this name in the session, but just look at these opening drives in the overall market here. If you're a 5-minute orb trader, then bang, look at that, just all the way flush to the south side.
What does that mean, Joseph?
5-minute orb?
Yeah.
5-minute opening range break.
Got it.
Yeah, 5-minute orb. So yeah, I guess I should clarify that a little bit. 5-minute opening range. And now that we're talking about it, Sharif, we'll dive a little bit more into it.
Good call.
Because yeah, there's some things that a lot of traders like to do. So you have the 1-minute opening range break traders, 3-minute, whatever it may be, whatever your time frame it is. But it's that opening drive. So when you see something that is relatively strong, what you want to do is play the break of the 5-minute candle, the 1-minute candle, or whatever, the 15-minute candle, whatever your preference is, right? Whatever time frame you like to use. So a lot of traders, okay, now this is the first 5-minute print here. We broke it to the top side. I'm going to enter at the break of the candle, whatever your system requires. A lot of people use the body, or you can use the wick, right? And then you look for the continuation in that trend. Does it always work? Absolutely not. Some things don't work. But then you can also use this 5-minute opening range to go to the south side as well too. So the break to the top side did not work, but now you can play a trade to the downside when it breaks, because now you have some key support levels. You have the pre-market range right here, and then you have this massive engulfing candle on the 5-minute. And if you play the break of that 5-minute wick to the downside, you put yourself and you set yourself up for a really good trade there. I used to trade the orbs quite often when I first started off. It's a good system. You just have to get really comfortable with it. Let's send it off to Adara and see what Neil's got for the lesson of the day.
We're gonna have a Neil lesson of the day once again here after a couple days without one. S&P 500 trying to bounce as a guess as of right now near this previous area of support, but generally here lower highs, flattish bottom or lower lows. Not a great look here for the S&P 500. NASDAQ looking pretty similar, even more bear flaggish here for that NASDAQ. Lots of small caps though to play with here. Sharif's been giving them to you over there. And IBIO I'm seeing popping up here now with an 8 million share float, 5% short float, and about a 1.7 million shares traded on the day. So just under 2 million shares total volume so far today. We did have, of course, NVIDIA really ruling the day here with earnings, but there were other earnings plays as well. Snowflake, a lot of these earnings names pretty anemic. So we had this initial gaps up in the case of Snowflake and NVIDIA, now kind of languishing right now. CRM, another example of an earnings name. This one actually gapped up, kind of came up here to this 304 level, and right now drifting back lower. So it's really hard for a lot of these names to stay strong today in a market that certainly isn't. Make sure to hit the like and subscribe during the market recap show after the bell, Sean and myself, because there are a lot of earnings today, especially if you're a small cap or retail meme type trader. And I say that because we're going to get SoundHound. We're going to get Clover. And if you're looking at larger names, we're going to get Dell as well. So nice little balance of everything join Sean and myself at 4 p.m. Eastern for that market recap show. In the meantime, we're going to join Neil and his lesson of the day. What you got cooking over there, Neil?
Thank you very much, Adara. Yeah, Dell aftermarket. That should be some fireworks, especially with the market reversal that we had this morning. And I think, lesson of the day, it's going to be a bit twofold. I'll get to the second part because I think it's an obvious one that makes sense because I wasn't feeling well earlier that I'm going to talk about. But the first is simply, we always talk about defining the style of trader you are, but Joe was talking about something which is very important. Whether you take opening range breaks, 5-minute, whatever it might be, you have to be a little bit wary when you've got a lot of stocks which have been making bounces, which have gap ups and reversals and potential breakouts when they're happening at the same time, right? So you get like a stock gapping higher and it's got an obvious resistance level over it like an NVIDIA did. And you could go down the line. I could show you AMD had something similar. You had a lot of names which were trying to take out that top. And then right away at the open, you're falling right through. That's where I think a lot of times you can talk about going reversal, whatever, but if you're looking for long trades, you've got to be very, very particular about your entry style, especially when you have multiple names which have just failed the top. There's going to be those bounce trades in there for sure, but you've got to know where to pick your battles. If you are a support and resistance trader, then you wait for the levels which are supposed to give you your bounces. Maybe they do. Maybe they don't. Certainly 129 did, 132 did not, 126 did. But if you look at this, there was nothing other than our support and resistance levels to work off of. So if you're support and resistance, you should have been able to eke out some wins on something like an NVIDIA. If you were a breakdown trader, great. I think you're doing absolutely fine. But just to give you another one in here, because we were talking about Mara, when you get things failing early breakouts, you've got to know when to get out of dodge. Like, what is your style of trade? My style of trade is a station-to-station trade. Lose support, get out. Don't fight it underneath. Like, take your money and be able to run. Know what your parameters are. Because I'll tell you right now, like some of those scalp trades in NVIDIA where I'm not holding it forever and I'm getting out with a tight stop, I'm not holding Mara forever. I'm taking it into first resistance, and when it does that, this actually marked the short sell because I had to take profit out when I punched out of position, so it said I was going short, which I was not, because I was aggressively getting out of this when it rejected that high. And you've got to do your own style. For me, that's what lets me be green this morning, is sort of having that really, really tight stop mentality, that really tight entry mentality. And the other side of it is be willing to switch gears. Because, ultimately, I think sometimes you go from like support and resistance to, well, I don't have my levels to work off of. I thought Palantir could be like a breakout. Let's hold it through the top. When you start trending like this, it turns into, this is so much more volatile than I was anticipating. The only setup is going to be a mean reversion play, and you wait for it to get into the target zone, which was a very wide one, and simply break the trend. So we got a trend break there. But when we got to VWAP, I just went into a short. Because what's the next available trade here? It can't hold a bit above VWAP for me. I want to trade this name because I believe it's got a big move in it. And you get a quick dollar scalp on this stock just on one short trade, which happened way faster than any of our long bounce trades happen over here. So you've got to be able to know what style of trader you're going to be. But in that first 5-10 minutes, when you get false breaks, there's another example of a false break that high. If you're trying to go long on a false break, there's only two ways that it can work. One, you have a ridiculously good support and resistance level, which it actually shows a bounce at. NVIDIA had a couple, so you could get away with those. Or you get some kind of a capitulation bottom where it shows you in a support area that you've got a reversal candle and you can work into some longs. Outside of that, there were many moments today in the morning show where I was flat and not in any trades. And if I'm looking long in a day like today, then that's, I think, how it should be. Because if you're long the whole way in a morning like this, you basically just have to hope to get the bottom and that you're still in at that point. That's not a place that I want to be. And the second part of the lesson of the day here is simply, look, man, I've been under the weather the last couple of days. And one of the things you should know yourself. This morning, didn't feel compromised, got a good night's sleep, had a good night's sleep last night, feeling absolutely fine. But I can tell you right now, starting to hit a little bit of that wall. So I know I'm going to trade less this afternoon off the get-go. Been under the weather the last couple of sessions, starting to hit a little bit of that wall. You should know that about yourself as well. I know Obi talks about this a lot. I try to talk about this whenever the chance is. It's one thing, being tough. I'll come in, whatever, how I'm feeling. I love the markets. I'm going to make it happen. But if you know that you're a little bit slower, a little more compromised, you don't have to overtrade in that situation. You can pick your best spots. Only take the entries which require the least amount of, not analysis, that's the wrong word. The least amount of discretion, let's just put it that way. All those discretionary decisions. Well, I know when I take a mean reversion setup, it's very binary for me. I don't have to worry about working my entry. It's like this happens, I go long, my stop goes in right there. Those are the types of trades I'll look for when I'm not feeling 100% because I know it's hard for me to muck that up given how binary the trade and the setup is going to be. So for myself, that's what I want to do at lunchtime in the afternoon. Just be very, very particular. One might be setting up here on Palantir for a trend reverse. But that's what I want to be doing in the second half of today. Be very particular with your trades. On days where you're against the grain, it's going to help you. On days where you're compromised, you're a little bit tired and not feeling that well, the days where you don't have the best read, it certainly will help. But that opening rush, if multiple stocks, going back to the first part of this, if multiple stocks are gapping up and failing a break of the high right at the open, if you're trying to go long into that after you've lost some of the bottom, you have to have a very particular plan for an entry into those stocks, whatever it might be. As long as you have a plan, it should be okay. But if you don't have one, you don't have to be long. Just because you wanted to dip buy, the environment could be vastly different once you see those highs all fail at the same time. You don't have to just be sitting on that bid and catching it bleed in. I have a couple of strategies I like. Sean has a couple of strategies he likes, and everyone's going to do their own thing. But if you don't have one, A, it gives you a chance to work on one that might work for you. But B, it also helps you save money if you're on the sidelines when looking long into a screaming down market. There's absolutely nothing wrong with taking a step back and waiting for that perfect setup, or taking a step back, wait until you feel better. So there's your lesson of the day. Good luck, everybody, for your trading the rest of this one. And we'll see if this NASDAQ can continue to hold that 21.
Thank you very much, Neil. Wise words as always, baby. Neil Roberts, every day around that noon hour, he's dropping his lesson of the day. Make sure to catch it. Thank you again, Neil. I want to cover this trade that I had on Lemonade. I'm proud of this trade. Show yourself, Lemonade. There we go. So this did dip into the 10 exponential. I picked it up there. We took a dollar banger there, so we're going to hit the dollar club for this one into that 38. We had it at around 36.75. We took everything out in the high 90s there, 37 high 90s. So good look there, but it is now putting in lower highs. High day, 38.68. The last little area crest breached 38 by a couple of shekels there to 38.20. So it's another lower high. I'll submit to you $38 there is the level. So be careful with this one if you're involved. Yeah, so I kept my eye on that one. I also had a trade on HIMS while Neil was dropping hot lines. We got in at the volume weighted average price at 44.20. I was able to scalp out there in the 75s. It's still doing the VWAP dance right now. I'm talking about HIMS. It keeps coming into the volume weighted average price, give or take, at around $44. Sometimes it does breach the level 44, but generally it is a $44 level. The problem, though, is that HIMS is putting in this rounded top. Remember that discussion on rounded bottoms? We said it was a bullish reversal pattern and it needed to be preceded by a downtrend. This is the exact opposite. Preceded by an uptrend, and it's a rounded top. This one looks like it might want to give up the ghost at VWAP. It's not a done deal by any means. It's going to have to breach. It still hasn't breached, but I'm very much on the lookout here for HIMS to drop down big below VWAP. But let me just find out if this is a pay for shorts type situation. No, it is not. It is a free shorts on the best dang prop firm around these parts. It's called Real Trading, baby. Shout out to them. All right, so that's where we're at right now. In case you're wondering, the company that we're trading their money, it's called Real Trading. Best company around. Here's the deal. We're involved in a new trade now. Show yourself, new trade. There we go. ARIS. I'm about 5 pennies in the money on this. Nothing to write home about. This is a VWAP hold here on AIRS. Sorry, not a VWAP hold, a $31 level hold. VWAP's at 30.55, so we're well above VWAP over here. But there's price action support. Have a look at this. 31 generally is holding on. I mean, it does breach it at times. Look over here at 11 o'clock. It breached it, quickly got up above it. Again at 11.52, breached it, quickly got above it. So I'm looking for that $31 level to hold. This one, though, is a volume. It's light on volume. Okay, I was going to make a joke, but it is light on volume. So be careful with this one, trading it because, these ones that they lack volume, a big seller can come in, take out like a whole bunch of levels, and all of a sudden you're at 31.30, and this big seller comes in, and you find yourself at 30.80. So the point is, be careful with these low volume names. All right, I'm setting up here at 29s and then 42s. Are we going to Adara? Sorry, I wasn't plugged in.
Yeah, we're going to
We
Adara.
are? Okay,
yeah.
Get it, Adara.
Breaking news on mRNA. Chamath Palihapitiya, in case you aren't aware of him, he is actually one of the co-hosts of the All In podcast. Also, one of the members of which is actually part of Trump's team as its AI and crypto czar, David Sachs. Regardless, Chamath Palihapitiya posting here, or I guess reposting an article or this post looks like it's from a week ago now, but about the possibility of mRNA vaccines for curing pancreatic cancer. Chamath's caption was, "This could be a huge breakthrough for pancreatic cancer. Wow." Now, to be clear, again, this is an older post, but he just reposted it 2 minutes ago, and mRNA getting a lot of volume here. So mRNA on watch after a well-known investor reposted an article from a week ago about a potential pancreatic cancer treatment. Very long-winded catalyst, but mRNA reacting nonetheless. Back to you.
Yeah, I was talking to the Katina man there, and we have our own opinions about that whole thing. Shout out to him. I hope he does quite well. What are your thoughts on that?
Who is it? You guys
Chamath Palihapitiya?
I have no idea who that is.
Yeah, he's the guy. Okay, well, I'll tell you who he is. He's one of the 4 hosts on the All In podcast. He's the Indian guy.
Okay,
he's Canadian.
Oh, is
so
he?
He's from Ottawa. Originally graduated Waterloo Engineering. Went down south. Was part of the Zuck team when Meta was first coming up. So he kind of made his money there with Meta, and now he's a billionaire. And he does like these,
He's doing his thing there.
He's doing his thing, 25,
all right. So that's good.
We're gonna be having Mr. Wonderful on. When Katina man? Any day? Probably a couple of weeks. We're going to have Mr. Wonderful back on. We'll be asking him all sorts of questions about crypto and everything else.
Yeah, I would love to hear what. I remember I was here last year. I just started on the floor actually when I seen Kevin walk in, and so it'd be good to maybe ask him a question or two. But here we go, guys. We're gonna go over some earnings and some expected moves because that's what we like to do around here. So we got SoundHound, Dell, Rocket Lab, and Clover Health, Duolingo are some of the names that I'll be looking at for after the bell here. Let's see what we got going on for some expected moves. So on Dell, we are looking at about a 9.8% EM there, implied move there on Dell, guys, after the bell, but the previous move was about 12.3%. Very interesting. For some reason, it's telling me that Autodesk, ADSK, is also reporting, but I don't see it here. Oh, okay, there it is. Autodesk is also reporting, guys. Something I'll be keeping an eye out on. Let's see what we got for an EM. 6.3%. The previous move was around 8.6%. Very interesting. And then we'll go over one more quick here. That's Warner Bros. We got Warner Bros. Coming in at about a 10.5% expected move, and the previous was 11.8. So those are going to be interesting. I think Dell's going to be a good one for sure. So I'll be looking forward to watching Dell after the bell here. I'm sure Neil or Sean will be covering that, but let's take a look at it. We'll see what we got going on from a daily perspective, and we'll see what the stock is up to. Yeah, so tough look here in Dell. I guess this PC game, and I'm not too familiar with it. I know there's so many different gaming PCs and etc. But look at this run it went on, and then it just went into like absolute like this is diabolical here, or diabolical.
Agreed.
I don't even know what I'm saying, but you know what I mean. This is not something you want to be looking at. This price action is extremely tough, even though we are constructing these lower highs or higher lows. I just don't think that this is a name that I want to be in right now. And that's a lot of them, right? Considering we're on some downtrends, yeah, you can be grabbing them at lower prices, but we talk about Google a lot as well too, guys. And it's like, okay, wait. And a lot of people in the chat are asking me like, hey, Joe, when are you looking to get in on this? And I'm like, I don't even know just yet. You have to be patient, wait for those signals to display itself. And I mentioned time and time again, that's ugly, dude. Yeah, it's Google, dude. Ew. Down 19% off of those all-time highs, and that's what I'm getting at. Like, we're running into correction territory with some of these names, so we just have to be patient and wait for them to turn around and then let the signals display themselves. The market's still relatively not far off of those all-time highs, still only about 4 or 5%, which is like, hey, okay, is there more downside? What's market breadth looking like? And I think that's when you have to just really assess what's going on and take it from there. Being patient is definitely a position. Sitting on your hands and sitting on cash, in my opinion, is most definitely a position. Sure.
All right, man. We're in BCG here to defend 5. Let's see if it wants to defend 5. I'm at 25s over here. Showed me 24s. It rejected 24s. Waiting. Oh, I'm going to take it out over here. No, forget that. Here we go. Let's go. There we go. We'll take it out there. So, oh. No, we didn't take it out. Now we can take it out. Oh, good. We got 27s there. Even better. So BCG breaking out to the high side, guys. This one is on one. It is 550 high. Came back down into 5. I got in to defend the $5 level. I don't know if I'm going to be looking to add again onto this one. It is certainly putting in higher lows. Here we go again. 540 incoming. It's got a 550 high. I'm talking about BCG. Not BGC, but BCG. I saw it mistyped in the chat a few times there. It's up 185%. I gave you guys the deets on it already. And if you forgot, here it is again. 3.43 million share float with a $1.87 million market cap. What does this company do, bro? Show yourself. BCG. Independent Wealth Management. We already talked about this. Wentworth. Man, I have like a memory of a fish, bro. I forget so quickly the details of these companies. Anyway, coming back up into 550 here, we're showing high 40s, mid 40s now. This is going to break the high of the day likely. It's got a lot of volume behind it. We're about 30 million shares. There it goes. 573 now, the high of the day, showing me 69s. Boom, 81s into the high. BCG up over 200%. The volume is coming in fast. The volume is coming in furious. Be careful with this, please. Okay, I hate to get these messages after, oh, you called out BCG and now I'm down $300 on it, right? I hate that because it makes me feel bad, but I've also told you to be careful and get in using stops, good size as well. With this, can we show the price action, Raymond, please? Yeah, so we're going to keep an eye out on this one. If this one wants to take out the high of the day and test $6, I'm all game there. We're involved in another trade, though. Right now, there it is, ARIS. We just take out 30s there. Now show me 36. Now I'm waiting at 42s. So we'll see if this one wants to continue to go. It's been defending 31 for a hot minute. Let's see if we can extract some more profitability on here, on this bad boy, and take out some more here. Zigging and zagging. I'm guessing, I'm trying to gauge whether or not this holds 30. Let's go back to BCG because this is all the hype right now. There it is, back up into 581. That's a new high day right now on BCG. Look, the 10 exponential, just to give you an idea, is at 4 1/3. We're printed 580s on this. So I've told you guys this before. I want to tell you guys again. I use the 10 exponential moving average on the 5-minute chart as an informal gauge of overbought and oversold conditions. When the price action gets far away, far removed from the 10, I worry and I look for a pullback before getting back in. It's not a hard and fast rule. It doesn't work every time, but it works just fine for me. What's up, Adira?
Really fascinating update here in the Chamath Palihapitiya Moderna saga. So in case you missed it, literally just a couple of minutes ago, Chamath Palihapitiya of All In, which is a podcast, he's also a note investor. Basically, he reposted a tweet from February 19th suggesting the possibilities of a vaccine with regards to pancreatic cancer. His caption was, "This could be a huge breakthrough for pancreatic cancer. Wow." And Moderna bumped. Then he actually looks like he deleted this tweet, reposted the tweet with the first part exactly the same, but then added a disclaimer saying, unfortunately, mRNA might have a bit of a stigma and people may need to be convinced, and then talks about the COVID vaccine. So the point I'm trying to make here is, interestingly enough, it doesn't even look like he edited the post. It looks like he deleted it and then reposted his post about this potential vaccine for pancreatic cancer. So mRNA on watch here as Chamath continues to kind of change the narrative a bit with regards to this pancreatic cancer story. Again, the initial thing that he's reposting is already an older story from about a week ago, guys. Back to you.
Yeah, all right, guys. Yeah, let's see what's going on there. It's just stock's not going up enough, I guess. So it was just wait. I like that one. But let's see what we got going on here with NVDA here, guys. Hoping that we can hold this base here around 126, and then hopefully punch through 127. And we talk about this time and time again, Sharif and I. It's like you sit in this trade here for what is like a good 20 minutes or so, and then in 2 minutes it's just all gone. So we're hopefully waiting for this to kind of punch a little higher. I like that we are consolidating in this range here. Hopefully that we can take this pop higher, but that second leg might come into play because this is a long consolidation phase, and we are down about 4%. We are constructing lower highs as well too, so we need to be weary of that, guys. And that's exactly what we're gonna do. Let's see what Mara's up to as well. We were starting to get the ball rolling on that one, but now we're starting to pull back. So hopefully we can continue to break down. The overall market seems it wants to pull back as well too. So we'll just keep an eye on it. Now see, we're just sitting in this, and now we're just right back into that break even. Should have took some off at 13.5s, but that's okay. We were looking for the bottom of the range, and we might not get that. One thing that we have to keep an eye on is the volume by time profile, and that we will do. It is starting to pick up, so we have to be weary on that front too, guys. So are we ready?
Sir.
Okay, cool. All right, OGen, guys. Each year, 3.8 million concussions are reported in the U.S., yet there is still no FDA-approved treatment. NICE-listed Orgenics, OGEN, is changing that with its first-in-class intranasal drug designed for rapid brain access. With the concussion treatment market projected to reach $8.9 billion by 2027, Orgenics is uniquely positioned to be the lead in that space. Learn more and schedule a meeting today on Orgen Revised, guys. So OGEN Revised. The link is right there. Scan the QR code. And I think that's actually pretty interesting that they're going to have like an intranasal, like a nasal spray for something. I wonder what that's going to do, because I've had a concussion before and recently, and it's like, okay, how would that help me if I were to take like a nasal spray?
I don't think it's just going to help. It's the way that the body absorbs it. Mm-hmm. When you take oral pills, a lot of that's metabolized in the liver, and the active ingredient doesn't actually find its way to the bloodstream.
To the brain.
Yeah, that's why a lot of people.
So it's going directly to where the problem is, opposed to just ingesting. Okay, so they say.
It's like. A lot of nasal sprays have steroids.
But I'm just curious. Like, you played football and everything. Like, what is that going to do? Is that going to help with our headaches? Is that going to help with like the short-term memory loss? Question, you know what I mean? Like, what is it going to do? Like,
I don't know.
It's a good question.
Maybe it helps the degenerative process slow down. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's beyond my scope of comprehension. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, concussions suck too.
For the experts, Joseph. Good question, though, guys. We're still involved in ARIS, and this one, look, I knew what I was getting into when I traded this one. It's crossing my beak wetters, but it's not printing, and the reason is because it's a spread. Okay, you complain enough, you get printed. And I'm kidding, of course. We just got the print there at the 30s. What's my cost basis at, baby? Let's find out over here. We're long 18s. We just got the print at 30s. Now, the next area I'm waiting is a little bit above that 40 area. Maybe I should be extracting some profits before that, just given the nature of this trade. What I liked about it specifically was the 31 hold and the higher lows that it's been putting in. It kind of put that whole thing into question over here. I felt this was kind of curling up, which is why I punched in initially in there, and then I defended in the 31. But it did end up putting in a higher low. So if we take this area trough over here, breaching 90, that's 30, 87s or 88s. And then this area here actually defended 31 to the dot because I actually had a dip trade in the mid 90s that didn't get filled. It's showing me 32s now. Again, like I said, I'm waiting in the low 40s there. I'm talking about AIRS. But it's this one. That's all the hype. I've been trading this one as well. Got in at 5. Wet the beak, got in again at 54s, wet the beak, but it is a topping tail candle right now on BCG at 581. And here's the bamboozling part. At least it's bamboozling for me. Let me make my case here. So here's the deal. This one, I look for continuity, especially after these topping tail candles. And what I'm talking about over here is I don't want to see a lower low. And that's what you get with this 5-minute candle. So the candle over here at 1220, the low there is around 4 low 90s. And then this bad boy over here has a low of around 475. Now, I don't mind it being a topping tail candle. I get that. But what I'm looking for is for the low to hold up. And it didn't here. So this is very much a lower high and a lower low currently on BCG. It's above 5. And as I've mentioned before, these topping tail candles with long upper wicks are not determinative on these small cap gappers in the way that they would be on a mid cap or a large cap or a mega cap stock where they show a decided change in trend. This one is more like profit taking because people are, let's call a spade. They're trading this intraday. They don't care about this company. They're not holding it overnight. So to me, it's not determinative here. So I don't want to say, oh, that it's all over for BCG, topping tail candle, we're going back down to 0. No, it's just about how to work yourself into the position. So I'm very much in focus right now. But AIRS is breaking up to the top side right now. What a move up over here. Let's wet the beak with this one. Nice trade here. I'm very pleased with this one. It's breaking. It's about 10 pennies off the high right now. We just took out 59s. It's showing me 67s. The high is 78, so 12 pennies off the 11 pennies off the high. No, I can do math. I promise.
You hit that one? I need that.
No, I
one.
didn't.
I need the siren,
I don't know who that is.
Yeah,
if it's Ram or Neil. I know Neil has that one as well.
I was having a heyday.
He said, so he doesn't know what we're talking about.
Yeah, he's cleaning his plate. I was having a heyday with his stream deck yesterday.
How's the food, brother?
A couple of Neil face slappers.
It's a salad, man. He's like, look, don't stop asking me questions. I'm on my break.
Yeah, like, get out of here.
Shout out to Darwin, Mr. Two Pumps. Oh, look at Katina Man. Katina Man was getting in front of my flex there. Yeah, good job, Raymond. What did you do
Play it
there?
Again.
Fabian. That's a good job, Fabian. Fabian's killing it lately, bro.
Play the raccoon one again.
Oh. What Raymond's talking about there is that, a lot of these older animations, we love them, but they would flicker a lot. And that displeased us because it doesn't look good. So Fabian was able to fix it. Bang, Joseph. ARIS. Show the chart, please. Ram. We take it out at 31.80. That's an 80 penny banger right there on ARIS. It takes out the top. A new high a day on AIRS. Right now it's showing 84s, despite the fact that my level 2 is showing me 90s here. Maybe we need to update it on the side chart. Joseph, let me just fix this quickly to find out what the current high day is. It is still, it's 84s, despite the fact that the level 2 showing me 90. Please as dang punch right now on AIRS. What a hold up at 31. You're about to get 32s. What's the look on your side, man?
Yeah, I'm just going in here on some NVDA, man. It's tough, man. Couldn't get the ball rolling the past couple of days, to be honest with you guys. And that's where we're here, to be frank, right? So we're kind of getting it moving now. catching the bottom, and I just want to talk about what's fundamentally wrong and from a technical standpoint and what I'm doing, okay? So NVDA, weak opening drives, right? And then now you're putting into a consolidation phase. What I'm trying to do is I'm trying to play the break of a consolidation phase on low volume in a stock that's weak to the top side. And I'm like, okay, why isn't the system working? Well, it's like, okay, Joseph, like, talk to yourself, break it down and see what you can do, dissect what's going on, and then just take it in from there. Okay, so one, we're gonna go through this step by step. And I think if you're having a tough time, it's like, okay, where can I improve? And this is exactly what I'm gonna do. One, I'm trying to buy the top of a range on low volume. Two, I'm buying the top of a range on low volume when the stock is weak. And three, I'm buying the top of a range on low volume when the stock is weak and we're down 5%. Like, and it's like, why isn't it breaking out? You can't do that. You got to try to get in around the bottom of the range and then take it higher, because that's exactly what we're doing. You see that we're in this definitive consolidation zone. Don't try to play the breakout unless that volume really steps in. You got to get the bottom of it and then play the range, or sell the top of the range and then come back to the bottom of the range. And that's what we did here. So hopefully we can break through, but I'm positioned so much better now that my risk to reward isn't as skewed. So let's talk about this from an RBR standpoint, okay? So now I'm in here at the top of the range. I like, again, if I put my stop in the middle of it, then it's probably gonna get hit, and that's exactly what happens. So what you gotta do is you gotta put your stop all the way down here. So now if my stop is all the way down here, 2 points away, I now need a 4-point move in order to hit a 2-to-1. That's not fun, and the chances of that happening in NVDA here are very low. But if I get an entry at the bottom of the range and then I can put it a point lower, now I only need a 2-point move to hit that 2-to-1. And I think that's how you kind of got to look at it sometimes. And that's why just me kind of rewiring the brain. The past couple of sessions have been absolutely rough for my behalf, and that's okay, because I know I will bounce back, and that's just the type of the individual that I am. But yeah, guys, if you guys are in anything that you want to take a look at, the Playmaker poll is now up. We didn't do any yesterday, and that's fine. It's a neck and neck race right now.
Obi's fault.
51% and 49%. Yeah, Obi's fault. But I mean, where is he? What's he doing?
He's not
here right now. Yeah, you got to go for a walk. But I mean, yeah, here we go, guys. Get those votes in, and we're gonna do the Playmaker poll as well too. And if you want me to take a gander at any stocks that you guys are looking at in the overall market, feel free, and I will do so. Dexter Smith, first in line, and you are the first to be served. My guy, it's a 5-star service over here. I like sitting over there. Is pretty good stuff there too, because you got the 5-star service there. What's that?
Randy?
What's that one? What's that one hotel in Dubai?
Oh, the only Dubai, or the Palms?
The only like 6-star or whatever it is.
I don't remember, bro. Yeah. I don't know.
I think it was the first one that you said.
Burj Dubai.
No, not the Burj.
There's the Palms.
Yeah.
Dubai, I don't know.
If anything, Ramin should know. Ramin should know if anything.
Yeah,
what is that 5? What is the only like 6-star resort hotel
in the world?
In the world, in Dubai.
Ram. Isn't it Burj Al Arab? Is it?
The Burj Al Arab,
yeah.
I think. The Burj Al Arab, they're saying, is the only 5-star one, guys. And if you know in the chat, please let us know. Okay, so let's see what we got going on here from on Meta from a daily perspective too, because I think that's really important. Sharif, I mentioned time and time again, we have Google down 15-16%. We have Amazon down the exact same, and now we have Meta down as well, over around 13%. Burj Al Arab. So everybody's saying it. The Burj Khalifa, I don't think is it, but the Burj Al Arab is, I think, definitely it. But all these big names are down significantly. And it's like, okay, well, why isn't the market moving higher? Well, without these big boys participating, then it's going to be tough, right? Like
talking smack. Right?
What is she saying? What'd you say?
She's like, you're going to keep letting him pronounce it like that? I'm like, what do you want him to do?
Why don't you tell me how to? Yeah, what do you tell me how to pronounce?
Yeah. You have a whole
No, hold on. No, time out. You're on Duolingo.
Get her, Joseph.
You're on Duolingo learning the language. Oh,
she hasn't been doing any lessons, Joseph.
Okay,
I've got proof of it right here.
All right,
because
it
compares the lessons, how many I've done versus that. She's at this much
zero
for the last 2 weeks.
Yeah, I'm going to run. Watch out for that Kit Kat bar in the fridge, because it's going to be gone here shortly.
See, Adara, I'm not the only one threatening her anymore. It's going around now.
It's all love, man.
You're next, Adara.
It's all Libra love, man.
You're going to threaten her because she's going to come after you. Trust me.
Watch out.
It's a matter of time,
Adara. Yeah. Yeah.
HR's over here. He's already told us. He's like, send the HR letter. It's going to go in the garbage. What'd you say, Katina Man? Toxic environment. Thank you, Katina Man.
Exactly.
Thank you.
Toxic.
Katina Man knows what's happening around.
But nothing, we can fix that all with some more Kit Kat bars and all that
Neil,
stuff. So
the fridge. All Neil heard was there was a Kit Kat in the fridge. He didn't hear anything else.
Neil, don't even think about it. Don't even think it.
Sorry, guys. I know we're talking with people off camera. We're having a good time today. I hope we're not bothering anybody.
Yeah, hopefully we're not bothering anybody. Okay, so here we go. Back to being serious. Google down 18%. Meta down about 10, 12%. Apple down about 8%, Microsoft down 15%, and the market's not even anywhere, well, I shouldn't say anywhere close to all times. It's still relatively close, so it's like, this is slightly alarming. We have to be prepared in order to take advantage of this stuff, and when we're going to start to rebound. And Tesla also down 40% now off of those all-time highs. It's not looking pretty for the Mag 7, Sharif.
One sec, Joseph.
Okay, I got to continue. Yeah, continue what you need to do there, my guy. We'll pull up what we got cooking up here. We're still cooking in NVDA, which I think is really important. This would be huge if we broke this resistance zone here, if that volume on the lower time frame started to step in, and then we can push to about 128, 129, right around the volume weighted average price, even a push through the VWAP itself, that would be much, much appreciated. So now let's go over the top performing sectors because we have not done that today. And financials, XLF is actually at the top of its class today, guys. Up about 1.3% on the session. So here we are. XLF still running relatively strong. Only about 0.5% off of those all-time highs, if that. Just about 0.8 there. So XLF really strong. And I talked about finding strong sectors, and that's what you have to go and find the top performing ones, with financials in first place here, energy in second, up about 1.3, the real estate sector up about 0.7 as well too. My guy, you got cooking up there?
Yeah, sorry, I was just in that trade. It was precarious at the moment because I lost 5. We're trading BCG. Shout out to Elizabeth Stott in the chat. She's watching it. She's trading these small caps. We're going to drop the cash for Elizabeth. Great call out, Elizabeth. And here's the deal. I was looking at getting in at 5 because 5 was the level. We kept putting in higher lows, but we also, most notably, we were putting in lower highs as well. And then it lost 5. But guess where it stopped out? The 10 exponential moving average. And that's where I got involved there, right at 457. We scalped out there into 482. Not a big win, obviously, but we'll look to scalp a little bit more, especially if this one wants to curl above 5. Now it's looking awfully bull flaggish. And the bull flag here, they're not all cut from the same cloth. Some of them are going to look deformed, right, with kind of like a megaphone shape. Some of them will be more compression, like a pennant shape. The point is, what we're looking for with a bull flag is a big move up, and then a kind of a sideways consolidation, a little bit. That wasn't you, was it? I told you, bro. You guys didn't believe me when I told you about this before.
Hit it.
What's going on, Rammer? It looks really good. You guys are killing it, man. I mean, I never say anything about your skills, Ram. It's just, your overall character and demeanor.
It's Fabian.
That's questionable. I'm just... Oh, I didn't mean to. My bad, girl. No.
Yeah.
She just made me feel bad.
Yeah,
you heard that, Joseph?
Yeah, I heard that one.
You saw that, Joseph?
Yeah, it's all right.
You can't do that, Ram. You can't just change the rules mid whatever, like that.
Yeah.
I feel bad now, Ram. No, I don't mean that. But anyway, let's get back to trading over here. BCG, it did lose that $0.50. It's still zigging and zag. But the current 5-minute candle that we're on, guys, a little bit of a higher low. Looks like we breached 440 last time. The best we could do to the downside, obviously, 445. So we have a bit of a higher low. So what I'm trying to say here, ineloquently, is I feel this might be the second bull flag. There's the first bull flag to break out there. We get that consolidation, and then we get that big move up. Now we're kind of caught in the second bull flag over here to the high side. So, who are you talking to there, bro?
I was reading.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, did you hear what I was saying? Was it loud or? Yeah, wow, I was just reading something, man.
Everybody's on everybody's case today.
I'm noticing.
Yeah,
that,
it's really a Thursday. Yeah, this is losing the bid right now, guys. Here it comes. BCG is at VWAP. It's lost VWAP right now. It's lost 4 as well. So the selling is coming in. It's fast. It's furious. Does it find support at 4? I'll submit to you that there was price action support at 380 to 390. Look at the top end of the bull flag there. So we come in very aggressively into that side. I'm not going to be buying here, baby. We are below VWAP. I don't care if it's a good dip trade or not. My rule is to not buy below VWAP. This is crazy right now on BCG. A lot of price action. We were up 200%. Now we're back down into 120. Trade this carefully, please, and thank you. Joseph Wilson.
Yes, sir. We got a question in the chat from Luis Martinez. He says, hey, Joe, I'm in a poor man's covered call, so he has an option, and he's selling call options against that one, so that is a poor man's covered call. What happens to the call option if the strike price is reached? Does the broker automatically close them out? I need a little bit more information on which contract you're talking about, the short one or the long one, okay? So if the short one finishes in the money, then your long call will be exercised and then they'll just essentially cancel each other out, okay? So just keep that in mind. Luis Martinez, I need a little bit more information on that specifically. Let's see if he said anything here. The long call. So if that one, so what you want to do, the goal of the options contracts is you don't want them, so like if you're in the money on them, you want to close them before expiration, all right? And otherwise your broker will exercise them and you'll get them at said strike price. So just keep that in mind. The goal is to always close your options if you're in the money before the expiration, and especially because theta will start to chew away if you have any form of extrinsic value on those contracts. So hopefully that helped you out, Lewis. The long call is in the money. Yeah, so just close both legs, in my opinion, right? So you don't want to hold a short call option. And if your long call is in the money, then just close both the legs and then just walk away with whatever profit that you have, because you want to close all contracts before expiration, because theta will chew up the extrinsic value. You'll keep the intrinsic value if you're in the money. But the extrinsic value will be diminished as you get closer and closer to expiration, and extrinsic value being the time value, okay? So if you have extra time value on that contract running into getting closer to expiration, you want to hold on to that time, but you're in the money, so just close both of the contracts as simply as I can put it. And if you have any further questions, just feel free to ask me. Yeah, so the long call, just close it. And if you're in the money, just close the short first and then close the long, and do it in that order. Or you can close simultaneously because you're in the poor man's covered call, all right? So just keep that in mind. And here we go with some NVDA. We took a little bit more off the top here, starting to pull back in, super range bound. We're not getting that breakout that we needed, nor is that volume stepping in on the lower time frames. So it's something that we need to be weary of and just keep an eye on for the day. And that's just what I'm sitting in right now. I'm gonna scope around. It's unfortunate that Amazon has put in the session that it has, because it was looking good this morning. But then we sold off down only about 0.6% here, and looking like we might break through the support. So I got to really, really assess the situation on the swing trade to see. I do have a stop out, but that's not until 205, and I added to those shares too. So I might have to move that one up there, guys. Yeah, thanks. Hopefully that helped, Lewis, if that answered your question. If not, just feel free to ask me again, and I will answer it the best that I can. Tesla. What's going on with this thing? I don't know if we're getting into the realm of AMD on this name. I think that's a little bit of a stretch.
AMD.
Yeah, but it's not looking good from a daily standpoint. Look at these, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, 6 consecutive red days here on Tesla, down 40% off of those all-time highs. Yeah, 41% now.
275 is coming in fast.
Yeah, really. I think we go to 200. I think at this pace here, that's not too far away. Which would be, yeah, that would really, really suck here. But I mean, Sean and I were talking about it yesterday a little bit as well. It's just like it took 4 years for it to make a new all-time high, right? Like,
good point. I wonder why. What happened during those 4 years?
Yeah, what did happen during those 4 years?
Think about it.
Right? So it's just like, yeah, I mean.
Think about it.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, like that. We'll leave it at that. I mean, but here we go. November of 21 was the previous high, and then we didn't make a new all-time high until December of 24. So 3 years there. So that's 3 years of not very much fun, Sharif.
Absolutely, Joseph.
Yeah, so.
I see you, random oddities. I'm looking right at it. It's on my screen. I'm watching it like a dang hawk right now. BCG's all the rave. It's at VWAP. It kind of breached 4, but as you can see it's obviously above 4 right now. So 4 1/3 is where it's dancing. 4 1/4. I don't want to be quick to get in. I don't need to be quick to get in here. The high is 581, and if you think that we take out the highs, well then you can give it a few more candles here on the 5 to at least defend that $4 area, to defend the volume weighted average price. It came into a very good area, to be honest, in terms of a technical area of resistance and support. I mean, like almost to the penny, guys. Look at this candle right here. That's the local area high. That candle takes us all the way up to 388, okay? Look at this candle down here, the one that breached VWAP and obviously breached 4. Look where it bottomed out, 391. I mean, that's a beautiful, from resistance, it flips to support. It would breach my rules, though, to pick it up down there because it would be VWAP. It would be lower than VWAP, but it's a great little kind of dip trade if you had it and you're already well in the money, 50 more than 50 pennies in the money off that area. So it's a nice resistance, flips to support kind of situation right now on BCG. Shout out to Jack dropping cash. $4.99 super chat. Thank you very much. Guys, do you think it's possible NVIDIA can be 180 by the end of the year? I wouldn't put it past NVIDIA. Now, obviously, let me say some stuff. That they have gross margins in the range of 70 to 73%. That's insane for a physical product, okay? Those are kind of margins that you have for a SaaS, software as a service, or just general software in general. General software in general. Huh? Okay, good English, Sharif. No, seriously, though, okay? So what am I saying this for? What I'm saying this for is because likely their competitors start eating into their gross margins. Case in point, NVIDIA, AMD, Broadcom. Now they're having trouble eating into their gross margins, and they have been for the last 2 years. How come? Because Taiwan Semi is the one that makes 90% of these advanced AI chips. And NVIDIA takes the great majority of Taiwan Semi's capacity. That is not going to be the case forever and ever more. There are fabs. Fabrication is underway to make these chips in the United States and by TSMC, and TSMC has promised AMD a great amount of capacity out of the new fabs. When those new fabs get done, your guess is as good as mine. I believe some are almost done at the moment. I'll have to double check that again. But the point is, you know, they're the king right now. They may remain the king, but do their competitors start eating into their margin and eating into their market share? And if they do, does it have a downward pressure on NVIDIA stock, or does the growth in sales continue to justify the stock price, continue to justify the market cap? Lots of good questions that you can ask about that. If you had to guess, if I had to guess, and that's all that it is, a guess, I'd say NVIDIA doesn't hit 180 by the end of the year. What's your opinion?
Does not?
No.
No? Oh, wow. Okay.
Well, you know what? Let me just check to see when those fabs are going to be completed, because a lot of what I'm saying, I think, is predicated upon some of their competitors finally catching a bit of a tailwind, which they haven't been able to. I mean, just look at AMD stock.
Yeah.
It's absolute crap. Right? And even though it has a good GPU, the MI300, the upcoming MI350, just can't make them in scale. Can't make them.
Yeah, you're right about that, but just because it's TSM, right?
I'd like to hear what the chat has to say.
Yeah,
I'd love your opinion.
It's kind of mixed bag right now. Sir Mr. M says no, and a lot of people say no
I don't
again.
think so.
Let's see what 180 brings us here. Let's zoom out.
What would the market cap be at 180?
180. Wow, I think you'd be at that 4 trillion. You'd be north of 4 trillion. No.
You don't think so, Katina? Yeah. I have no idea. Daniel,
we can figure that out. Okay, so Sharif, to 180 right now is a 40% gain, 44% gain. All right, from where we're currently at, that's a 44% gain all the way up to 180. Is that possible? Very much so.
Possible.
Okay,
yeah.
What is the market cap? The market cap of NVDA at the price.
Good question.
The price of 180.
A share. Yeah, whatever. Okay. Yeah, he probably understands that. Let's see what it says. What is it telling you?
$4.4 trillion. That says. So there you go.
Yeah, that's intense, man.
4.4 trillion.
Look, I don't think it's beyond the realm of possibility. It's just they got to catch the right tailwinds. You know what I mean? And I don't know. Let's find out when these fabs are going to be completed. Let's go over to Chat Gupt over here. Let's find out what it has to say. When will TSMC's new foundries in the U.S. be completed? Show me.
Bang.
Let's see what it's got. Searching the web, Joseph. Here we go. Let's show
I
it.
like how you use Gupt and I'm just over here just bang,
You're on
bang.
Copilot. It's the same crap. Has been developing multiple semiconductor fabs in the United States, primarily in Phoenix, Arizona. Here's an overview of their current and planned facilities. First Arizona fab, initially announced in 2020, the facility began producing the 4 nanometer this year. Okay, so January of 2025, so it just opened. Second Arizona fab, construction is underway for a second fab with production of the 2 nanometer chips expected to commence in 2028. I wonder if AMD gets any of this. I'm going to ask it that. The third fab in Arizona, again, April 2024, TSMC announced plans for a third fab in Arizona to meet strong customer demand, leveraging the most advanced semiconductor. Okay, so is AMD getting any of the supply of GPUs that are coming out of the fab that opened, I can spell it, in January of 2025. Let's find out. Let's searching, because I know they were supposed to get, as TSMC's Arizona Fab 21 has commenced production manufacturing chips for clients like Apple, AMD. Notably, the facility is producing, here it is, AMD's Ryzen 9000, is that how you say it, Ryzen?
Yeah.
9000 series CPUs and TSMC's 4 nanometer class. Regarding GPUs, current reports do not indicate that AMD is sourcing GPU production from TSMC's Arizona facility. AMD's next-gen UNDA GPU architecture is expected to utilize TSMC's 3 nanometer node, with production anticipated to begin in 27. That sucks, bro. Where is AMD making their MI300? Let's find out where they're making it, Joseph. Interesting look here. As of February, the MI300 series primarily produced in Taiwan Semiconductor. Where though? The initial production in Taiwan. Okay. However, the recent operationalization of TSMC's Arizona Fab 21 in January, there is potential for AMD to expand manufacturing of the MI300. So it just contradicted itself. It said there is no plans for Fab 21 to make these MI300s. Then it says over here, however, with recent there is potential for AMD to expand manufacturing of the MI300 to this U.S.-based facility. This move would align with AMD's strategy, diversified supply chain, and increased domestic production. Additionally, the MI300 series employs advanced 3D packaging techniques. Yeah, I remember they have to come from Taiwan for that, which is super interesting in regards to that. Yeah, okay, so it doesn't look like, it's forthcoming. Kind of contradictory information there about whether or not that Fab 21 for TSMC in Arizona is going to make the MI300 and the MI350. We'll definitely keep tabs on that. If there's any news to update you guys, we will let you know. But yeah, you're going to do your research if you're going to invest in these companies. And we're doing quick research right now, guys, on the show using ChatGPT. But I'll submit to you, ChatGPT is good first source. And then you got to dive in a bit deeper. And what I like about it is it shows you its sources, right? So you can go to the source itself and then, do a bit of a deeper dive. What's everybody talking about? Zero Gravity Zen. Test that on Perplexity. I use it more as a search engine with sources. Shout out, man. That's a good one there. Brendo loves Perplexity as well. What do you got over there, Joseph?
Yeah, I'm just
on your side.
Yeah. Other than what we were just doing research on, I'm looking on this. I'm still holding on to this NVDA trade here. That's the only thing that we got really cooking up. Grok is much better. A lot of people are saying in the chat as well too. So I know you were using Grok the other day. So I'm interested to use it because I don't really use X outside of the office here. So yeah, breaking news. All right, we'll send it over to Adara.
We have Tesla here on watch. Tesla, not really reacting to this story. Let's pull up Uber and Lyft here. We have this headline from Reuters reporting that Tesla has filed an application for a California transportation permit. So, of course, if we have, I guess the implication here is that Teslas will be able to have this transportation. Uber and Lyft, two names that really do rely, of course, on ride-hailing or ride-sharing, dropping to the downside on this with strong volume. LYFT and UBER dropping after Reuters reported that Tesla has filed an application for a permit for transportation in California. Back to you.
Thank you for calling that out, Derek. Great
Yeah,
call.
let's see
Thank
if
you.
this can hold some weight. Yeah, I'm in right where I want to be, right at VWAP. If we break a little bit lower, we'll give this about 50 cents. Not even, that's quite a bit. Probably about 30 cents or so, Sharif. I know you're going to hop in it probably soon.
Yeah, I'm looking at it here right now, man. The break-even point for Tesla, guys, is 290.80 or so. Just a little bit below that 291. It's having trouble with the VWAP right now, but it's obviously got higher highs and higher lows. This is the 5-minute here on TSLA. Let's get involved, man. I mean, if we're not, let's see exactly if it wants to hold up at this level. Joseph, 289 would be a great entry for me. That's exactly what I'm going to do. I'm going to wait in the low 289 mid-teens. We're going to throw that out there. If it wants to fill me there, fantastic. If it doesn't and it wants to go upon its merry way, fine. Let's see what the new candle to make a new high is. What's that candle over here? 289.72. That's a current 5-minute candle high. We're printing 53s right now. Zigging and zagging. It's above VWAP but not by that much. Let's see if this one wants to come back down, possibly get me filled. There we go. Now we're filled. So we're going to have to give this one room, obviously. So let's throw at orders in the third of a dollar. There we go. Throw out that order there. We'll see if we can get that filled. That gets filled super quick. Let's go up a little bit higher up here, maybe a bit more of a lofty goal. We're waiting at 60s now. Let's see if we can get something. We're showing 40s over here. It's breaking down now, though. We're long 15s. There it goes, breaking down. Where is the next area of support? Wowzers. That's a big boy move down into that $0.75 area. But zigging and zagging right now, Joseph, a little above 288, or sorry, 289, and a little bit below right now. Let's see if this one wants to pop back off. I'm going to get out anything below that 288.50 $0.50, but this one's moving crazy right now. So let's go ahead and put that down there, and boom, we got filled. Okay, great. All right, so the trade's successful.
Oh,
don't need to put the stop in play. Let's continue to watch this. I'll get back into Tesla here because it's breaking new highs, guys. So Tesla is on one right now. There we go. We're about to take out 290. I'm just keeping an eye on the side chart over here for my other indicators. The high of this candle, guys, on the 5-minute, 289.90, or sorry, 83. We just opened another candle right now. Let's see what comes from this one. Are you still involved in this one?
Yeah, I'm going to hold on to this because I'm in TSLA here. So again, that's volatile. I guess it's not as expensive as it used to. So we're coming down in price, and the volatility is starting to sway a little bit. So that's okay. We're going to hop in some TSLL and see if we can get a break here. One thing that we do have to note here, guys, look at this primary trend, and we're going to just draw some basic trend lines here. That's not what we want to draw. We're going to draw an angle because we just got consistent lower. I hate that feature. Okay, here we go. Bang. We're just going to go like this here. So if we can break through that, then there's potentially going to be some more topside. This is just a trend that's been leading all the way through the pre-market, and then now we're just constructing lower highs here, guys. So just keep that in mind. It's going to take some volume. One thing that we are going to know by the volume by time profile is that we have that volume on the 1 minute starting to really pick up. So if we can continue to break out, hopefully that can be sustained, and that's exactly what we're going to need in order for this trade to continue to work. Now, let's get into some NVDA and see what we got cooking up on this one. We're still stuck in this range here, guys. I mean, there's not much we can really do other than the fact to see if that volume steps in, and then we can break through. We can call this the resistance zone, and it's just continuing to slam through it. One thing that I hope doesn't happen is that with this shelf that we got kind of cooking up is that we just break through it with momentum to the downside, and there's always a possibility of that. So we need to be wary. If we break this trend line here, then we got to get out of Dodge, because I think around south of 126.50, we're going to continue to move in that direction. So it's looking right now. I think if Tesla can catch some momentum and continue, then I think NVDA will as well too. So it's going to be a tougher look in the Meg 7. So come over here. Come here, Obi.
Show properly.
Yeah, come over here, Obi.
Amazon. Amazon. Is that for copyright reasons?
Yeah, Amazon. Yeah, Amazon. Everybody busts out their shirt now here, man. So this is what we got going on.
Guys haven't seen Obi trade lately. Obviously, you guys have. He used to trade only Amazon. Yeah. That's why this is like an inside thing, right? Like, there we go. In case you guys haven't seen it, Obi's graduation party tomorrow,
FTX,
and we all got
management. You know what I mean? Get in here, Katina, man. This is what we do. Get in here, Dara. Where's Dara too? Get in Dara over in here too. Get Adara over here too, guys. This is what we're looking to do.
Come on, Adara.
Yeah, come on, Adara. Before we need to get a shot too.
No,
Hold on,
Katina,
don't go anywhere, Katina, man. Everybody get in here. Grab your shirt. Don't run. Don't run.
The Katina man's involved in the Uber right now.
Everybody stand. So come stand next to us. Come stand right here. Come stand right here, Obi. Get it back in the shot here, Katina man.
Come on,
Put in the
Katina,
orders.
man. Throw in those orders.
It's all right. Yeah, it's all right.
The Katina man 70 cents on the money right now, baby.
Someone screenshot that here. Someone screenshot, and that's exactly what we want. Sick picture. There we go. That wasn't that difficult, man. So we're all having fun. Neil, where's yours? Oh, he's not here.
No, Neil's
all
not
right,
here.
that's all right. Yeah, don't worry about it. He's probably eating the Kit Kat.
Yeah. Tesla's breaking out, guys. Yeah, wow. Tesla's going right now. Okay, here we go. We're breaking out.
We're in that,
above
bro.
290
We're still in that, man.
Katina man, are you long? You're long Uber? The Katina man's long Uber right now. And Nick Dubb was asking me, go to the Katina man screen, because Nick Dubb was asking me, Katina man, about that. Great call out by you. So Uber spiked down, obviously, when we got that Tesla news. Katina man takes that reversion trade back up to the north side. Great trade there, brother. Hope you print up multiple storms. Yeah, well, there's no hope right there. He's $1 in the money, baby. So we're going to hit this. That's what we're going to do right now.
Go NVDA 2. Come on. What is this?
What's happening?
What's happening here, man? Yeah, I don't know. That's all right.
All right, guys. Tesla's continuing to go here. We're going to keep an eye out on TSLA. It's above into that 290 area. Having a lot of trouble, though. Let's be fair. It's having trouble even taking 290 on a closing basis. Wicking above, wicking below. It's still negative on the day, and I'll submit to you guys 290.83, 290.80ish. That is the break-even point on Tesla. That's the border between green and red, so it may act as a level of resistance. That is the closing print. And as you can see, obviously, you don't need to be a chartered market technician to see this gnarly-looking downtrend over here. It's ugly. It's real ugly on Tesla, especially if you're involved in this one like I am in the personal. But we're okay. We're going to hold on to this one for the long term. So that's the situation. What do you got over there, Joseph?
Yeah, we're okay, yeah, Playmaker poll. We're going to do the Playmaker here. We're going to fill out that data. It is exactly, no.
Is it actually?
No, it's not.
Wow.
No,
the Playmaker poll with 893 votes is actually 50-50 on the dang dog.
Wow.
That's never happened.
Once.
Big Smile, are you in the chat?
Once.
Big, let's see.
All right, let's see. Are we going to go short for the first time? If you haven't voted, just vote short so we can go short for the first time, even though it's probably going to be wrong here. So maybe don't. I don't know.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, so we have our state elections today, our provincial elections. I'm just giving American terminology. We are widely expected to have the same dude who's been governing here for like the past, 8 years now, Katina, man? Something like that? Something like that. Feels like forever, yeah. He's likely going to win again. We have something called in our government majority governments, minority and majority. That means if you have a majority government, you have the majority of the seats in Parliament, in the House. And if you have that majority of seats, then you can basically pass whatever law you want as long as it jives with the Constitution. It doesn't even have to jive with the Constitution. We have something called a notwithstanding clause, which allows the government to kind of get around the Constitution for a period of 5 years, and then they have to reenact it again. It's called a sunset clause. So it's super interesting here. It's basically the guy who's running. He's running against Donald Trump. He's not even running against the other candidates that are on the ticket with him. Genius. It's kind of like a different strategy that he's trying to employ here. His name is Doug Ford, by the way, in case anybody's interested in.
Shout out to his goated brother. His brother's a goat. Obviously a goat.
Mayor of Toronto.
Yeah, he was the goat, man. All right, Sharif.
Go ahead.
This is one thing that has never happened before on this show.
What?
The shorts won.
That's insane.
That's insane. The short won.
Dara's pumped about that.
The shorts won. Now we're going to mark it down short here, guys. Sharif, I need the numbers, my guy.
I'm on it.
All right.
593.84.
593.84.
We take profit at 595.84.
Ah, my guy. We're going short.
We're going short.
I told you.
I'm so used to this.
Exactly.
So we're taking profits, Joseph, at 591.84.
Bang.
And then we're stopping out at 594.84.
Bang. 594.84.
Sir.
Bang. Let's do this here, guys.
There he is. Big smiles in the chat, baby.
He won it. Look.
Yeah.
Look,
obviously, the market's taken.
Spile, look at this. Did you see what I just typed here? Look at it. I'll type it one more time for you here. Let me see. Oh, I can't even spell now.
That's okay.
Bang. Let's go. Short. Big Kyle himself. Take it
Hey,
over,
big
Tree.
spiled one, baby. All right, guys, I'm thinking about going short here on the Cybertruck because it's coming down into the volume-weighted average price, and it's still not breaching this area, Ram. Look at that down trend line. It can't seem to breach it, Katina, man. I mean, like, it's zigging and zagging at it right now, but I feel like Tesla might be a short off these levels. We haven't been trading these large caps in a hot minute, so your timing and your feel is a little bit off, but this looks interesting here. It comes right into that high or that closing print from yesterday, as we mentioned, 290.80-ish, and now it's below VWAP. It tried to hold that VWAP. It's double bottoming here on the one at 288.50, but it's not really giving you either a big move down or a big move up. Very range bound here for TSLA. Let's see if this one wants. It's looking like it might want to choose the sell side over here. Come to the dark side, Tesla. All right, so what are we going to do? I don't want to trade these large caps, bro. All right, yeah, this is coming down here, Katina, man. It's about to break 288s, and we got a low a day on this monster. Where's the low a day at? Show yourself low a day. 1 second here. Allow me a minute. We have a 280.88 low a day, so that's $8 from here. I don't know if we see that again, man. This is supposed to be a good headline, so I don't know. I'm really debating whether or not to get long or short, so I'm going to pack my patience here. I think we're going to go to Adair in a second, so let me know when we're ready to go, Ram. Yeah, go ahead.
Be aware here, we do have FXI on watch and the market on watch. Donald Trump answering questions right now, talking about tariffs again, saying that, once again, there will be an additional 10% tariff on China. Comments he's already made, but just be aware here. Also, literally as I'm speaking, we get breaking news on Amazon. Bloomberg reporting that Amazon is planning to unveil its new Alexa devices in the fall. According to Andy Jassy, this looks like things that were already said that Bloomberg's just re-releasing, but just be aware here, Amazon could be on watch. It looks like Bloomberg's just basically re-released or having this new headline and comments already made by Amazon CEO Andy Jassy. Back to you.
The Katina man's long NVIDIA at these levels, and he's saying the dips are getting bought up. And that does make sense because, well, if you're big money here, you're going to take advantage of the down moves. If your move is to get into NVIDIA or add to your position, you're going to be taking advantage of these bad boys. Let's have a look at the chart on NVIDIA right now. We haven't said too much about the monster. Where's NVIDIA at? There it is. Let's have a look over here. So NVIDIA looking awfully bear flaggish at this level, but I get Katina man's point. That 120, 126, 125 and a half over and over and over again, it's being bought up. You can see there's obvious bottom right there. Now we're curling up here, Katina man. So this looks like a rounded bottom, destined for that volume weighted average price at 128.50, and you had a topping tail candle there into 128. So good look there. Yeah, this is interesting here on NVDA. I mean, it was a beat everywhere. There wasn't really a whole lot to complain about with the report. Maybe you can complain about gaming a little bit. Some of their other sectors didn't perform as well, but their data center, which is essentially a euphemism for AI, just absolutely killed. 70 some odd percent year over year growth, which is slowing down, to be fair. Last year on this quarter, we were growing at 200 and some odd percent, 260 some odd percent. So definitely dropping down into 70 some odd percent is a bit of a down move, but the company's maturing. It's growing into growing into itself here. So we can't expect 200-300% growth every single time. So NVIDIA in focus right now, but the new tickers are up, guys. You got Tesla, you got Uber, you got HIMS, and you got Dell. They're all great picks, to be quite honest with you. Dell, Joseph was showing you that. We were talking about the PC sales struggling, especially since the end of the pandemic there. And, Joseph, they're also involved in data centers as well. I mean, like their SMCI's competitor.
Okay.
But that was interesting as well because we saw a bit of a slowdown there after DeepSeek. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't know what I'm going to do here with Tesla. I'm thinking about going short again. What are you looking at over?
Yeah, I'm long Tesla right now, right at VWAP.
Freaking kidding me.
Yeah, I mean, so we'll hold on to this here. We're still sitting in this NVDA from 126.10. Nice. We're about to punch 128.10, so hopefully we can get a couple bucks on that one. And that's exactly what we will be looking for. I still got about half the position on there, so I need a larger move to kind of just gain some ground back. VWAP will be one of the primary targets, so that's around 128.5. But as of right now, it's not looking too good. Gaurav and I in the chat are talking about just the consolidation in the broader market. see what's going on. And I think what we're onto here is if we're going to punch through VWAP, we're going to need that volume and that momentum to really step in here. And I don't know if that's necessarily going to happen at this point, maybe around 2 o'clock or so. But one thing that we do have to note is just that this kind of wedge, this descending triangle that we're forming. So we can go like this here, guys, and just build somewhat of a base. Oops, I'll adjust that there in a second. So this is what we want to look at. And just we'll use that as a potential low, and then we have multiple touches from there. So this is just how I'm gauging this from a technical standpoint to see what we can continue to cook up and if we're going to break, right? So price is really starting to compress, and we need to keep that in mind. Which direction is the volume going to step in? And if we decide that we want to break through, either way, you're going to notice that volume on the lower time frames and on the higher time frames also start to kick in. But the one thing that I think is very, very important, as much as NVDA is starting to recover right now, trading around 128, just below it, about 10 cents or so, is that we're going to need the likes of Amazon, Google, Apple, Tesla, and Microsoft to participate in order for this to be really, really strong momentum. And I just don't see Microsoft picking up any steam. I know Sharif was talking about it not too long ago as well, just saying, hey, this thing has done essentially nothing for about a year or so. And yeah, and I agree with that. And from a daily standpoint, we're red on the day as well. So let's zoom in and see what we got up from a 5-minute perspective to see what Katina Man's got cooking up shortly. How is that? What are you in right now, Katina Man?
Uber just broke
Uber's at 77. All right, let's pull up Uber because we have not looked at that. Okay, pull up. Yeah, pull up. Yeah, all right, so here we go. Breaking through VWAP on the 5-minute time frame. Big engulfing candle right here. We're now starting to recover. We just need to be wary of this. Really nice look there from Katina Man. If we punch through 77 and some of these highs, this thing can go parabolic, Sharif.
All right, we're involved in Tesla at the half dollar. We're 25 pennies out of the money. If this one breaks above that 289.15s, I'm going to have to get out. Don't want to give too much back over here. We're already out of the money on this one, and it's already moving back into 289, so it does look like it wants to take the volume weighted average price again. So sucks to be me on the wrong side of this trade. Tesla looking like it is taking out VWAP at these levels. Good move back up here for Tesla, but we'll pack our patience until we get stopped out. Yeah, there we go. Now we got stopped out. A bit of a tough trade there. It's okay. We'll look to do a little bit better there as Tesla zigs and zags. Let me have a look over here. Exactly what we did over here. We're still putting in lower highs, though, to be fair. So this could be an interesting trade. No, we're not, actually. Now we're breaking above the previous high. So now we are, yeah, wow. This is an interesting look here on TSLA. Let me just have a look over here. Let me zoom back out into the 5. Yeah, we're still holding that same pattern, though. We really haven't broken above this kind of pattern over here. So let's have a look at what we can do with TSLA. Yeah, still... Yeah, I'm going to pack my patience on this one. It hasn't chosen a direction, quite frankly. It moved a little down on the report, then it moved right back up. So I'm not gonna start chasing this one. Let's have a look at the other one that we've been talking about all day, BCG. Where are you, BCG? Allow me a moment. I think I took it off over here. Where did we take it off? I think maybe Tesla was what we were. No. Okay, let's load up BCG on the other screen over here. NVIDIA's going too, by the way, guys. Yeah. Good trade there for you.
We're already $2 in the money.
Jeez.
Oh, man.
Okay, bro. Okay. I see you there. I see you. TSLA in trouble with me, but BCG, yeah, BCG is breaking down. It's right back at that $4 area, well below VWAP. So I'm not gonna try to chase this one below my rule area there, which is the volume weighted average price. Let's have a look at NVDA, see what this one's doing. It's curling up a storm over here. Definitely looking to go, well, I think it already did. It touched that volume weighted average price at 128.70. So we're gonna shout out the Katina Man. We're gonna shout out Joseph. Great trades with you guys right there, man. Definitely should have had eyes on that one. Good call out there. The Katina Man was picking this up at 126. Likewise with Joseph. Joseph's got 126.10. So good look for both of them right now. Bang. All right, so good luck. We'll keep an eye on these bad boys. Just looking at the side chart over here to see if there's any small cap gappers making any moves. It looks like Lemonade might be curling right back up. Show yourself, Lemonade. Sure. There we go. Comes back into that 36.25. Now it's at 35.25. Still putting in lower highs, to be fair. So area crest, and currently this area crest. So if it continues to move up on its merry way, definitely want to get involved with this one. LMND, a big boy on the day. Kahlua Gotta go. Awesome week, boys. Sharif, Joe, I'll be here to watch Midday tomorrow, but probably not trading. See ya. Good luck. Shout out to you, my man. We hope you have a fantastic rest of your day, and thank you for joining us today, and we hope you can join us tomorrow for another
fantastic show. Another, I think tomorrow might even be a little more steamy, Sharif, because we got party after, and then we got the NVDA options contracts expiring there, guys. So I think, tomorrow, I think NVDA is going to put in something massive is going to happen because there's a lot of size at that 140 strike price. We're going to talk a little bit about it a little bit more because I'm really fascinated about it. So if you guys have your options chain or anything along those lines, you will see. If you pull it up now, if you go to this Friday's expiration, you're going to see that we have about 134, last time I checked, I'll check it actually right now, 134,000, that's a lot, Sharif, 134,000 options contracts opened on the call side. So that's a lot of potential shares right there, all right? And then we have 82,000 on the put side. So that hasn't grown. The call side has substantially grown. It has almost doubled at this point. So keep that in mind. Come this Friday, something big is going to happen on this expiration cycle, not necessarily at that 140, but something has to happen along those lines of exchanging shares or a lot of contracts being closed. So I think 140 tomorrow is going to be something really important and something we need to keep an eye out on because we can absolutely start ripping if that's the case. And I mentioned put and call walls. The reason why we didn't exceed Paul Wall, the reason why we didn't exceed 140 or 136 yesterday on that earnings report is here. Okay, perfect. This is a perfect time that I can use my new handy tool here, Sharif.
Yes, sir.
All right. Exactly. Yeah. All right.
About this.
So I'm very pumped about this, guys. So, okay, let's change the color of this first of all. We're gonna put this to black, and then we're gonna throw this one out here.
Okay.
So here we go, and we're gonna make it a little bit smaller. So this is our call. This is going to be our 140 strike right here, guys, okay? So, and we have over 134,000 contracts currently open at this 140 strike price, okay? So what does this tell us? This can potentially tell us that if we want to break through this, there has to be a buyer or an individual participants large enough to grab the liquidity to punch through. If we have the inability to punch through and grab and absorb all this liquidity, this is where the wall format comes into play, okay? And what happens is that it repels. It's the opposite of a magnet. When you turn the magnets around, it repels, okay? And what happens? The price starts to bounce and head lower because there isn't enough liquidity to punch through this amount of contracts and shares. And that is extremely important and something that we need to be able to identify, okay? So that is the thesis. This is our 140 strike price right here. During earnings, we could not punch through it. We could not absorb all this liquidity. So what happened? We just continuously rejected, and that's exactly why we traded to a low of around 125.5 on the session. All right, guys. So there's me using my little handy tool for the first time, and I hope you guys enjoyed it as much as I did, Sharif. And that is exactly how a call and put wall works, my friend.
I like Joseph.
Thank you.
All right, guys. I'm in Peppa Pig again over here. We traded this one, I think, a few weeks ago. PEPG. All right, so I worked my way in here at the $0.25. I'm punching in at highs. This one is showing me a very consistent uptrend. So I'm planning my dollar cost averages over here, DCAs. I'm planning the next one here in the mid-teens at around 16. The first beak wetter I shall seek to take will be at that 30 penny area, and then above that 35. Showing me 28s right now. Let's see if this bad boy wants to continue moving up. 31 high of day. It's up 48%. Not a bad move. 40, almost 50% here as we go into that 30 penny area. Let's see if the bulls can put, okay, so we got the print there. Not bad, not bad. Now we got fours. Let's talk about this one and the details of it. So this has got a 12.3 million share float with about 2.5% of the 12 1/3 million shares borrowed for short. So not really much in the way of a short float there, but a decently small float in general. And that by itself can get this one moving. So what do we got here in terms of trend? Let me show you the side chart over here, and we'll talk about how this one seems to be respecting this uptrend. Now, it doesn't have to stay this way. And if it does, don't be a schmuck like me and punch in at highs. Try to punch in at the lows, right? Somewhere in and around here. Now, this obviously necessitates you to constantly change your orders because the trend line or the moving average or whatever you're getting off or getting off in, it's dynamic, right? It's changing constantly. So that every time a new candle forms, the moving average moves up or down with the new candle that closed there. So keep that in mind. I want to get in something, as I mentioned, in the 16 area. But I'm probably going to put another little beak wetter there, or not beak wetter, but profit taker, excuse me, into that, I think, 20 penny area. I like it in and around there. So let's go ahead and throw that in right now. I'm going to go ahead. We'll go ahead here and wait at 20. See if we can get something filled in and around 20s. PEPG. It doesn't have a headline, sadly, guys. Looking yesterday to see if this bad boy has a headline. Not much. PepGen is the name of the company. It's about $73.5 million market cap. Clinical stage biotech company engaged in advancing the next gen of, I don't even want to try to say this word, the goal of transforming the treatment of severe neuromuscular and neurologic diseases. I do remember reading that before. So we'll see if we can extract some profitability on this bad boy over here, PEPG. Anything else happening in small cap gapper world? I was looking at Lemonade. I was quite interested actually in getting long on Lemonade right here, Ram. But the thing is, it's still continuing to put in this kind of lower high situation. Now, we do have higher lows, obviously, by the other side of that token. So this does look like to me to be a compression pattern, a bull pennant, so to speak. And how do I know where the price action is going to go? Well, if you believe the textbooks, the bull pennant or the bull flag typically resolves in the direction of the trend. Well, this thing's up 18.5%. I'd say it's fair to assume that the trend is to the upside. So I'd like to get something in here, possibly on LMND, but at a better price. A bit of a pricier name, obviously, in terms of small cap gappers, trading around $37.5, $37.25 right now. So not a bad look there. Let's go back into, though, PEPG, still nothing doing. I only have one print at 30s. 35 didn't get printed, and I'm still looking at planning my DCAs to the downside. Eddie R, don't be so hard on yourself. Yeah, brother, I know. It's okay. It's all good there. Thank you, Eddie R. Shout out to you, my man. What else are people talking about there in the chat? Stevenson ATN says SPY break above. Let's have a look at what the SPY is doing since the Playmaker poll is now in effect. Joseph, what were our levels again on the Playmaker?
On the Playmaker, I can pull them up for you right now, my guy.
Because we're at 594.87. We're heading up, Joseph.
594. We say 97.
594.91 now. We're
okay, yeah, we're stopped out, man.
We're stopped out?
Yeah, we're 5.9.
Damn,
yeah, 594.84. Yeah.
Okay.
594. We'll
what
document
teaches
right now.
the chat never to vote short?
Yeah, I knew this one was going to be a little bit tougher. Look there. What time is it? We're going to document this one here. Havana Woody just sent me an interesting DM as well too, Sharif.
Yes, sir.
Very interesting because he says, "Hey Joe, take a look at SPY," and I'm going to actually read the post that he sent to me right now because it's actually I find very intriguing. I think it's extremely important for all of us to know. All right, and there's some questions that people in the chat were asking me. How do we have the ability to identify this? Right. So what we're looking at. So the largest single level of puts in over a year for SPY was just opened last week.
Wow.
The crazy part is it expires this Friday. All right. So thank you for that, Havana Woody. And right at that 595 strike price, on the put side, we have 93,000 open contracts. All right.
Jeez. It's
quite a bit. 9.3 million potential shares. Times that by whatever the SPY is, notionally that's quite a bit of cash, all right? So keep that in mind. So that is very, very intriguing. And what can happen with that is, to be honest with you, it's acting as a specific wall right now. We are hovering around 595 right now. So if those are short puts, then what's going to happen to the market? We're going to bust out the old trusty tool again here real quick. Is if we break, if those are short puts, then the market can go like this, guys, right? It's very interesting. And then someone else, we can go higher, right? Okay, but what someone else also mentioned to me too is, hey, Joe, we have about 134,000 open contracts at 150 on NVDA as well too. But my answer to that is look at the put side. And it doesn't compare, it pales in comparison to what's at 140. And then that's when I was referring to my options term, options pinning. And what can happen when you have a bunch of short calls, right? You want the price to go down, but then you also have a bunch of short puts, which makes you want to go synthetically long. And what does that have? What does that mean? What does that leave you with? It leaves the price stagnant and pinned in a specific area. And that's why at 140, we've had the inability to crack, okay? So I think that is really important to notice and look at both sides of the options chain. But I believe we're going to send it off to Adara.
Keep an eye here on the market as Fed's Hammock speaks here, saying that basically there are good reasons to expect inflation to come down further, but that further easing in inflation is going to be far from certain because there is an abundance of upside risks, saying that the inflation easing process thus far has been uneven and has actually slowed down as of late. Fed's Hammock said that the Fed needs to be patient with regards to easing, that they're likely to hold rates steady, quote, for some time, but that this patient policy will allow the Fed to monitor the jobs market. So basically saying that the Fed is going to be slowing down here with these rate cuts just due to the sign that inflation progress has in fact slowed. So it's just reacting to the numbers we're seeing, guys. Back to you.
Very much for that, Adara. Do you want to finish your thought?
Yeah, I pretty much finished it. I mentioned options pinning.
Yep.
When you have both of those, both that size of open interest on both sides of the options chain, then that's where it leaves the price somewhat stagnant and stuck within a range.
All right, guys. I'm involved in PEPG. We're long 11s here. Having DC8 into this, it's showing me 9. It's going to have to hold 2. That's it. That's a line in the sand. If it doesn't hold 2, I'm done, and I lose on the trade. Let's keep an eye out on this one. It's up 44%. A great pattern. It broke trend very clearly there. It broke that upper trend line that we had drawn, and it is now down into the single digits. Not a good look. The best out I have is 30s, and then that's it. That 35 print goes unfilled. So I'm keeping my eye on this one to see if it pops back up. But as I mentioned, anything below that $2 area, I'm gonzino. Now, there does seem to be price action support at 195. So I'm starting to think, should I just move it down a few more pennies into that 194 if it is to spike down below 2? But I don't want to, it's a slippery slope when you do that. So I don't really exactly want to do that. So we'll see exactly what we get there. But the price action is coming down now on Peppa Pig. Dang you, Peppa Pig. Well, I wouldn't stand an ovation for that. I'm out of the money, but all good there. Let's look at ARIS as well. This one's coming into VWAP. This has been a very strong name on the day. Let's flip to the 5 on this one. Let's zoom in a little bit so we can see it. Yeah, there we go. Now, this one's been defending 31 over and over and over. It's back at 31, despite the fact that it got to 32. It's a volume-weighted average price. It's an interesting area off which to pick it up. I don't really want to chase this down, though. Kind of has that 32 rejection. Yeah, let's see exactly. If this one wants to defend 31, then we'll talk about this one. But yeah, PEPG gonna stop me out. It's below 2 now, sadly. So yeah, here we go. Look, it's defending 2. Let's see if it pops back up. We're long 11s. We're already 11 pennies out of the money, which is not a good look on this name. HIMS as well. There you go. HIMS is also at VWAP, which is an interesting area. Oops, it's on the New York. My bad. Interesting area here for HIMS, $44 has been an area defend. I mean, it did breach it over here, but it was quickly able to get above and move actually into that 45.40. So that's another interesting area there. Tesla moving back up aggressively here into that 292. I'm really happy I stopped out. Obviously, I gave some back there with Tesla breaking down against me, but I'm happy I didn't end up adding to the bloodshed because this one is well above. It's $2 and change above my entry there. So TSLA, bit of a positive catalyst for a change the last little while. It's been very negative for Tesla. Looks as if they filed that application out in California to get that self-driving stuff underway, which we knew that they were going to do in California and Texas, Joseph. So it's just a matter of time till we probably got that headline. I'm excited to see what happens with it, man, quite frankly.
I was gonna try to talk to you about it for a little bit, too, because we know with Waymo, Waymo's been fully functional in LA in the state of California. So what kind of parameters is Tesla looking at? Because there's no way it's going to get approved just like that. So what is Tesla going to have to improve in order for it to get approved? And I'm really curious to see how long that process is going to take and what's going to happen throughout it, because you already have autonomy in LA and in California. So what's it going to take for Elon to do the same thing?
Well, that's the question is, I mean, does his association with Donald Trump help move the needle there? Now, my understanding is this is done on a state-by-state level. Like if you apply for licensing in California, you need to get the licensing body or the regulatory body in California to give you the nod, not the federal government.
They don't really like Elon in California either, do they?
No, they don't.
He left, right? So
well, he's still got the Fairmont plant, but he's trying to definitely de-risk away from.
So is there any form of comparison? Like, have we put Waymo vehicles and the Cybercab vehicles kind of in the same scenario to see which one has performed better?
Well, I mean, there's only one that's performing right now. It's Waymo. Yeah, they're the cyber. Cyber.
But that's what I'm getting at. Has there anything like if you're applying for something, that means you must be ready to put these vehicles on the ground at some point, right?
Yeah,
he's going Austin. So at what point is it like? When are we going to be able to do a full-on comparison? Someone must have done this already.
Well, I don't know though, bro. You can't get your hands on the Cybercab because he's not going to give it to you. It's still in prototype mode. He's probably testing up a storm on that bad boy.
Yeah.
That's all going to be internal. He's not going to let you know anything about what's happening there. But yeah, great question, Joseph. I think one of the things that people are definitely going to be comparing if the Cybercab is out this year, is the comparison with Waymo. It only stands to reason, right? And I want to see how they do it. Do they make an association with Uber? Do you got to go into the Tesla app in order to call the Cybercab, right? Because the whole networking aspect of it and having a big pool of users, that's going to be important as well, you think, you know? Google obviously has got tons of users. I mean, they could probably utilize their Google subscribers there in some way, some form. I don't think Tesla has quite as well of a user established base, maybe from Grok. I don't know if they can bring that kind of stuff over, if that would create any
I think it would be
conflicts, maybe.
Well, I mean, I guess when you look on the Uber app, a lot of the vehicles are displayed as like Teslas and stuff. You know
people want specific. Sometimes
vehicles,
like you want green vehicles, right? So you want to call in.
So there you go. That's a positive note. So if he teams up with Uber and Lyft, maybe then I think it'd be a really good.
Can I say something to you though, man? A lot of these people that like the ones that I listen to on podcasts, so maybe not a lot of these people. Some people, I'll say it that way. They're like, you know, when I order an Uber or like a taxi service, they don't want a car with a driver anymore. Because they're like, you know, sometimes they've had a bad day, they're aggressive driving at night.
Or they suck at driving.
They suck at driving. And so some people will actually only want an autonomous vehicle.
Yeah, I think I would go along those. What about you? Because then you could like play your own.
I've never been in one.
Yeah, but what would you want? Would you want a driver or an
I'd like to be able to compare. Yeah. Let me see how the autonomous vehicle does. Like, I mean, I've never been inside a Waymo in the I-Pace, right? But I wouldn't mind trying, that's for sure. I'll definitely give that a try. What's going on up there?
What is that now?
We cold as ice?
Cold as ice.
Cold as ice.
Willing to sacrifice. All right, guys, we got a $2 super chat from Jack Daniels. Hey, okay, all right. TSLA chart was up during put call wall lesson. All right.
Here's Paul Wall, bro. Just keep hearing Paul Wall over again.
Oh, yeah. I mean, thank you for that $2 super chat, though, JD himself.
Hey.
There we go. Thank you, my friend. Tesla chart was up. Yeah, when we are slowly starting to climb higher. You see where I'm at, guys. 13.17 is the average price on this during the put call wall lesson. So yeah, let's see if we can continue to climb higher. I think we broke this trend here, and that's what I was pointing out earlier to you guys. Multiple touches. We have now breached that. It's now just to go sit through this retest and then hopefully break through and get into these mid $13 price targets. But once again, thank you, JD, for that lesson.
You ever been in an Uber talking to somebody when you didn't making small talk when you didn't want to necessarily make small talk? And they're saying yes. Ram saying. Oh, so you can actually request a silent Uber now.
Yeah, you can request.
Yeah,
you can.
Yeah, Dara, it's in the setting. It's kind of, I don't know. Would you be insulted if you were a driver and someone
requested a silent? Not at all.
If you were the driver, no, it wouldn't bother you.
No.
Yeah, okay, fair. Yeah, I mean, like, you don't know what the person, they've had a tough day, so you shouldn't take it with offense.
The conversation that I was having with the Uber guy coming from the airport, it's like barbershop conversation, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So running into those once in a blue moon is good. Yeah, you have fun with them, right? It's just
Oh, well, that's the thing. That's it. Okay, so they were basically stalking Ram. Yeah, and they know where she lives because they picked her up.
days.
So her username on Uber was like the same as her Instagram name. So some of the the Uber drivers, excuse me, would look her up afterwards on Instagram using her name. And then they'd message her and be like, "Oh, I just dropped you off. I was your Uber driver." That's super cringe. Yeah, that's super cringe. You should report that. That's kind of weird, right? That's unprofessional.
It is unprofessional, but
Now, let's see what people are saying in the chat there. AR, wait, that Tesla cabs don't make you listen to his speeches. That's hilarious. Yeah, I hope not. Showtime, it's fun when drunk messing with the driver, though. Shout out to Showtime. Kanye East, I took a cab in Vegas and asked the driver if he wanted to jump some Uber drivers together, and he said, "Man, we probably just get beat up." Oh, well, shout out to you, man. Why do you want to beat up on people? What's going on over there?
Like that
You're
guy
in Vegas and you want to fight people? Come on, Kanye, there's other stuff to do. You can, too busy, you can lose money, right? You can play blackjack. You like blackjack, Joseph?
Of course, man.
Man, blackjack's
I love
ish.
blackjack, yeah.
Ready to pay some bills, though, baby.
Oh,
New traders, listen up. First month, it's free. That's right. We're waiving fees. Trade smarter, not harder. Upgrade to Elite. Analyze, strategize, and capitalize. Our platform, it's everything. Infant data, instant trading, lightning fast market insights, game-changing charts, predict with backtesting, reliable real-time data, global markets at your fingertips, all in one platform. Don't miss out. Execute your best trades now. If you're ready to elevate your trading, scan that QR code or check the link in the description. Shout out to the great folks at eSignal. Yeah, Tesla cabs will have the grok to converse with. I mean, come on. I can have grok on my phone, but I get what you guys are saying. Slots are the best odds to win in a casino. Did not know that. I don't usually gamble. You gamble?
slots. I used to be a gambling man.
Like gambling?
Yeah, like I played a lot of blackjack back in the day.
I love blackjack.
Yeah, I played a lot.
Played
We played a lot
on
of
the computer,
21.
though.
So, yeah. Oh no, I would go to
You ever
actually
tried
like
counting
falls-
cards?
Yeah, I did. I just did the
eh?
simple system, like the +1, +2, +1. Yeah,
From
plus
the
one.
movie 21,
Yeah,
right?
but I actually learned it before I even really, I guess, knew about the movie. But it's just like +1, -1, +2, -2, blah, 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 whatever it may be.
Yeah,
I forget how it works, but that was
picture
years
cards,
ago in like 26.
anything above what?
Yeah,
10?
it's like +1 or
It's
something.
+1. Then there's the zero. There's like nothing.
Yeah,
cards.
0 and then
there's
minus one.
right?
Yeah, exactly. And I tried it a couple times. Did not work.
No, huh?
No, because you got to be snappy, right? Like you have to be able to go. And then I forget what you're looking for. It's like 17 or something along the. Whenever you add up to 17, if it adds up to 17, then you want to hit. Or I forget the metrics of it. It was like 2017. Yeah.
Like the deck has to get hot. Is that what you're
yeah.
talking
Like
about?
that. It's in your favor.
Okay.
There was a metric there that was in your favor. But let's see what it is.
All right.
We are going to take a look here at these quantum chips released by these Mag 7 names. We got Amazon's new Ocelot, which seems to be a reference to, the jungle creature, an ocelot. Pretty clever there with AMZN and their Amazon theme. But we also had March Runner 1 come from Microsoft a couple weeks ago. Then Willow announced by Alphabet back in December. So I put together a little bit of a show and tell when it comes to these different quantum names and what they offer, basically how many qubits they use. And Amazon's Ocelot actually used something really cool called cat qubits, apparently based on Schrodinger's cat. You can definitely do more of your own research because I kind of did a cursory read here, but take a look here in X at TTV Research. That's TTV Research. You want to look at this graphic and other cool infographics. Guys, if you ever have any ideas, just tag me in the chat because I'm trying to come up with cool content for you guys every single day. Back to you.
People always love Devin Haney. He's crap.
I don't know why he is.
He's so
Yeah,
garbage.
I remember that when someone in the chat said if they want to fall asleep, they'll just watch Devin Haney.
Devin Haney.
Yeah.
And I hate his attitude.
Yeah, it sucks.
It's horrible. What are you guys looking at right now, man? I mean, I'm involved in this Peppa Pig. I'm 7 pennies out of the money. It's holding $2, and I'm displeased with it. Show me what you guys are looking at right now. Throw it in the chat. Tag Joseph or I. It's been a really interesting day today. We obviously had NVIDIA earnings today. I'm assuming this is not what everybody expected. You beat on the top and bottom line. You guide into an oblivion, and then you're down 3% the next day. But it's not a story we haven't seen. We already saw that same song and dance last time where they beat on the top and bottom line, guided above expectations, only to sell off. And then in the coming weeks and months, or days and months, I should say, days and weeks, I'll get it right, it got bought up again. Neil was letting me know in the chat that anytime he has an Uber conversation, they ask him where he's from, and he mentions Antigua, immediately the conversation goes to cricket.
Oh, yeah? Is that the big cricket?
Do you play cricket? He's played. He's not good, but he played.
I don't understand the rules of it. Like, I don't get it.
Kind of like baseball. Oh, not that cricket, Ram. No, those are Jiminy crickets. It's very. So there's a bowler, and it's the batsman, right? Batsman and a bowler. Yeah. And like you're basically trying to hit the ball and run and to touch the wicket. And if you can touch the wicket and then come back, I think that's a point. Then you run back.
Yeah,
they run with the bat, which is kind of weird. Why don't you just drop the bat, bro?
I seen them make some.
Oh, you can touch the wicket with the bat? I didn't know that. Okay. I didn't know that. Okay, there you go. Well, Ram knows, right?
Over there.
It's a cultural thing too, right? So a lot of, for sure.
She gave up on the Arabic though.
Well, yeah, she doesn't practice.
What's up with that?
I'm sorry about that, Ram. All right, let's see what everybody has tagged us in the chat. Charlie Taft's long Tesla at 290. Fantastic look there, my man. Looks like you're 30 pennies in the money. Good look. Cameron Lum, Carvana. Haven't been talking about Vana in a hot minute. Let's have a look at CVNA. Okay, Carvana. Wow, that was a nice down move there. I hope you picked that up off the low. CVNA dipping into that 225, 224.41. Went red, but we went red to green with that higher low. So this looks good. Looks like, more recently, essentially since 11 o'clock, we've been holding above that 234 area. We haven't even gotten down into VWAP. VWAP and yesterday's closing print are awfully close. 233 for VWAP, 232.56 here as the closing print on CVNA. What's the daily look like? Yeah, so that was essentially the earnings. You want to call it a loss. I mean, we popped up essentially to 310, dropped back down the intervening days. But this is still, as you can see, a higher low. And it didn't even come down and test that 200 exponential, which it kind of almost did last time. This thing has been a dang rocket ship, man. I mean, it's been higher highs and higher lows every time you look. And it surprised me to no end. I'll tell you why. Because, well, it's the car business, right? And we saw used cars absolutely get shellacked in terms of their value after the pandemic. They really went down. They were actually deflationary while things were still inflationary. So it's super interesting in that regard, but it looks like it's recovering a little bit here. Rohit Sharma, waiting for HIMS to arrive at VWAP. I think you just missed it, my man, because it's been hanging out at VWAP for a hot minute. We're talking about HIMS. I had a few trades on this bad boy. It's still putting in lower highs, and then it attempted here to make that higher high. But look at that inverse hammer candle topping tail, and right back to the lower high pattern we go. I mean, I don't know if HIMS holds above 44 today. It's definitely setting up for a failure, for a flat bottom break. But the flat bottom break hasn't been forthcoming. You probably got bamboozled if you were looking for it over here, as it did drop about 50, 60 pennies below the volume weighted average price. But yeah, HIMS holding up. Let me know how you scalp it. If you do scalp it, who was that? Rohit. Let me know what your plan is on that. Good luck for you, though, my man. Shout out. Let me know how it goes. All right. Peppa Pig. I'm kidding when I say that. PEPG. Curling back up here to 205. I'm long 209. Let's see if this bad boy wants to hold up above 2 and then kind of make its way back above the volume weighted average price. I kind of got caught offside with this one. 207 is now showing up on the ask. VWAP is at 209. So VWAP is essentially my price right now. Let's see if this holds up. We got shares on here, so we'll be able to scalp some out. I had to get myself out of trouble on this one. Not something that I'm proud to do here because this is breaching my rule. I'm adding below VWAP. I would rather just get stopped out, but hey, here I am. Let's see if we can get out of trouble, Joseph.
Yes, for sure. Okay, so someone in the chat has been asking me consistently to check out TSLA, RFID trader. I now hope that you are listening because we are going to go over what you were asking me. Okay, so TSLA. Let's start from scratch, okay? So mind you, this is a derivative of Tesla. What's going on in the options chain is essentially almost irrelevant, okay? So this is now you're looking at a derivative of a derivative, okay? Because that's what options contracts are a derivative. TSLA is a derivative. Now you're saying, hey, Joe, everything is expiring, whatever, the expiration cycle tomorrow, there's about 9,000 open contracts. Okay, well, let's put it this way. On a $13.50, currently what we're trading at around $13, 9,000 open contracts is essentially nothing, okay? It is not a significant amount. But what we want to do here is actually pull up the underlying asset and see what we got going on relative to that same strike. Now, what we see is we have some open interest at the 290, all right? Somewhat 12,900, so we'll call it 13,000 on the put side, I should refer to. And then we have about 15,000 at the 300, okay? So I'm assuming those are long puts from 300 that expire tomorrow. Now, if we go up our chain, 310, 15,000 open contracts, most likely short calls, okay? So keep that in mind there. For me, that is not a significant amount of open interest to be like, hey, we are now sitting at a wall. What we want to look at for specific walls, and I'll pull up the picture right now, is that we want to find large amounts of open interest. 15,000, 16,000, 20,000, 30,000 is not significant enough in order for it to be classified as a wall. Now, if the stock price is significantly more expensive, then yeah, we can classify that as a wall. But in this case, it is not. And I'm looking for that picture, which unfortunately, oh, here we are. I'll find it right here for you. And it's not just, unfortunately, it's just not enough, okay, to be like, hey, I don't know why it's doing that. It's frustrating. Here we go. Yeah, embarrassing. But anyways, guys, what I'm getting at is that amount of open interest isn't significant enough. Like someone can come through and just buy all that stuff up. But when you start getting into the range of 130,000 open contracts, 80,000 open contracts, then that's when you want to start looking at that. But in my opinion, that isn't a substantial amount enough to be like, hey, this is a key level and this can be a key level in Tesla. We know that this name has been significantly weak for the better part of a month now, and we're just going to keep it that way. So when we're looking for put and call walls, look for a definitive amount of open interest that's going to pop out to you, right? Like when I looked at the options chain on NVDA and I see 97,000, it's like, okay, that's a significant amount, especially when you go up and down the chain, whether it be on the put or the call side, and you're seeing 20,000, 15,000, 30,000. You want to see something that is substantial enough that is eye-popping, and you don't really want to force it. So that is my answer for you on TSLA. You're looking at a derivative of a derivative on the options chain, and that's when you want to go to the underlying asset and then find something that sticks out for you.
All right, man. I'm not proud of this, but we got ourselves out of trouble breaking our rules. I really don't want to advocate this, but I was in trouble here with Peppa Pig. We did add into that $2 area, and I've scalped up a storm into that 15 penny area with a good cost basis right now of 6s. Look, if this comes back down and it's a perfunctory breach of the volume weighted average price, I'm flattening out. I'm not going to sit here and fight with it now that I'm in the money. So if it comes back down to my entry, I'm taking it out break even. So now I'm waiting at 15s. It's showing me some selling here at 14s. Let's see if we can take out the seller at 14s. And then move up along our merry way. Now we're showing 15s on the ask, 14s on the bid. It's going to have to cross, obviously, for me to get printed. So let's see if we can get that print at 15s. There it is. Boom! We get out of trouble. All right, there we go. We're going to take out some more over here. Still holding some shares, but I did get out of trouble there. But again, I don't want to be doing this again. This is why I always say, with these stupid small cap gappers, stick to your dang rules. For this reason, I mean, goodness gracious. So, get it, Adara. I appreciate you finding levity in my misery over here. Girl, I'm kidding. All right, I'm just busting chops. But there we go. We're waiting here. I'm going to wait at 20s now for Peppa Pig. And here's the deal. Look. I don't have to wait until my entry. My entry's at 5s. The volume weighted average price is at 9s. So the deal is this loses 10 and it loses me as a trader. So I'm not taking this anything below 10. We'll let it drop. We'll let it go to the depths of, wherever it came from. So right now I'm waiting at 20s. If we can take out 20s, I'll be a bit more optimistic. But we got a topping tail, ugly topping tail candle, inverse hammer candle right now forming on the 5, Joseph. So keeping an eye on this trade. PEPG, we got 11 minutes left.
Yeah,
I didn't sesh this morning, eh?
No, eh?
No, I didn't. I was a little lazy. I'm not gonna lie to you. Yeah, I was just because I went to sleep late yesterday because we had the market recap show. Yeah. So got into the.
Did you go last night?
To the gym?
Yeah.
Yeah, I did. Yeah, I did. It was a sick session.
It was good. Would you crush?
So can I tell you?
Yeah.
I have an entire chest day that's fly specific. No presses, strictly flies.
Dumbbell fly.
Not just that, but the angle. Okay. Incline flies, flat flies, decline flies, and then you mix up on the machine a little dumbbells here, a little machine here, a little cables here. Right. Yeah, you want to mix up
a full fly, man. You're getting it. You're stretching every fiber in the pectoral there.
Well, it's a point. That's really the point. And did you hear about this study that they were saying that the incline, anything incline, it hits the incline chest way better than flat, but it also hits the flat as good as doing flat. Do you see what I'm saying?
Okay,
or the lower part of the chest.
So incline, no. So the incline is, and a lot of people say that. It's like if you're gonna hit bench, you can just hit incline the majority of the time. That's what you're saying, right?
Yes.
So just hit incline, and that's what I use. Yeah, that's what I usually do. So I told you I kind of shifted to cals lately, so calisthenics. So I'm just like heavy on I'm heavy on the dips, heavy on the pull-ups, and heavy on the push-ups here.
Amazing.
Yeah, and that's what I do. So once in a while I'll hit the dumbbells, but for me, like you know what it is. Like I just checked out when I joined LA Fitness, and that was about 8 years ago. I joined in 2016. But I still worked out the condo and everything like that. And me and my one buddy that I worked with, we would just always crush everything. But then just doing that for so long, I'm like, okay, let me switch it up. Let me really shock the muscle and then start getting into some, because we used to crush weighted dips. I was hitting like 2 plates on the weighted dips and everything.
Crazy, that's
a couple of those. Nice, we were in good. Yeah, exactly. So so that's what we're doing. We're back into that. We're just doing pull-ups, weighted dips, and push-ups and lots of leg raises. Yeah, I love it. Yeah, because in the summertime, when we go on the run, we're gonna go to the outdoor gym, and then that's when we're gonna crush those pull-ups.
Or you were doing runs with Yanni last year.
Doing runs with Yannick and everything like that. So in the summertime, get nice, hot and sweaty, and then go do some
like
workout.
It.
Yeah.
I like the comments coming in here. Calisthenics is awesome. Absolutely. It is really awesome. Let's go. I just work out my forearms for the ladies. Shout out to Let's Go. All right, bro. Shout out. Thank you, Patrick Valley. I appreciate you, my man. Who else we got? I think Joe Options is stronger than Reef.
That's crazy, man.
You see the symmetrical. All right. Jim Bros, T. Batista. Don't skip. Come on, bro. VM Mark. Come on, bro. Come on now.
What do you say?
Stretching the fiber in the pectoral is the way, says Demetrius. Don't skip leg day, says Mike Simmons. Never, bro. Never, absolutely. You can't skip leg day, especially for men, because it's very hormone regulating. The quad.
I did do some leg raises yesterday because I mentioned I had a little bit of a knee injury in hockey, so I want to just strengthen it back up. So.
Makes sense. All right, be careful what you type. He will read it without pre-reading. I try to pre-read nowadays, right? Like, because Big Spile is such a liability, and he always got me in trouble.
Yeah.
But that's the situation. All right, guys, I got out there of PEPG as it did do an ugly looking topping tail candle on the 5. Let me just show you what I was looking at. This is why I got out. This one just didn't scream to me continuity. But look, I've mentioned this before. These topping tail candles are not operative on these small cap gappers, but I was already in trouble with it. I didn't want to, continue to nurse it. We're going to Adair at the big desk.
Keep an eye on X here. That's U.S. Steel. Semaphore reporting that apparently a number of meetings have occurred here about the U.S. Steel and Nippon deal in the past 48 hours with both participants and hangers-on. So basically, I guess some people of various degrees of stature are talking about the deal between Nippon Steel and U.S. Steel. In case you missed it, for the last, I think, year or so, Nippon Steel has been trying to acquire X for roughly $14 billion, but this deal has been blocked initially by President Joe Biden at the time. Now, current President Donald Trump expressing not a lot of interest in letting this deal through as well. But apparently these meetings are happening, and activist investor Ancora actually met with the company this morning as well. So X, you're getting some activist investment as ongoing talks occur as to the status of its possible acquisition by Nippon Steel. Make sure to like and subscribe. Hope you guys had a great day. Back to you.
Yeah.
the future ticker, of course, of Twitter. No, kidding. Guys, let's cover Riley. Bruh, you there with the Chitrafon name in the chat. Chill. Don't spam. But I'm going to cover it for you. But if you spam again, you're going to get suspended for a minute. Joseph was already going to suspend you. I had to hold him back.
He legit told me to chill. It wasn't going to be for a minute. It was going to be for the full duration.
There you
I'm
go.
not easy. I'm a tough cookie, man.
So he's looking at Riley, Joseph, and this is one that the Katina man had a banger on today. We were trading this one a couple of times. He's cooking up a storm there. I'm getting hungry just looking at that.
Yeah, same.
But here's the deal. My man, we got a bit of a support level here at $6.60, maybe $6.55. The closing print show more around $6.60. When you lose that level, when you lose a key area of support like that, sometimes, not all the time, but sometimes when you come back into that area, it acts as resistance. So what I'd be on the lookout for, my man, is a break and take of that 660 level on RILY. You get that 660 level on a closing basis, not just a quick wick up and then a move back down. Wait for the candle to close on whatever time frame you're charting, whether it's a 1, 3, or 5, whatever. Make sure that it's a closing print, and then you can work your way in as along. Now, obviously, you could say, well, hey, man, why would I punch in at highs? To me, it's not really about that. It's not about guessing whether or not it holds up at 6. It's about seeing here what happened. This is a story that took place here on this chart. The story is that we were making lower highs, right, with this 730 area high, and then we kept 720 area high, 710 area high. All the while, this 650 area was holding up until it wasn't. And that's exactly when it happened right there, right at 12:15. So that's the story that took place. So are the buyers who were defending that 650 level, are they still there? We'll have to find out. Here we go. We just took 650, Joseph. 660, excuse me. 650 we already took, but 660 was a level. So 659 right now showing up on the ask. A little bit lower on the bid, about a 4-penny spread, 55s. So this is what I mean. See how it wicked up there? Let it close, let it manifest above that level, and then you can say to yourself, all right, well, the people who are going to sell at this level, are they going to be taking profits here? We'll see. Right now, it is rejecting for the moment. Let's see if it gets above that 660 level, but RILY, not a bad look. So shout out to you. All right. What happened? He got timed out, huh? He got timed out. He wouldn't shut up, would he?
No,
yeah, he kept going on with it. Well, I reviewed it for you, bro. But next time you just gotta exercise a bit more etiquette, chat etiquette there. Otherwise, Joseph gets very upset, and so do I, quite frankly. And then you don't even want to mess with Adara. She'll get you. She has no idea what I'm talking about. Yeah, you see that? She's like, what? She's like, what? I'm just teasing Adara. You don't even respond to anybody who says anything silly in the chat. Not like us, right? Yeah, so we're continuing to watch Riley right now, guys. Good look up, but definitely having a little bit of trouble there. Joseph, what do you got?
Yeah, I'm going to go over, I know a lot of people in the chat, Salomon Diaz, you're asking about ACHR. We're going to go over that for you. We only got a couple minutes left, but I know a lot of people in the chat have been asking about it. So when you ask kindly, you shall receive.
There it is.
All right, here we go. So Archer Aviation, let me pull it up here and see what we got going on from an overview standpoint as well too, guys. ACHR, Okay, so Archer Aviation is an aerospace company. I guess it's in the name. The company is engaged in designing and developing electrical vertical takeoff and landing aircraft, eVTOLs. Okay, so Sharif loves eVTOLs. Aircraft for using its urban air mobility. Now sitting at a $4.5 billion market cap. Beautiful. All right, from an intraday perspective, not the prettiest, okay? Pre-market, not very liquid. But what we want to do here is zoom out and see what we got going on, okay? Ooh, all right. A bit of a tougher look here, okay? So let's see what, from a percentage metric, off of this previous high here, how much we are specifically down. 31% to where we're currently sitting at. And then about 40% to these current lows. Can we bounce here? Oh, and it sees that I didn't even draw this. So what we have here from a technical standpoint is, as you can see, we were holding this trend line, okay? So Salomon, once you breach that trend line, You're now trading below it, so you're on the backside of this trend here and continuing to move lower. We've put in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 consecutive red days. Are we going to get a potential bounce in this name? Maybe, but what we got to do is we got to wait for a base to set in or find a next potential level, all right? So for me, the next potential level is going to put us around that $6.30 price target, okay? So that's what we want to hold on to. If you're looking to go long-term or mid-term in this name, I would hold off just for now, wait for some more bottoming signals, and then wait for some relative strength to step in on this name, okay? But let's zoom out and see what we got from an all-time high perspective here, Shreve. And then we froze. Okay, so we'll try this one more time from a daily standpoint. ACHR, and we'll just continue to look at it from a daily standpoint, because I know if I go weekly, it's going to freeze again, but we'll zoom out here, okay, and see what we got cooking up. So yeah, okay, IPO back in 21 here, we got the ice one again showing up, okay, cold as ice, but here we go. Yeah, again, we just have to wait. I think we just have to be a little bit more patient in this name to look to get involved. If you're looking to allocate into it, then just break it up into fifths, quarters, whatever it may be, tenths. If you're looking to bet 10K into the name, $1,000 at a time, average yourself into it, set a definitive stop loss if it is a medium duration trade, and then just take it from there. Write a trade plan, follow it, and then execute. All right, guys, but it is now 2 o'clock. Gonna send it over.
Joseph,
Gonna send them off. All right, guys. Tomorrow, I'm not too sure. Oh yeah, an NVDA expiration. I think that's going to be extremely important, considering the amount of open interest at that 140 strike price on the put and the call side. I think it's going to be really interesting in this name. And is it going to relieve some pressure in order for it to appreciate or depreciate? Time will tell. We're going to send it off to the big boys.
Take care, guys.
Bang.
140, 180. That was the discussion in the middle of the day.
What was?
With NVIDIA.
Oh, yeah, right. Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, it was 180 by the end of the year? End of the year. End of the year was the discussion. Well, we're running away from those things today.
Guaranteed.
Is it, so was it closed or is it just ticket?
No, there was no discussion.
Oh, so it just has to touch 180. It doesn't actually have to close
Cares
up there?
what the difference is.
No, I think
if it gets to 180, it gets to 180, right?
I think it makes a difference.
Does it?
From here to go over 4 trillion. The thing about the 3, the 4, like those big trillion numbers, they have been. You look at Apple. You look at when Microsoft did it. You look at when Nvidia's hit those. They've typically been really good technical levels for pullbacks.
Right.
So it's a very big difference getting to 4 trillion again, or getting to 4 trillion and holding 4 trillion. Because I think when it sees it pulls away from it.
4.4 trillion.
Oh, it's 4. Oh, I heard wrong. Okay, never mind. I thought that was closer to the 4 trillion because I think it rejects 4 trillion the first time on Nvidia, just like all the other names do at those big numbers. But we'll see.
So
that's the fun part about the market.
170, but I don't, So we tweeted something out right here. We want to say a big shout out to our guy Obi. First of all, a big shout out to Mr. Westermeyer. We appreciate everything you do. So at Bears vs. Bulls right there, man. We're just going to be running this again just to show our appreciation again. And here we go, man. Here's Obi. So his shirt is Amazon. With a little upside there. So shout out to Obi as everyone gets ready to rock and roll tomorrow night. Unfortunately, my daughter grabbed a playoff game that day. I'm not super happy about it, but we'll be here for a drink and then see the boys paint the town, and we'll do family stuff. But yeah, shout out to Obi again right there. Go over on X here on the Twitter machine and get going on this one. Share it, like it, all of that. Show Obi some mad love for that. So shout out to Obi there as first and last graduate ever on the floor. So not first, but last. That's first one that you guys have ever seen, I think, on the floor, right? And so I don't think Luca did.
No, from show guys, because.
No, but none of those guys did, right? No,
just the manager guys
nobody else.
While they were on the show.
Yeah.
Like you might have heard us go nuts when like Wayne graduated, but he's one of the risk managers that sits behind that pillar right over there where I'm kind of trying to point to. But like the tone of the market, I heard the Playmaker poll went short and got stopped out. So I don't know. I mean, it feels like that the direction's right today for the market, but I guess overall, it's all a timing thing, I suppose, with that Playmaker poll. Because if you look at what's happened to this NASDAQ, it's been stair-step down. It's held a couple times the 21,000 level, but VWAP has not been wrong here for the NQ at least, holding underneath VWAP. So unless we break out above, short weak stocks, long strong stocks is kind of the way to go. I'm looking at SMCI and AMD. To the other direction, they're both very weak. Intel is actually strong today, but it's actually challenging the trend since VWAP right now. So I want to play this in either direction. But first, long the trend, if it breaks the trend, look for the short. And SMCI, now 13% to the downside, SMCI. So yesterday it gapped up, but it's now filled in pretty much the entirety of the gap from when they reported those earnings that everyone had been waiting around for. So SMCI, it gapped up 21 or 22% yesterday. I wasn't here. I think it was somewhere around those lines, and right back to where it was before. NASDAQ red. Yeah, you got to find some strong stocks out there.
Yeah, no doubt about that. Okay, so we are just looking to see what exactly we want to trade today. We had a great call there. I mean, I don't know if you guys were part of the midday show or not. If you were, great. I mean, hope you've transferred over into this one. But we nailed Uber, man. Uber goes right up to the top of the P&L board after one trade. And there it goes, Uber right to the upside. We're out. I have less than 5% left of this Uber trade. Let's wait to see if we can make some magic with it now. But fading back in again, Tesla came through. Something about something, and then something, and then something else. And then all of a sudden, I was like, you know what? Let's try this Uber, right? Clearly went oversold there down to that downside. We let it sort of settle down, and then we grabbed it. So Uber right now, a nice little long. If you were joining me here on the midday show, that's where we took it. No, sorry, we took it right there off of, again, 200 period moving average. So yeah, man, so far so good. Amazon $1, Nvidia's pulling right back in. And I mean, you know, we're holding small pieces of this, but I am trying to bid again more at 125.50 here for Nvidia. So yeah, man, good trading for Amazon. Good trading for Nvidia, good trading for Uber, great trading for Riley as well. There today, we won't lose our last 5% right there. Other than that, man, yeah, Palantir flat on the day for this stock as well. But yeah, all right, we're ready to go. Sharif's ready to go over there at the screen.
Welcome to the Afternoon Rundown, the show where you decide what we talk about every afternoon. The big boys are back. The original big boys. They're locked and they're loaded and they're ready to look at the tickers as decided by you. But the only way to get those tickers on there is to join Joe and I on the How to Trade show during the midday and get into that chat and vote for your favorite tickers. But you got to be a sub in order to participate with us in chat. So make sure you're liking, subscribing, and sharing. A bit of a down day today, to say the least, on the futures. Were down here on the NQ about 2/3 of a percentage point. The ES faring much better. Down 0.15. The Russell 2000 down 1/3 of a percent. And last but not least, the Dow, the only one of the four major averages in green territory, up 0.5%. Nvidia obviously is the first one on the block over here, down 4 1/5. Despite absolutely blowing through earnings, top and bottom line, beating the guide. Doesn't really matter though, guys. We're about 1% in the green in the pre-market, but that's as good as we could do.
That's good.
Well
played.
Nice.
The Satoshi.
I like that.
Well played. I haven't thrown mine on. I'll throw it on after we do the rundown in a quick second. But you know what? In the record aftermarket show last night, all you had to do was just blindly follow the action of that rinse up into the old options run where they just run prices to the upside and the downside, wick everybody out and don't go anywhere. Could just look at the top, look at the bottom, trade that. Doesn't break the top, short. Doesn't break the bottom, go long in there. Now, obviously, it's not that easy. But that said, there's a reason why you pay attention to where liquidity comes in and why instead of sitting there waxing poetic about whether this is going to be good, whatever, they made a lot of money. They're not growing quite as fast as they used to. But price action at the end of the day is going to matter. And price action showed you where the liquidity was going to be, at least where the buyers came in at the bottom. Got away with it today, I think, catching that falling knife or attempting several bounces on NVIDIA. Really just traded it 4 times. You had to wait for key price levels on NVIDIA. And if you waited for them, then you did okay because you had prior day lows, you had prior day close and pre-market. That was a fail. This one was okay down at 129. Then the 126 level was solid enough. So as long as you picked your shots, it was doable here on NVIDIA. But the overall tone whoops, and that's not split adjusted. The overall tone is a loss of the 50-period moving average here in NVIDIA, letting it now cool down for a couple of days. The good news is it did, for now, it's holding the lows. So you could still get a consolidation in the next couple of days here. Going into Friday, it'll be interesting to see how this 125 level holds. Obviously, the 140 that Joe was talking about, it's not impossible for us to see that tomorrow, but I'd put that as extremely unlikely that we have any battle toward that 140. I think 125 and 120 are going to be the more important levels tomorrow for NVIDIA. And I still like I'm looking at two other chip names for try and roll in some shorts. That'll be, we already mentioned SMCI and AMD, which, if NVIDIA, if they don't like NVIDIA after a good print, how can they like AMD?
Right.
So like in the short run, every day that NVIDIA doesn't look strong, AMD's a short.
I mean, that's what I'm thinking. That's why I was saying, like, there's only really one stock to trade, and that would, of course, be that one. NVIDIA versus AMD. I mean, if you're going to be into something, you might as well be into the king. And we had sort of talked about that one. Look, I just went long again right now. So let's wait to see if this holds. But I'm trying to play off this low of the day. If it breaks it, we're gone. So I have another bid at 125.40, looking for it to break down below my stop order, just making sure it's in there right now. It came back, making sure. Yeah, breaking through 125, we're out of there. So NVIDIA's been a struggle today for sure, down that 4%. Looks like it wants to keep on going to the upside right there as well for a block. But at the end of the day, you keep on getting down there to 125.60. I think at some point it's going to break. So yeah, disappointment, I think, for anybody that's trading the chip names there today. We had a great show yesterday. It was kind of an obvious play, I think, that it wasn't really going to rip or anything there. But, that pre-market high, that was such a great short there, the 135. And I'm not talking about hindsight. I'm just talking about in general, whenever you look at earnings plays. If you don't, like I know Neil was looking at getting short AMD there, it never came through. It's kind of the same thing. If you don't take out the pre-market high, then it doesn't really matter what your overall feeling is. That's just a short. Like I just feel for all earnings plays, it's like you're not going to stay in that zone. So either break the pre-market bottom or you break the pre-market high. And today it gave you that real quick shot there as we ramped up right into the open. Remember, there was a buy imbalance. And then as soon as the open hit, if you were favoring short, then you had some easy stop outs to get this. So I feel like there's been a lot of money made today on the short of NVIDIA, but you had to be there. And I wasn't. So
message Fabian.
A little bit of a thing there. Oh, Fabian took the shirt off already. So
I was
okay.
whatever.
You can still get it on. We had a big picture there in the midday. Adara had her, Eli Lilly on. Sharif had his there.
See, this is
no, Sharif didn't. What was? Yeah, you did. What was?
I haven't seen
was?
FTX.
Oh yes, the risk
That's
department. There.
Just hodl it.
Hodl it. That's a good one. It's a good one. You get like a little breakout happening there.
No, it's like the Nike swoosh too, right?
Oh, it's the Nike swoosh. Just hodl it. Yes.
Probably some kind of copyright problem, but who cares?
That's a great one. That's actually a great one there.
They're all fantastic. We were just worried that they weren't going to get here on time because.
I guess they were here a minute ago, but then Brankles was off for a couple of days, right? So.
Well, he only comes in. What are we talking about now?
There's NVIDIA. I was just going to say there. So it just went up to 126. So I'm going to get out a little bit. We just bought some at 60s. We probably should have taken that 40 cents. But at the end of the day, I'm still waiting for 125.40. If that comes, great. If we break 125, we're out of this one. So, all right, Tesla, what an amazing stock there today. Let's go have a look at Tesla.
Yeah, continue, man. This came in midday there, that Tesla setting their sights on Waymo by applying for the transportation permit in the state of California. They're looking to take on Waymo there. Elon Musk also said that Tesla robotaxi service coming to Texas in June. He states that as like a foregone conclusion. The stock price not really reacting much on, though. We kind of zigged and zagged a little bit when we got that news. But guys, we're still down 1 2/3.
Like that one.
I think, look, those shirts are amazing, but I actually feel like I would want that for a cap too, like the just hodl it. The just hodl it would be a cool looking cap, or it would be like really cool to do like.
Like that one.
No, like you could have like Trader TV on the front, and then you could have like just hodl it on the back or something like that, or like those would be really cool.
I've been wanting to do.
It's not like those are copyrighted, like whatever. It's just a fun little thing. No one's made that up and copyrighted. I traded one time for Tesla. Basically broke trend, a day-long trend, one shot, and that was pretty much it. Like it came into 287 here, double topped it, broke the trend line. I said during the midday, I'm like, you know what? I'm probably going to look at only on trend or breaking trend trades for those like simple setups where I can get the break of like that bar when it breaks the trend and sort of give the stop underneath like right there. So a tight stop where there's nothing discretionary about it. Like I know exactly where I want to get in and get out. So I'd look for a trend reversal as well if it continues this one to the downside here on Tesla. Still bleeding. It did hold the 200 period moving average on the daily. This is a big level. It's not just the 200 period. Actually down here. Yeah, I mean, when we talked about this the last time, the stock is held a little bit higher, so the 200 period moving average doesn't sit exactly with this 270. But 270 was a monster level where we broke out from back in November. I think this is the next little stop here for Tesla. Right now, it looks like kind of one of those short till it's not situations for Tesla. That said, if it mean reverts off the low this afternoon, then that's a place that I'll try to go. Robotaxi news, I don't know. I feel like it's been those types of headlines have been more fades than anything else. I think like they haven't really sustained those types of headlines in either Tesla or Lyft, Uber. They tend to revert it one way or another, but it's not bad news. I think long run they'll get it done. They're just behind Waymo right now.
Almost like we predicted. I think yesterday on the show I was talking with Joe there, and I'm just like, look, man, they're like one headline away from getting right back to the upside there with Tesla. I don't know if that's going to be the right one there, but yeah, nice move there for TSLA. Okay, so it's about like a 2.5, 3 unit play here. We are long again on NVIDIA. I just want to let everybody know that this is not like we're not layering into this into the end of the day here. We are at day's low right now for NVIDIA. So we're going to try a day's low take on this play. That's it. And if it breaks through 120, which it's probably going to do, breaks through 125, then we're out of this trade and for 40-cent hit. Well worth the risk there for me on this play, and I hope it is maybe for you guys as well, but I'm in it right now. I'm in NVIDIA, so let's wait to see what happens there. Okay, so, all right, you just talked about Tesla. That's fine. We're actually going to get stopped out very, very, very soon here on Uber because I don't want to hold this too much below. But this was the big trade for me off that same news. So I'm actually going to put a 76.19. If we break below that, we're going to get out on Uber right where we're in. But we hit this as soon as that news came out. And again, what we wound up doing was giving it a level there. As soon as we saw a level, I punched through 76.20. We got 24s. That was sort of that bottom. Let it settle down. I was giving this about 20 cents. So our first takes there, 20 cents. Then we had dollar up there on the upside. So 20 cents worth of a risk gives us this. We're holding 5% back in. There goes NVIDIA, by the way, through that 125. So we'll slap a fail on it. But at the end of the day, NVIDIA is fine. Like we actually did good buying this back in and all the way to the upside. So quick, that's how you make money. Try to anyways. Hold the longs a little bit and then make sure that when you're wrong, you are getting out. We are going to be approaching that on Amazon as well. But yeah, Tesla gets back down near the bottom of the day. I think again, probably worth something like that trade again. And we like that bounce back off the 200 period, I think it was, right, on the daily chart. So $280, a good level for Tesla. Let's wait to see where that goes. The next thing I'm taking a shot at is Amazon. So that's going to be coming up soon. All right, let's go over to HIMS.
Yeah, interesting, Sean. This one reported on Monday. We saw that algo spike move up, then it sold off aggressively. Still hasn't even come close to recovering some of those levels. So yeah, that report came in on Monday. Truist chiming in yesterday. No specific headline today. This Truist this Truist headline is from yesterday. Maintaining their hold position, but boosting up that price target, guys, from 24 to 39. Not a bad look.
On the New York Stock Exchange, which I say out loud to remind myself, because
nice.
I don't know, like I've done it I just did it again. Typed in NASDAQ because it's just an old habit, man. Old habits die hard. Yeah, I tried VWAP one too many times on him. Or I shouldn't say VWAP. I should say 44 because I was getting out before it broke VWAP. So on the way up, we played it a couple times above the high breaks, but not at the actual high of the day. Was green on it, then went back into red when I tried the long off 44 twice. HIMS, it's a big short float, and I do still feel like that pullback, look, the stock basically gave back 50% in a week. and then held the 50-period moving average. So after this bounce, like I want to favor longs in the short term here on HIMS, and it was that kind of a V-shape morning that had me wanting to look for longs. There's just no follow through. So unless it can start making like higher lows again, or maybe even taking out the top, in a general sense, I'm going to be looking for longs because it's got the nice stair step up, because it lost 50% in that last 5 or 6 trading sessions. I just want to see that roll back through, take out 46, but right now it's making lower highs and lower lows. So it needs to break that trend for this afternoon to take some more longs in HIMS. It's kind of an example of like sometimes, you know, the first couple of shots are good, but if you keep taking like lower lows into the long on something, eventually you should usually just give up on it and move somewhere else.
I want to look quickly over here at Riley. I didn't trade HIMS today, but yeah, so this came back right into yesterday's close. So I think that would have been something to look at for sure, right into there, that 580 mark. So we actually hit this right there. It was a nice trade. We did hold that last 5% and got out for flat, but 580 coming in for Riley could be something. If you know, if that does drop in at the end of the day, I mean, you're underneath VWAP. I do think there's some pressure on it. So if this comes back into an area that we know has some buy support, I just think you need to be ready to go. So we're ready to go on Riley. So we'll wait to see if that winds up filling down here at 580. So that would be a play there. And yeah, HIMS, I mean, Obi had a great trade off earnings the other day. And it looks like today, yeah, I mean, again, right off the open, right? I mean, it goes right down in there, gets sort of oversold there on the RSI, just like it got overbought right there. So yeah, good name maybe to look at if you're watching RSI and whatnot. But HIMS, you know, I'm more about hers. What's up, Sharif?
I like that one, Sean. All right, guys, Amazon down 1%. Couple of positive headlines, though. This is the one we woke up to, that they're throwing their hat into the quantum ring. They announced a new quantum computing chip. Ocelot, I don't know, I can't speak English. Ocelot chips using for scalable architecture for reducing error correction by up to 90%. It's still not as robust as Microsoft's quantum chip that they did release, I believe, a couple of weeks ago now. So I'll have to keep an eye to see how that all does. They released this headline as well. Amazon plans to unveil a new Alexa device in the fall, says CEO Andy Jassy.
Get it, Andy.
Yeah, get it, Andy. Yeah, get it, Andy. You just keep on getting it, Andy. Yeah, right now, NVIDIA, we did go back into that long. I don't know where it's going to go from here, but okay. Look, Amazon, wow. This was fun. We had it written down on our sticky note as a trade that we wanted to take, and we had written down 215 as a level, and the problem is it just came rated. We liked how it got going early. We were like, okay, this is going to be the one there today, but it was not the one. It was not even close to the one. It just dropped all the way. It just kept on going, gone, until eventually we were able to pick it up at the bottom and then just run this thing right back to the north side. So that was good, right back into VWAP. Again, you got to trade names that move like this almost as if it's earnings season, and you get a fade back up to VWAP, you're supposed to be getting out of that position. So right now, it does appear that we are going to get a little oversold, and I'm going long right now. Actually, okay, I'm going to take it right here at 94s, but I was bidding 80s. I think we just got missed by like a penny or something there. I thought we were going to get filled for sure, and we didn't. We're bidding 80s. It went to 80s. That sucks. So that's 25 cents there we just missed. We should have been long there. We should have been long a minute ago when we broke through on NVIDIA. So missed opportunity right there for Amazon. But I'm going to try it off that bottom again, just see if we eventually find some support. We know the name can rally. This is what I'm talking about. I think a lot of these names are at a spot where it's worth the risk to reward. Right now to try to go long and see if you can get some little juice here into the afternoon. So we'll wait to see where it goes from here. But right now, Amazon looking like it does want to get back to those lows. I'm out if it does break the bottom. Sad moments for Amazon, man. I mean, it's been a big move down.
It's really great.
You don't even have too many green. You don't have actually any green days at all. So it's been about 2 weeks of straight downside pressure, finally falling into that 210. It looks like we're going to have to see that again before it bounces. So right now, 212 and change. It's embarrassing, man. We missed that fill by half a penny. So there it goes, upside on Amazon.
Yeah, Amazon, I just made a mental note on Amazon. And by mental note, I mean I actually wrote it on the iPad. But first, before I get there, Intel just lost this 24.15, which we were long in front of 24.20. It just lost the local bottom in there. So maybe you see VWAP. The market's still trending down. I don't want to fight it. It's been a strong stock. It's up 2.8%, but 2.8%. But pulling back in here is Intel. So we're now out of that long. underneath that 15 level. But Amazon, like, it's not having a great day today, but the bottoming tail wick looks fantastic. The mental note I made to myself was that I want to be stink bidding the 200 on this one. Oddly enough, the 200 period moving average on Amazon is at 200, which makes it really, really, well, 199, which makes it very simple. But this is among the names that is in the dip buy at the 200 list. You know, I want to try to stay in the stronger names. I think this year provides us with some dip buy opportunities. And I'm not trying to pick bottoms. I'm just trying to DCA into the ones that I like. And whether it's the overall market, Amazon, Nvidia, Meta, I tend to like a little bit better than the other big cap tech names, or Mag 7, and that's what we're supposed to call them in there for sure. So yeah, going to be looking at that one. If we do break those fresh lows, I think that's a good place to start back into it.
Yeah.
Mara had stellar earnings yesterday, guys. An earnings surprise of, I believe, about 400 some odd % in terms of EPS. They beat on the top and bottom line. They guided well. Everything is hunky-dory there, or so it seems. They're up 8.5%, guys, but still off the highs.
All right, before we do that, we're going to talk about OGen right now because this is very, very important to us. We've talked about this, Oragenics, over and over again. Each year, over 3.8 million concussions are reported in the U.S., yet there's still no FDA-approved treatment. NYSE-listed Oragenics, OGen, is changing that with its first in-class intranasal drug designed for rapid brain access. With the concussion treatment market projected to reach over $8.9 billion by 2027, Oragenics is uniquely positioned to lead the way. Make sure you schedule a meeting today and click on that or scan that QR code. Check the link in description as well to find out more about Oragenics. And again, a very important thing, you know, to focus on and to support. So, all right,
yeah, shout out to
Mara. I mean, I didn't do anything with Mara here today. It looks like this market's giving it up right now, though, pretty good into that downside. As the NASDAQ comes right into 20,090 again. 20,900 again. That's where we wicked down to. We got about 3 handles underneath that. So here we go, man. I mean, I'm wondering if the better play right now, I mean, I'm into Amazon, I'm into Nvidia here, but I'm just wondering if the better play might simply just be to trade the futures all the way down here because it's getting a little dirty and try to chase stock. I mean, Nvidia's not having a greatest day right now. 124.50, we lose that, we're out of there. And then there's the reload on Amazon. We said we're waiting for 211.80s, and that's right where it is. So we take that bid as well. So, all right, here we go. Some nice downside moves. I didn't trade Mara today. I think you did anyways.
I did trade Mara, and we were just sort of talking about Mara and their Bitcoin purchases. I was like, oh, Mara just bought Bitcoin over 100K.
Yep.
I was wrong. ChatGPT says in December they bought 1.1 billion worth of Bitcoin at an average price of 96,000. So, I mean, that doesn't, whatever, it's out of the money right now, clearly because we're at 84. Had a breakout trade on Mara, but the only misstep was reloading it because it was a clean breakout on Mara at 14.4. Let me just put this on the 15-minute chart so you can see a little bit better, like why are we taking this breakout. There's the breakout. It went right into this 1480 and turned around, but I reloaded it on the way back down and then stopped that underneath 14.2. Sometimes you should be looking at this for a reversal. I wasn't as bearish as necessary. But, you know what, this is actually, it's breaking trend, but it probably already broke trend here on Mara. Might have to look for something which is breaking a top trend that we can get into. Because I just looked over, I said, SMCI, like, is there something available? LOD, I don't want to punch short at the low of the day.
Legion of
I looked
Doom.
over at, but they were.
The Legion of Doom.
They were legendary.
Hawk and Animal.
Hawk and Animal. I don't know where you put them. They're easy. I mean, they're easy top 3 or 4, but
Tag team?
you don't think so? The Legion of Doom is not top 3 or 4 all time. British Bulldogs.
Yeah, I mean, there's the
Legion
Heart
of Doom,
Foundation.
Heart Foundation.
Yeah,
like,
we got
there's.
that. I mean,
That's tough.
I have to think about it again to see what there's the Rockers, Shawn Michaels, Marty Jannetty, but
Okay,
they're all
that's true.
they're all
There's a lot.
there.
There's
They're
actually
all-
a lot.
They're all there.
AMD just broke low of the day as well.
Yeah,
Like,
so
this
did
is-
Amazon here.
It's just Bleed City with the market down 1 1/3. It's got to be something which is in the early throes of its move.
I just shorted Nvidia
Could've just-
going through the bottom.
could've just
I'm
reversed
gonna wait
Intel
for
right
that to
away.
See what winds up happening now.
Wow.
All right, so here we go. Let's just see what winds up happening. All right, so Nvidia, we've just been getting messy with it right here. I mean, we tried to go long, didn't work. We got out. Now I'm going to go short. We had made this play before. Once it breaks, you kind of get short. Like, what is that candle showing me right here? That is 124.70. So that's kind of where we're going to know we're wrong if we do cover up that last candle. But we're going to go short right now, trying to flip it up on this play. So we're going to do that. We're going to go short and see if we can get a little bit of a winner now. Short 123.90. It's just right here, hoping that we can get a downside push even further on NVIDIA. I mean, down now 6%. What if? Look at the NASDAQ, man, getting absolutely clocked today. We came in with this NASDAQ being up on the day, and now it's just like, and we've seen this happen in the afternoon. I think this is well worth it. Again, I'm going to average it up as we get into 124. I do think there will be some push and pull here, obviously. Doesn't seem like a straight line to the downside. We could get a little bit of trouble, but at the end of the day, I think this is worth at least $1. Let's see if we can hold that right now. Obviously, underneath here, relatively oversold, but at the end of the day, better to go short than long, it seems like. And we have our target out, right? If this goes against us, 124.50, 124.60, then we'll get out if we cover up that 5-minute candle right there, kind of where we started. I'm not going to go all the way back up here. That's too high. But if we just make back that last 4 or 5 minutes, then we'll get out. So right now, on the way down goes everything. We did battle back on Amazon. Amazon did break that low as well. So there, just an average in and then an out, right? I mean, it looks like this one would have been better to short. No, not really. That's only 30 cents in the money.
Low of the day right now.
Everything.
I'm trying to grab Mara before it gets to the low of the day. And we'll get to the super chat here, Nimrod. I appreciate the super chat as well. But I want to be in this before we get to the low of the day here on Mara. Bitcoin just tagged 84,000.
Trying to cover a little bit.
Pretty much clean. Like, we're about to break 84,000 even on BTC. You're right in there if you check on Binance. I want to be in the short before you get to the lows. The super chat was... you got in some trouble with the SEC. LOL flagged your account for wash trading, saying some of your small ticker volumes and deals were suspicious. Can't understand what I did wrong. Ever happened to you guys? Yeah, well, I mean, usually, if you got a wash trade rule or issue like that, like, you'd know what it is that you did wrong. Like, maybe it was you're under PDT and you made too many trades. There's a lot that could be going on here, but you should get clarification. Like, if you've done something wrong, they should be telling you what it is that you did wrong. The thing that doesn't make any sense to me is some of your small tickers volumes and deals were suspicious. So like it sounds to me like you're saying the trades would be suspicious, and I'm not sure exactly what you mean by that, Nimrod, but it would be suspicious if you weren't told what it is that was possibly done wrong in there. In and of itself, just getting in and out of some small cappers shouldn't be a problem. But if you are under the PDT rule, that could be it. We don't have that rule here in Canada, and we trade at a prop floor, so it doesn't really apply to us.
Yeah, no, we don't. We're trading prop money, so they would never message us about anything. So, just make sure. I mean, again, thanks for the super chat. But, I mean, you know what you did wrong. I mean, they would say
Yeah, they tell you, ideally. Isn't that the same story?
Yeah, same story. We just heard about Tesla, again, launching that service there in California. So we'll wait to see the robo-taxi. Again, it's too bad. Like, Tesla could be down a lot more than that today. We did get a little bit of a rebound there on some volume in the midday as that kept on going back up there to the upside. So, look, man, I only took out 20%, but we did take it out at 50s. So we did get 50 cents worth, or not 50 cents, 40 cents or so worth. We got some 55s out. NVIDIA is still doing a little bit of a dance down here. So not sure where we're going to wind up right now. But, all right, Uber's pulling back. Obviously, look at that move down for Uber right now. And that's where you get out. Like, we always talk about this, man. Be a risk manager. I mean, Uber's going to be, actually, now that I look at this today, it'll be PNL number 1 just on this little play. And then PNL number 2 will be Riley. We did give back some Amazon there. Red on NVIDIA as well now, waiting for this trade to settle. So, rough day for sure, man. I mean, it hasn't been easy here today trying to chase some of these names. So we'll wait to see what winds up happening, but it looks like a good play for us here on NVIDIA. And I'm glad we were able to flip up short, man. We definitely have that ability. We have that trade in our pocket. And there it goes to the downside. There's a nice fill. Let's go. Let's see if we can diamond handman this one as well down to the downside, because there it goes. There it is. Nice little 70-cent ticker win right there for the short on NVIDIA. So, lose a little, try to make a lot, and let's see where we go from here. I'm also bidding 11s just because it's ahead of 10s. So if we can get that filled, that would be nice. The low of the day is 123.14. So we're just a little under that, and we'll see if we get the fill. But hands off. There it comes. Give it to me. There we go. There it is. We get the 11s as, almost $1 right there immediately. What's up, Ozan? I don't see you in the chat right now, but we'll put $1 on this as there goes NVIDIA. I hate celebrating it because it's a downside move, but Neil, we just made $1.20 in about 2 minutes as we continue to go to the downside here on NVIDIA. I'm glad we switched up our game plan.
Yeah, I got to get into the shorts. There's no question. That's the right thing to do, and I think it was a great call for sure. I was just long Intel like percent ago, and it just broke VWAP. So now I'm going to short VWAP because I like that in the afternoon. I just feel when you're breaking lows like this, even the strong stocks, at some point they're going to participate in the party. So I'd like to be short before it breaks this not opening range, but breaks this support from midday at 24,380. So we can get it in here underneath VWAP, underneath 24. Going to jump into this. Wanted to find something which was strong before and gave us that short. Bitcoin's now at 83.7. You know what? Let me just pull up. Just go over to Bitcoin because this is a pretty decent sized move here on BTC. There is no, like when you pull this out on the daily, you're underneath the first pullback when we made that big breakout on the daily was right to 85. And now you're underneath that 85 at 83.5 and trending down pretty heavily here on Bitcoin. If you look at the 15-minute, the scaling. It always does this. Every time, whatever. I'm going to get off these charts. Find some other ones. If you look at the 15-minute, you do have some lows going back into Wednesday that you could still get to. But yeah, this is the rollover happening in Bitcoin. That's why I jumped over to Mara before it broke the low of the day. It's now testing that low of the day. I'm trying to add to it in front of 13.4 as far as where the bottom could be. I mean, it closed at 12.45 yesterday. It had a high, at least before the aftermarket, of about 12.9. All this is aftermarket action on Mara. They reported, so that's why you saw it spike in there. But 1290 was that prior high. I think that's the ultimate target here for Mara, and want this Intel short VWAP as long as we're able to grab it. Yeah, so there's a lot Bitcoin, if we hold underneath 85, that breakout was in the 70s that everyone was waiting for. It's not ridiculous that we could retest those. I think that's a buy. Let's go to Adara.
Just some more context here. So in case you missed it, we had Uber dropping earlier today along with Lyft after it was reported that Tesla filed for a permit for California with regards to this taxi service. Now Washington Post reporting more details here. Apparently Tesla's looking to launch a free taxi service in California. So not only is Tesla looking to launch this taxi service, it is going to be free, as reported by Washington Post. So apparently they will eventually likely move to a paying service with paying passengers. Going to start free, reportedly. This is the Washington Post reporting that Uber and Lyft could be at risk as Tesla does look to launch this free taxi service. Back to you.
Yeah, is tough to compete with there.
But at the end of the day, it's just about getting that. Yeah, it's getting your foot in the door, getting those hours testing. It's build it up. You want the riders so you can get it out there. They've all got so much data. It's going to be so hard for anyone that isn't Google or Tesla to crack that, just because of the absolute volume that they already have training their AI for the automated driving. So one of them's going to, there doesn't have to be one. They can both win. No question about that. I don't know why it has to be so binary. And then I can see some partnerships, Uber's going to partner with somebody. Although I don't think Tesla would, because Tesla, Elon's going to go with the X app, right? That's what he's always wanted. So he's going to want his own platform. Yeah. I think I can see X turning into the everything app that he wanted with ride hailing and delivery and they have Grok for the AI search. There's so much that they could do with that. I think that's going to be in the cards. So I got Intel underneath VWAP. The market still bleeds. And you went over some key levels for the futures already, which I think are going to come into play. Oh, another stock. So there's Intel underneath VWAP. I have a bid here in front of that 2380 that we're talking about. Apple had been very strong all day long. It's bouncing off VWAP as we speak. So, and then there was one. I don't know, maybe there's something else that's holding above VWAP right now. But Apple, the only Mag 7 that I've looked at today, it's still green on the day, and it's holding on to VWAP. So this could be the last one at this 240 level. It hasn't held VWAP clean. It's been wicking underneath, but every time it's managed to close back above, it's been a good long off of that. So this is a key candle on the 3-minute here, at least for Apple. If this closes it above, I think it's held on to the long. If it doesn't, well, 240 breakdown short on Apple, because that's a little bit of a late runner. And that way you can risk it to the quarter, relatively tight risk. So just going to see where this candle closes here on Apple. Show me another Mag 7 name, which is trying to hold green. I haven't seen it.
No, we did get into a new Mag 7 name, though. Let's hit the sirens up here for Google. So we're into this one here. We'll talk about some Waymo. I mean, we talked about, you know, how it's going to affect Uber. I mean, it should affect Google and Waymo as well. So we'll play it as if it's not that big of a deal and then wait to see what the market thinks about it as well. So we're long here at 80s, just right here. Trying to play off of this level. I feel like, you know, we already... So we're getting less and less into NVIDIA. We only have a third left. But at the end of the day, this is holding. You know, NVIDIA broke the bottom, so did Amazon. So right now, we're going to wait to see if Google wants to hold. So I'm layering it up. Like I got another bid at 169.50, then I have another bid down here at 169.25, and we'll see if it wants to break that ultimate low that we put in earlier on down there at 169 flat. So that's going to be the day's low there for that. Okay, so just to see what's going on here, we do have some good fills on NVIDIA, man. We have sub 123s. So here comes again. Let's put out another bid. So there we go. We'll buy some more down here at 123. Again, just making sure that we get out. Like this is a good move down. We're making back a little bit of what we lost right there. I'll put another bid right here just in case it just in case it holds. So right now we're down to about 25% of this position left. My stop is at 124. So I could see a capitulated move back up to the upside at some point here with tons of volume today, over 300 million shares. It's probably do 400 or 500 million. So I could see someone coming in and trying to buy this up. It's a good value right here, down 6% today. I don't know if it's good value, but if you liked, what I'm saying is if you like the report and you open up your eyes and you're seeing down 6%, maybe people do step in and buy. I don't know. We'll play that for what it's worth as well. We also said the futures might be worth it, but the futures broke right there. So again, I think it's a cat and mouse game where if you're trying to play the bottoms, you have to get out immediately when they break, because then that happens, and then don't be afraid to wind up reversing into your spot, right? All right, why did JP Morgan just fill up on my sheet there? All right, it's probably because it's hitting, okay, so yeah, day's low down there for JP Morgan, right into the day's low. Looking like, I mean, most of these stocks will be like that. I just wanted to look at it because this bank name is up. And it's looking,
oh, that was me.
Again, you want a little bit more diversification. You have it right there because now you're into the 50 period for JP Morgan. So you want to talk about a drop out of nowhere. Yeah, not nowhere. All-time highs back into the 50 period moving average. Look at this thing, hugged that 50 period all the way. So if you're going to go all the way back to November of 2023, the first time that we were actually under it for a while, right? We were under it for about 10 days, 1 or 2 days. 5 days. So right now, JP Morgan trying to battle with demons down here. I think it's a good buy at 260. If you want to get some kind of name, some kind of banking name. I mean, it's going to be
I'm on the bit of
Hood?
ETF. I have to make a correction, and thank you everyone in the chat that pointed out that it looks like, and I'll have to double check to see why, but it doesn't matter why. My VWAP on Apple is incorrect. And the first thing I did when you guys put it in the chat that it was incorrect, is I said, just typed it what I was seeing. I just went over to eSignal to a second source to confirm that you guys are right. This one is VWAP, and Apple is underneath VWAP. It is not above VWAP. It is weak, whatever. It's not a huge deal, but part of the reason I was looking for that long is that it was above VWAP, and it is absolutely not. So you guys were right. It is underneath, as referenced by that eSignal chart that I just threw up there. And shout out to eSignal. That's not not everyone out there is going to have two sources for your charting, but you know what? Anyone can do it for free for a month on eSignal if you wanted to have a second source, just to confirm. Like sometimes at the open when things go crazy, or just like right there, it's like, hey, that could be wrong. It just gives you that second source to be able to know that you're confident in your levels and your indicators out there. I start my data at 6 a.m., but that wasn't the issue with the Apple chart. So it doesn't really matter why, but we figured that one out. The market continues to head to the downside. Intel just tagged 2375. When I say the market, I mean the NASDAQ specifically. There doesn't seem to be too much out here. If we let this one load up, come on, NASDAQ chart. Load, PC, load letter. Doesn't seem to be too much support out here on the NASDAQ. I'm just going to throw out the Qs and show you guys a daily on the Qs, because ultimately, I think it's a short till it's not. And until you get to like 502, 503, that's where the next level of support has been on the triple Q. I'm not saying it's going to that level, but the overall market doesn't have a heck of a lot. That's the 502 half, and then this is 500 even. So yeah, you've got some room to the downside here. No questions asked. So jumping into the shorts, I think, was the right way to go about it. I haven't seen any small cappers blowing up my indicators, looking for some things that might be breaking. And when the market's down like this, a lot of times that's where I'd be looking for longs, some kind of small capper that's trying to go, but I just haven't seen any.
All right. Yeah, I'm not even looking at small caps right now. We're looking and ringing the Reggie right here on NVIDIA as it just, again, a good short came through and we took it. So, yeah, the first short that we've had all day was on that low of the day break here into the close. So I'm only bidding 50s. I'm bidding O's. We'll see if we can get. Am I still hella long? Yeah, Tony, I'm long everything. I am hella long everything in my account. I barely sold anything. I'm long. I'm forever long. So I'm just waiting to buy the dips. I mean, I haven't. You know, we bought some Tesla at 330. That was a mistake. We sold some Palantir at 114. That was right. So it's just like, you know, I'm not. You know, we're sitting on cash, but we didn't sell anything at the top. It's all new cash. So we'll have to wait to see what winds up happening. I'm not going to panic. You guys know that some of the recent buys that I've made. I mean, remember when we were buying Berkshire? I was talking to Mateo about this too, and it's just like, yeah. Thanks, Ramin. Yeah, we were buying this one down here, you know, at the 200 and at the 50-period moving average. Berkshire's to the upside, right? You know, we were buying some S&P. We buy some weighted there in Canadian funds as well. So, yeah, I mean, so far so good. Right now, let's go right now as well. Spend a little bit of money here for Google, as we did dip by that one. So now we can see if we can get back up to the upside right now on Google. So, yeah, forever long is right, Sebastian. So we'll be forever long. I'm not going to sell anything. I don't need to raise cash for any sort of a reason right now. I mean, look, you guys know we made that trade on Amazon down there and this is the thing, right? I'm trying to build generational wealth. I'm not trying to make an income. I got an income. What I'm trying to do is I'm trying to build positions on stocks that I like. When Amazon went down here, I told you this is going to be a vacation stock. It was already, like when it got to 200, we're like, we're going on vacation. So then when it got to 240, you know, if I sold there, then I wouldn't have been able to have this. No matter what, we're still doing okay. I think the worry starts to happen is like once you start to break through some of these 200-period moving averages, because if I've done nothing over the last month and a half, 2 months, then you're kind of just right back to where you were at that time. So all I've really lost is unrealized gains. And I mean, you know, I'm comfortable in my own skin here, so we'll just do that. And it is all about generational wealth because that's what I'm building, and we've been doing that for a minute. So, all right, Google's starting to go back up to the upside. That's going to be a good one. All right, what's up, Miss A?
Keep an eye here on PEPG. I know we had Neil mentioning there weren't that many small caps running, but just as he mentioned that, I actually did see this popping up on my volume scanner. So PEPG, still near these highs. No news on PepGen, but it is worth noting PEPG does have about a 12 million share float. I know it's been moving over the past few days as well. Sharif has mentioned this one a couple times on the midday. So PEPG, possible small cap contender here. Back to you.
Very much, Adara. And look, it's going up. I kind of like to see in the afternoon, like breaking out the highs, experiencing new volume or like more volume than prior than the morning, or at least breaking out in volume terms. That's why I like to have the volume indicator up. It's like a nice, easy sign that something's actually happening on it. I just jumped out of Mara. Mara just took out the 1340. We're shorting underneath 1340. It got as low as 13.2, but we're going to jump out of that one. We'll see if it can continue to work into the downside. Intel's starting to bounce back up. It's going to be all about VWAP here as that sits at 23.9. So if it breaks out at VWAP, we'll jump out of that trade. Intel was a long, then into a short. And as far as I'm concerned, you have to prove to me that you reverse this move to the downside. Apple is still looking pretty decent, though, regardless of where a VWAP shows on this chart. It did still hold $240 here. So just understand that VWAP's a bit off on this chart. I still haven't figured out exactly why. Doesn't really matter, but you've held on to the 240 level. So what I look for is a break of trend. I don't like this trend, but if you look at this trend into VWAP, like the deeper trend, if it can break this, play at 240.40 into that 80 level and then back into the high. So it held on to 240 even. If it can break this steeper trend line that it just put in into 240.5. I'd look for that breakout there on AAPL. So, you know, this is one that's got some higher lows on it still, despite the fact that it's now red on the day. Apple, a lot of things are going to be red. But like I said, I think there's a lot of buying opportunities out there. Throw some stink bids on the stocks that you like, because we got 2 years of 20% up. This is not going to be that type of market this year. This market is going to be way more choppy, and I like buying dips in that kind of a market. And DCA, I'm not about trying to pick bottoms. I'm just about trying to get build positions or increase positions in stocks. We like sometimes get into new things. One of them is kind of ARM. Like I have an ARM position, but that's a stock that I kind of feel like I bungled on the way into it after the IPO, because I didn't just buy the IPO price. That was a mistake, and I said sometimes if you really like it, just get into like. The best example would be, let's say you want to put 10 grand into a stock. You don't know where the bottom's going to be. Well, just buy 2 or 3 grand at the IPO, and then worry about where you're going to get into the rest, instead of trying to always get the lows. You can't always do that. So that's one stock I'm trying to get myself into a little bit more this year. And I feel like the market's really going to oblige me on that one.
Yeah, you can get all you can eat right now. All right, so 169.80. Again, good longs there for us on Google. We're only at a 10% though. We're trying to roll. So let's see if we can roll upside right now on that. Got some out in the 50s right there on NVIDIA. So now we have about 15% left or so on it. Remember, we talked about it when we were down here, that we only had a third left. Got some more out right there. So far so good on this short. I'm getting out if it breaks 124. So I'm just not going to let this one go against me. So that will be that. And then hopefully we can get some upside movement in Google, which will help us with that play. Amazon, I was debating getting long here, breaking through 211. If it does get back there to the upside, we can take that level and then just play off 210.50. But we are right here right now. Do we want to catch a falling knife? I mean, you're going to get better price to buy Amazon right here. You are barcoding like that, so maybe something coming through. All right, so NVIDIA just broke, whatever. We got out literally at 01s there, break, fade back. Maybe now it reverses itself and gets back to the downside off of that one little break there. It looks like it gets as high as, it looks like other people exited that as well. 124.14s was the high. We actually got a 1, so I think we did pretty good there for getting out. But at the end of the day, still retracing off of it. So there goes NVIDIA. Looks like that would have been a good short. People say like some people's stops are other people's entries. So that would have been a good one right there if you were able to get into something. Let's check out Big Bear AI quickly here. Ooh, down to $5. I'll probably buy some more of this one. Again, I like it. I like the play here. Does remind me a little bit about Palantir. We had to go back and forth with Palantir. We were long Palantir when it was $7-8, right? We were long at my biggest position was the direct listing price at $9.25. And then it went up to $30 or $40. It came back in. So all these names have opportunities to go up and down and around. And I mean, the biggest win, I think, for myself would have been that Palantir trade, and we were able to get it out of it on the way up. We got out some in the 80s, some at 114 is our highest there. We don't have anything out in the 130s or anything like that. Okay, so if NVIDIA can come back to the upside right now, I wonder if that is going to be a good long breaking through the 50-period moving average. We pick our poison right here, though, with Google, and let's see if that one wants to work. And I am debating punching that long on Amazon there as well. We've really done well on Intel lately. This could also be a good dip buy opportunity down here into some supported areas that we've seen at the beginning of the day as well, right into here. So something that has not taken out the bottom of the day. Intel still up that 1%. I like the stock. I think it's worth a try here against 2370. I'm going long Intel. There it goes, Neil, right now, instantly. Let's see if we can get some money here on Google. I'm offering 89s, so hopefully there it is. So it just fills us up there through 89. Big trade alert here on Google, guys.
There you go. And you like long in Intel? I think it needs to break this bottom. And if it doesn't, at this point, I'm going to throw the stop.
Oh, you're on Intel. Oh, no, you're short on Intel.
Oh, we're short VWAP on this.
Yeah.
You know what? I got to slap a fail on this because I said I'm only going to take, I did say this in the middle of the day, I was only going to take mean reversion trades on Intel. And then I had this long off 24.20, which it's a support there. It's a prior high. So I kind of went into support and resistance mode. But that was after it, broke this trend. So this should usually be a short in the afternoon. Like you broke trend line, you consolidated, that should be a short. We're in it off VWAP, but if it breaks back above VWAP, I'm jumping out of the trade. I just went over to, Soundhound is reporting tonight, SOUN, at least last time I checked.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, this is another one of these has pulled back a bajillion% and is now bouncing off a major moving average. And I kind of like these types of plays. Now, I don't know if we're going to get a chance to maybe retest and revert off the bottom here because it might have already done it. But the 200's at 8. You've already made a higher low on the daily. But I'm kind of thinking this is your low. Yesterday's bottom, today's bottom, or double barrel. Look, mean reversion off a 9. And with the market trending down into it, I think there's a decent chance. It's actually $9.10 is the technical low, not at 9 even. But if this does a trend break off of 9.10, I'm also looking at SOUN in addition to being an Intel. SMCI is on the radar as well for a possible reversion trade as it's breaking down through the low. It's short sell restricted, SSR down 15%, but it's got a very good trend pretty much for the entirety of the day that it's held onto here in SMCI. So if that one breaks a trend, I'd look for a little bit of a bounce. We're about to head into power hour. Don't necessarily love shorting anything at the low of the day. I want something that's room to the low or reverting off of the low of the day. The fact that it's SSR here in SMCI, and will be again tomorrow, by the way, gives it a little bit of extra juice if it does eventually break this trend. So there's a trend on the 15. Right now it corresponds with breaking 44. It's going to hit save, so that's there the next time I pull it up. But SMCI, just looking for a little breakout here, close above trend line, and long into VWAP for SMCI. But it's got to break trend, otherwise I'm not going to go long on this one.
All right, we did get a bottom there on Intel, so let's wait to see what winds up happening. We told you where our stop was going to be, breaking back down through that 70. So if we break through 70 on Intel, then we will fly away from that one. I'm going to offer, like, if we can get like some, I'm offering 84s, but I don't know, that tops, yeah, 83, 84 seems to be okay. So we'll see where that prints out for us, hopefully eventually to that upside rate now on that play. So we'll have to wait. I don't think with the share sizes that I'm trading, I mean, if I can get 10 pennies on this, that would be fantastic. So we'll wait to see if we can get up to Neil's level there. But here it goes, nice little move there on Intel, nice upside play there. Let's see if it goes. We're only long at 78, but you know, we don't want to take 3 pennies. So, okay, here goes Google again. It's having a hard time with 170, so that could be something to look at. We've been getting some more outs here. I still have 75% of this position, so we'll wait to see what winds up happening up there in and around 170 right now for Google. I do have an offer at 170 flat, so hopefully that will hit, and then we'll be able to see what winds up happening after that. Looks like it was a great call on NVIDIA. We really made the most of it, almost as most as we could on this play. I mean, we hit it, a lot of outs down here near 123.20s. So we wound up making 70, 80 cents on that, and it looks like we did a good job getting out. As there it goes, pushing higher. Right now is NVIDIA to the high side. So good out there at 124. We didn't take Amazon because we were into Google, but this could also be a break. I don't know. It's down 1.65%. I'd like to see it rally a little bit. I'm almost wondering if the better play, though, like, why do we have to take single stock risk? We can just look at the futures. And if you think that it's going to hold, you know, definitely oversold down there. But at the end of the day, it's looking like the same thing as Amazon. It needs to take that level, right? So that's 74.50. So you can get upside there. Let's go. We're already labeled into this, man. I mean, we've got a good trade on Google. That's 40 cents in the money. And yeah, just letting it settle down. Again, want the market to go up, but we don't have a choice. Like, I can't just say, oh, I think the market's going to go up, therefore it's going to go up. We have to trade out of the positions when you see the profits come through. We've seen this day get real nasty real quick, and it can get a heck of a lot nastier than where we are right now. The Nasdaq being down 1.5, ES only down 0.8. So we saw the bank stocks give it up a little bit now. Tech stocks are already moving this way, so. Yeah, the short seems to be paying here, and it looks like it will pay into the end of the day as well. So you mentioned what's reporting right here. So this is what's reporting into tonight. So NTAP, ADSK, Duolingo, Dell reports at 4:05. That should be the most interesting one in my opinion. ACHR, we've seen some trading on that. Clover, MNST, not MSTR. Rocket Labs is a big one. Sound and HPQ. So HPQ and Dell, big ones there today. Join Adair and I, and we'll do our best to rock through on that one. So yeah, that's it, man. Google and Intel, and then really debating the futures here. Thinking about taking that long if we break above 20,008. 60 or whatever that level is right there. So we'll wait to see, but a couple good outs on Google. Look to see if we can get some more out on the top side.
Rocket Lab's only 13.5% short float.
Is that what it is?
Why did I think that was double digits, man? Or sorry, not double digits, over 20% is what I mean. Yeah, I thought there was a 2 handle on that. Still decent short float on Rocket Labs. I suppose it's because of the crazy move it already had. I just saw in the chat, it was Robbie V, said something like, is this what 2008 was like? No. No, 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 no. This is nothing like 2008. We're down 1.5%.
Not even down yet.
The NASDAQ's not even, what are we from the highs? Obviously, SMCI hasn't broken the trend yet. If it does and gets above 44, you'll see me get into it. No, but we were just talking about the NASDAQ. What are we from the top? Not even 10% from the highs. So we can't even be no. It's just, there isn't a comparison to be made with 08.
Yeah, nowhere near.
At all. And I'll tell you, from a volatility standpoint, the VIX would have to basically go on, take some steroids. You know what I'm saying? Do some Ronnie Coleman up in there on the VIX, and then we can talk about 2008. So no, nothing like that. Not in the trading sense either. You had full-blown panics on every single stock, or not every single stock, at least something every single day was giving you, I'm talking big names were giving you double-digit moves intraday. That was all the time back then. So I guess we're not going to get that mean revert yet on SMCI. That's the next one we're looking for. It tried to break the trend line and close above, got right in there and failed. So it's still set up for the break, but I don't think it's going to happen anytime soon. And then Apple in here just lost 240. I wanted to be long if it held 240. The other side of it would be to simply short it to $240 there on Apple. Apple goes green to red eventually. At some point, you're just that weak. Robbie V, you were talking about the start of it. Yeah, well, the thing about the start is it wasn't quite the same. There were more fundamental, I think, there's way more macro stuff that was going on for the beginning of 2008 for it to be quite the same as it was before. I get where you're going with that, the market flying and kind of bubble-ish, but it was more of a macro bubble instead of this massive tech earning or valuation bubble that we could be in, or whatever you want to call it. I don't know that it's exactly the same, but every single bubble that gets inflated by more money printing just has a different reason for deflating. And I think that's what usually sets them apart more than anything else, and the nature of where you get the pullbacks. I don't think this will be as harsh as that. So that's the easiest way to think about it. But I should have just shorted Apple through 240. The problem with looking for bounce plays is you see a good level and identify it, and then you're looking for the long off that level, when it should just be a short off that level, Neil. Got to find something else. Should have just shorted Apple off 240. Instead of hoping that it holds the level, that's just silliness. Just short it when it breaks it. It's stupid.
Kind of like shorting all of these pops again in the market, like NVIDIA right there, popped up to 124.75.
What about AMD? AMD's
and started to go some downside moves right now as well. So, okay, there goes, good call holding the short. Looks like Intel will break that 70 level, so it'll be an L right there on Intel. I still think we want to get back into it. It is green on the day, but I was saying, we were really smart flipping up into the short on NVIDIA, but we got out when it broke, and then we just went long on Intel. So the market's giving it up right now pretty good to that downside now. If we're going to zoom out a little bit, I think that, the short on the day is look, we were here on the 27th, but we were here, maybe we have to zoom this out just a little bit more. Oops, where's my zoom here? Hold on, just go like this. Go to zoom here and just go back out a little bit. Well, there, okay, actually we're fine now. I just wanted to show you guys where we were. Hold on, go back in. So right into there, that's 5, we're breaking basically through it right now. 505 or so on the TQs. This goes all the way back into, that's January 24th, so basically 1 month. Worth of a look here. This is just a 30-minute chart, so if you're going to look at that, it looks like we are trying to break downside a little bit. Right now, this is the XYZ chart, but I'm not going to look at that. Let's just look at here on the Qs.
Block.
On block. So here we go. It looks like the close, that's January 13th now. So now we're getting below. We're looking right there. So maybe 500. That's what's incoming right now for the Qs, right? Again, just covering up the last month and a half. It's been pretty nasty, but nowhere near recession or anything like that. At the end of the day, though, bear market is 20%. So you're going to get names like Google that are down 20% from its lows. And again, look at this, continuously going. One of my last bids is right here, right now, at 169.25. If we can hold that, great. But we're looking to see about it breaking near the low of the day now. In case we don't get there, I'll take a little bit right here at 31s. But yeah, we are waiting for more shares here at 169.25. Try to catch a bottom. It doesn't look like there is going to be one here today. So, yeah, volume's coming in. Look at the volume on the NASDAQ.
I heard you say recession. I saw a few people say it in there. The issue with recession is by the time economists all can agree that you're in a recession, the market's already in the bouncing phase most times. So
late.
I actually feel like when that does happen, that's like the first level of profit taking on the dip buys is generally speaking. So don't worry about... Like you'll get people one-off be like, oh, we're in a recession. When people start to agree that you're in a recession, the market's bottom. That's been true as long as I've been an investing adult is the best way to think about it because I don't really know anything before that. Look, if we get to 23.30, this is where the buyers really came in on Intel earlier. Just going to show you a 15-minute chart so that you can see it's not just today, but it's also where they came in the afternoon yesterday, and then you had some resistance. It's like 23.30 and a 23.40. That's where we'll look for some kind of a trail. And as I was just saying for fail on Apple, like Apple just really quadunked down to 239 on that one candle. The first place I went to is like maybe we should just be finding the next available short in AMD. Because every time it consolidates, it seems to give you something. So it just broke a fresh low underneath 101. If it tries to break back through 101 and does any sideways action here or like that at 101.5 or this at 101.30, just going to jump into the short on advanced micro devices. Or maybe we do get a second crack at that Apple trade. The other thing that's interesting is Tesla didn't break the low, but only barely. Tesla down around that 282, but 281 going to be that low of the day. We've seen Tesla sometimes with those late day rallies, oftentimes at 330. Anytime it's down like this, in the back of my mind, I'm like, if Tesla starts putting in those back-to-back strong candles after 3 o'clock, I want to see if there's a reversion I can join, because we've seen it happen in the past. But going to hang on to Intel, at least until it gets to that 23.30 level, and then we'll look for a trail out on this. At this point, just kind of hang on to your shorts if you got them, and need to see something very distinct for a reversal. SMCI could still do it. It didn't make a fresh low just now. So it still has a chance to break the trend without breaking the low of the day. I still have my order to break out through 44, but that's becoming less and less relevant as the market continues to go.
Yeah, tell me about it. Everything seems to be less and less relevant here as well, especially for some of these longs. All right, well, here we are. We'll try it. A lot of volume coming in here on the NASDAQ. Just touching the 30 point here. Obviously, we know it can go a heck of a lot lower than this, but we're going to try it. It is the low of the day here on the NASDAQ. I feel like it's worth it. So we're going to do that and see if it can print out for us. So right now, NASDAQ is going long, 15 cents worth of risk. This is exactly the risk spot for me on this downside. If we can get 1-to-1, great. But here it goes. Right now, my order's already in. If it breaks lower, then we are out of this trade. Here it comes. All right, so maybe, what am I doing? I didn't even put an offer out there. All right, so we'll see if we can get something 1-to-1. There it is. We'll take it 29.28. So there it goes. A little bit of a 1-to-1 action right now, and a little bit more than that. So hopefully we do get... we got a little bit out there. Let's see if it can get back up to the upside as we're just trying to scalp in now. I don't think it's worth like holding on to the long and thinking that you're being a hero here or anything like that. So let's wait right now. The time to be a hero is over. I mean, that's no matter what you're doing, if you try to catch longs now, great, but I think you're just fishing, and that's what I'm doing, and I understand that, which is why I'm trying to scalp this out. So 1-to-1 there, out of some. We like to get out of a little bit more so we can hold about that, wouldn't mind holding like 60%. So if we can get something out on the, here we go. If we can get something out on the upside, then we'll take it. Why didn't I not just take that again? All right, so there we go. We get some 27s. I thought I was there. I was actually at 37s. So right now I'm at 32s and then 36s. And there it goes. We get the 32s. So now we're starting to do some damage here on the board, back on the board here with the NASDAQ. So let's go. See if we get a little bit of a run. My offer's there. We know where the stop is. It's better than 1-to-1 right now. So if you're a scalper like me, congratulations. You just made a nice little bank there. It'll be nice if we get 36s though, because then that will sort of top it off and put us where we need to be. 35s, There it is, 36s. Okay, yes, sir. Let's go. Spin the money, money, money. Right there, because your boy's in the game now for the futures. Here it is, man. 40, 50s. Let's see if we get it. Yes, sir. There's a 45. So there it is, Neil. 35 handles right there. The futures ripping to the north side right now. So far, so good on that play. Doesn't mean it's going to last, but we're pretty happy with that performance so far.
Yeah, that's what it's about. I mean, try to find those scalp trades if you can, as the market is trying to hold those lows for sure. I'm just going to put a trail in. I'm now trailing to 23.6. I said we'd go trailing stop as we got into this level, so I'm just going to quickly do that. It's double bottom also on SMCI.
Right back in, though.
So this one, so obviously, let me just move this. As the market just headed lower in the last like 10, 15 minutes, the trend line is going to continue to trend down, meaning the break is going to be at a different level. It's now 43.5. So double bottom 43 on SMCI with a 43.5 potential breakout. So just a quick update. I just canceled my 44. There's no need to have that one in there anymore. We need to break this trend to get into that long side for SMCI. As I said, hang on to Intel. I don't think we're going to get a second crack at that Apple trade. BB, I just saw an interesting one. Pfizer from BB. Pfizer is on your, whoops, there it is, on my wealth trade watch list. So I'm going to make the assumption that I've never heard of that term before, but I guess you mean like the long term, you think it's a good long term buy at these levels for Pfizer. I think Pfizer is more of a shot play than anything else. I think you can apply that to a really extreme sense, Moderna. But I kind of
Moderna's not bad.
Well, I think they're very different, somewhat related, but very different names. Like Moderna is more the Hail Mary that I think has way more parabolic potential than Pfizer ever will. But Pfizer, you got to figure at some point they do something to rectify their GLP game and get into it, whether it's an acquisition, whether it's an acquisition or something else. But it has been bottoming out for a while at this 25, 26 level. I just keep waiting for it to take the 200 period moving average to take a trade in it. I've had it at this level before, but it's been a waste of time. And so the last time I had it, I just got out of it and put the money into the SPY, to be honest with you. If I don't have anywhere, if I dump a stock and I have nowhere to put it in, I generally just buy whichever index I like that month. But I like to think that there's a better shot play, like a bigger parabolic shot play coming in, something like a Moderna. But Pfizer, yeah, that's a decent level. I think it's worth watching. All right, SMCI, it's just bounced off the low of the day. So let's see if we can break that trend. This is the next one that I'm looking for. Hold a low, break trend line. That's going to be at 43.5. And I thought I just put my stop order to go long. But obviously I didn't. Why? Because you can't see it. And there it is. Now it's in. So we break the trend. I'm going long through SMCI. If we break the low of the day, the trend line's still good, but it would just be an adjustment lower, obviously, if we break that low. So for now, it's held the low. 43.5 is going to be the stop long. Intel, we're trailing to 23.6, which actually could come in as the market's trying to make a little bit of a bounce here. But let us know what else you guys happen to be watching. Neil, look at Walmart. I like Walmart. Well, I said last week I think Walmart had lower to go. I'm DCAing that sucker this year. I'm going to pull up a weekly chart on Walmart. Come on, break it. There's the weekly on Walmart. You have $80 as the 50 period. That's my next dip. Well, it's the next place I actually have an order. I shouldn't say that because if it hangs out up here at 90 and that 90 that I bought at recently holds for the next quarter or two, then I'm going to buy there. I'm not going to wait around forever. But the next current bid I have is at like 81 something or whatever. I think actually it's like 81.42 or 81.22. I put stink bids in on stocks when I know I want to buy them quarterly. So I just said maybe we get this reversion on SMCI, and it just tagged the low of the day again. The bounce taking a long time to happen here. Adara.
I think it's worth being aware here. Now we just got Fed's Harker coming through with some comments saying that they should let the monetary policy continue to work and that they're watching the data but will react if they must, saying that there has been slower progression here towards the Fed's 2% inflation goal. This mirrors comments that we had earlier today from Fed's Hammock, also saying that basically they should just let the monetary policy continue to work. So more comments from Fed speakers suggesting we're going to get a little bit of slowing here on these policy adjustments. Guys, keep an eye on the market as Fed's Harker continues to speak. I think it's worth noting, especially given the market weakness, that he is in fact talking right now. Guys, back to you.
Cheap housing, that's for
Yeah,
sure.
buddy.
Okay, good. I mean, I'm already in my house, so it's okay. All right, so just real quick, man. It looks like Google's not going to hold. I mean, it's at 169. Looks like it's going to break. And this is the thing I was saying, like, sometimes better to trade the futures. We just got some more out of the futures, a couple outs actually, right here at 73.40. So we're just, like, we took 25 handles. Right here, Ramin. What's going on, Ramin? Over there as she stares with puppy dog eyes into Fabian's beautiful face. All right, so 73.40 right there.
How could you not?
Coming into play. So just watch out here. We're scalping some out. It looks like it wants to give it up. Right now, Google also looking like it wants to go. So, you know, when it does, and it's going to be nasty. So watch out for Google. I'm hoping that we can get a bump there, but I don't like Feds Harker this, and that. Like, there's a lot of talk right now. Let's see if the market wants to go, though. So here we go with Google. We're long at 21s. I'm going to take a little bit of pressure off. I don't think it's been a wise, actually, I didn't really put out that many shares. Let me put out a little bit more. Right there at 10s, if we can get that, we'll take a little bit of pressure off, take a 10-cent hit. The long is not going to be right. And, you know, we have been getting into this trade. So good one there. We did let it fall. We didn't start averaging it until about 20, which is where our average price is. So make money there. It'll turn us red. Like, if we break 10 more cents, then we're out of Google. We just tried to get out on the way up there and we missed it. So, yeah, there it goes. So we'll slap a fail on the last little piece there. And it looks like the TQs are also going to break. So fading all of the, there it goes. Ooh, fading all of the pops looks to be right there. Down 2%. It looks like we're going to get nastier. Do we go more? Do we just go short now and hold it into the close? Or are we eventually going to get a dip by opportunity? We've been trying to get dip by opportunities. It doesn't look like that's coming through at all. All right, man. You know, when it breaks the low of the day at 2 o'clock, at 3:14, I was looking at, it's 2 o'clock in Chicago, then I think that, you know, it's going to be worth it. So we're going to try the short now again. We did short NVIDIA when it broke the low of the day, and oh boy, look where that thing is now, all the way down to 122. This is where we covered the first time. Looks like this market wants to keep going, man. We're going to go short the futures and just wait to see what winds up happening as we've given our day back, man. I mean, you know, we were trying to battle there. We did good, but the last couple bids, not so well. We did really well yesterday at this time, but for right now, man, everything is absolutely falling apart. And your Viking Therapeutics, I looked that up because I didn't mind it.
Is AMD going to have to break?
You need a big buyout on this one. VKTX. I was just looking at it because I do believe that there is some love here. But Viking Therapeutics, you want to talk about a name. Like, this is the thing. Like, I'm not that panicked. We do have big cap tech names, so most of them are down pretty good. But look at this, man. If you've been buying this name, like this $65 back in November, down to 30. Look, this, and I'm only calling it because Neil mentioned it. This looks like this could break lower too, down into $20.
I think
so,
if you're Pfizer,
yeah, watch out now.
Well, so here's the deal. Viking can't afford to bring their oral. They just don't have the money. Like, the stock is falling. They don't have the capital. They're not big enough to actually get it all the way across the hump. So when you see that depressed stock price, Pfizer, maybe you want to pick them. It would make a lot of sense because clearly Pfizer would have the money, and the sucker just gave you a huge discount on there.
I don't think Pfizer has Pfizer doesn't have much money. They're bleeding a lot of money.
Well, look, they have more access to capital to be able to fund something, to be able to get it to production. That's the more, you're right. That's the more correct way to put it. They have more levers that they can get the funding. Now, it would still be debt and raising debt, but at least they'd have the ability to do it that Viking wouldn't have. So I'm not saying they would.
Administration, I mean, it's supposed to open up the door for more.
But they pulled back on that.
Oh, did they?
So they said that they're at least for now they're not doing any relieving of the scrutiny of M&A. That's one of the reasons why some of the financials have pulled back a little bit. But the market continuing to head to lows. AMD could break 100 before we get back from Madeira.
To be aware here, we have Sam Altman saying that ChatGPT 4.5 is ready, so keep an eye on Microsoft with that in mind. Also, really quickly, check out X at TTV Research. New infographic for you guys, just how these Mag 7 companies that have added CEOs have performed since those CEO transitions. Shockingly, really, it's just like the longer that the CEO has been in charge, the more change it's been. So it doesn't look like there's a huge correlation here, but interesting enough. Just check it out on X at TTV Research. Back to you.
Oh, I didn't get a good look at that one. I'll just have to go look over it on.
Let me make something perfectly clear to everybody here, including you, Sebastian. All right, everybody. This is not financial advice, right? I mean, I'm barely a trader. At the end of the day, that word generational is what we're talking about. My goal is to have at least 3 Bitcoins. Okay, so I'm building into that position. Once I've acquired 3 Bitcoins, then all of you will know. Because the reason why I want 3 is because when it rips, I want to be able to get out of a third of it. You know, and then I want to be able to hold and then see what winds up happening the rest of the way. So right now, I am not getting out of Bitcoin. I'll Michael Saylor this shit. Like, if this goes down to 0, we'll just be buying more of it, and hopefully I beat Michael Saylor to it. So we're just gonna wait. Like, nothing here. You know, I've been self-investing since my early 20s. So it's not about looking down. You still make bad calls. And I was talking about this with Obi the other day too. It's like, if you want to hodl something, great. But if you actually think crypto's going down, then I think, yeah, it's probably about time to start to think about, and that can't be right. This is not even moving. I got to refresh this. It's going to be about right now
83.
that if you need some money and crypto's bothering you right now, then I think it's worth getting out. It's just everybody's going to have a completely different look and a completely different feel on what you're doing. And it's just, for me, it's like, I am doing that. I'm going to hodl it. That's why I love your shirt.
I'm just holding the hodl.
Yeah, I know. I love that shirt. And that's what I knew you were doing. That's what I was going to call about it. And I just, you know, whatever you guys think, it's not like 3 Bitcoin's the goal. I'm not saying I have that now. If I had a full position now and I was starting to lose money on it, then yeah, maybe there would be something there. But I've sort of put that mentally in my head that that's kind of the situation I want to do. I want to have that many. And right now it's spread out over iBit and things like that. So
Purpose, I'm assuming?
We'll wait. Purpose was the first one that I bought. We first wound up buying in Canada this one here. BTCC.B. So this is the first one. Canada got one of
the first. We got the ETF first.
Yeah, we got one of the first approvals on that. So again, like let me just show you, for example, I just said I put my money into this once this got approved. Okay, so let's see where it got approved at, right? So as you're starting to look down here, you can kind of see what's been going on with BTC. So, you know, if you're long when this game starts, then you're fine. But at the end of the day, it is a nice pullback. And I know crypto's made of fluff and all that kind of nice stuff there. But at the end of the day, you got to believe in it. And I do. I'm not ready to buy more yet. My levels now, I told you I bought 87s, 86s by accident, and we'll be buying some more in the 70s. So
I bought 86s.
We flipped over the Qs, O'Neill, and right now this is going to be P&L number 1 now as it goes. We make everything back, man, and more on this play. There it goes, man, the Qs. Sending this one through. So we finally played the short. We've got this one, 40 handles now. Let's see if we get a little bit lower. Sorry, 35 handles. Let's see if we get a little bit lower on the TQQs.
Yeah, that's what it's all about. And working into the last 40 minutes of the day here, with only about 20 minutes to go till we get the 30 minutes to go till we get the imbalances. It used to be 345 on some of them, but now that we broke in 23.4, that was the morning support in Intel. The trail is going to go in there. Obviously, SMCI has not broken trend to get to the upside, so that's just not going to happen. I was asked, why do I hate AMD? I don't like or hate stocks. They're stocks. I don't think they require that kind of emotion. But the reason that I'm overall bearish on a stock in a general sense is just this. Right here on the daily since October of last year. It has been one of the cleanest downward channels that you've seen in a while. And I don't see anything, like, until you get to $94, where's the support on AMD? Very clear downward channel that it's been in for a while. And now it's breaking fresh lows. Bottom of this channel is like 90 or like 80 something at this point. So it's just the chart's not very good. And as a day trader, I don't know. The way I would see it is, as a day trader, when you see a chart that looks like this on the daily, like, why shouldn't your default position be, where is there a short chance for AMD today? The answer might not be yes, but if there's a short, then I think you want to take it. The same way when the stock is in a great upward channel. Your default when you open up your platform in the morning should be, what's the long in, I almost said XYZ stock, but you can't say that anymore because of block. So I think that's where I like to go for the default, and that's where I'm saying AMD is probably going to give us a 100 break tomorrow, if not today. So the trail's on, like I said, in Intel. Jay Lee says, free fall Thursday leads to free fall Friday, ? I would almost argue to a certain extent the opposite. Like, the big panic, the big fall days a lot of times can lead to decent rebound days or sideways action. I would almost lean in that direction more so than anything else. But I just moved the trail to 23.4, and it looks like we could be bouncing into that technically 23.43. If we break that prior bar high, I'm jumping out of Intel and looking for that. Maybe reversion could still be coming to SMCI. So I don't want to completely write it off here. The trend line is now would be a break of 43.35 as it just continues to be lower and lower and lower, that the breakout would happen. I haven't put the stop in yet, but it looks like it has a chance to go here on SMCI. So it's SSR. That's the reason why I'm going to look for this breakout trade. And it's breaking trend, if it does break the trend. But I said that like 3 times and it hasn't done it. Intel, 1 more cent and it will trail out.
I mean, we may, so we talked about getting out of the TQs. I mean, we got back in though, so we're still waiting for it to break. This is the futures, but we're still waiting for it to break that shelf there. And if it does that, then we're going to get out. It's at 73.50. So I just have so many ins and outs right there. So I was just looking right into there, 73.50. I mean, we can hold it up to the 50 period moving average. I don't know if we want to do that or not. But the market, again, just heading into the close here, we could get a little bit of a rally. Early look on the imbalance locator. Not much. These are all New York stocks, so I'm not really seeing a whole heck of a lot here. I'd rather fade these bumps right now. So we'll wait, though. No NASDAQ names on here, right? So, yeah. How low did NVIDIA get? Because the last time I bought this thing was at 118. Yeah, the last time I bought this was 118, and that was on the DeepSeek, and we bought that live on the show, or we at least talked about it, and it just came all the way back in. So, again, in an attempt to build generational wealth, we will wait to see the next move down on NVIDIA. And a shout out to my guy, Clark Kent there said, oh, you can buy and sell less than 1 Bitcoin at a time. Yeah, I'm well aware of that. Believe me, I'm not buying 1 full Bitcoin down here at $86,000. That is for sure as we start to average into it. And I'm kind of using profits from some of the altcoins as well to make that move. And we had talked about slipping out of one and into the other. And I do prefer that kind of a play. So, all right, just so I'm not into everything, I'd rather just be in the king.
Yep.
All right, so here we go. If this comes back down in, I will take a fill at 73, just sort of a mental area. We did stop and go there. We did get a nice little bid also, offer right there. So we did catch that. So let's reward ourselves. Put 10 handles in our pocket. You see we're short at 73.09. So we'll take it out there at O's, get paid to do it. All these trades I'm getting paid to do, meaning by the market as far as adding liquidity. You have to pay a fee to the NASDAQ. This is listed on the NASDAQ. The SEC wants a fee every time you go short. So there are
gotta get paid.
Fees associated with it. You got to get paid. And look, there's a good out again. Like, we could go red on the futures on my personal account if we do break through 73.50, but we are trying to get a little bit in and out here as we understand that there's only 25 more minutes left until those imbalances. And yeah, will the market hold up at this low, down 2% today? I mean, that's the question. I don't think we'll get down 3%. There's not as many big earnings on deck to really affect tonight's market.
Someone asked about Rocket Labs.
Yeah, Rocket Labs is a good one. I don't know what...
No, the expected move, which I don't have.
I have it right here.
You have it? Okay.
Rocket Labs expected move 14.
14.
Yeah, so just go over here I'll tweet this out. I'll put this in the chat. You go find it at Trader TV Sean there. All these numbers there. Adara puts them together for us. So thank you, Adara, for all that. So she puts together all of those numbers.
Yeah, shout out to it.
For us. So yeah, she just went by. I wasn't sure if she was on camera, but okay. That's that. So I'll put another bid. There we go. I'll put another bid down there at 73. We just bounced off 73 again. So be careful here. Looks like there is some resistance down at this level. And we'll just trade it as if there is. Get out of a little bit more. I'm trying to get out of 5% at a time and see if we can get that whoosh downside there and turn our frown upside down.
Well, we just trailed out of Intel, and it might have actually been like the only bump of significance since it got to VWAP, and that trails us out. It might still head lower the more I look at this. I'm contemplating whether I want to jump back into it, but I also looked over at AMD, which I said a while ago, this one should be a short on every single pop. It's almost at that 100 level, just stopped at 101 even, as the market just continues to bleed. I think I'll just stick with Intel. Again, it accelerated through VWAP in here. The fact that it wicked me out, if it can hold that prior candle, which is 23.48, if it holds that, I'll just maybe short this back into that prior high. It's almost getting in where we got out just now to give it to that wick high, kind of like if we had just been wicked out of a trade at the high of the day, but instead this is near the low. I'm going to try to work back into that one to the south side. Apple still looking like it's absolutely nothing. Property Snapper said biggest bubble in history. Well, the interesting thing about that is, you know, if you ever look at the money supply, it only goes in one direction, which is up, up, and parabolically up. And so that's why every crash feels like it's crazier than the worst, because more money got printed than the time before. Well, that's usually how these things work. But you know how it also resolves itself? When the bubble bursts, you want to be out there ready to buy some things and know what you want to buy and hold on to. That's what 08 was good for. That's what the COVID low was good for. Those have been the ones that I've gotten to experience. You know, the dot-com bubble wasn't something that I could really participate in to any real extent. But if that does happen, then I come to you with open arms, market. Who thinks that's?
No idea. Okay, so we're bidding 73 flat again. Okay, we took another piece. All right, okay, fine. I was gonna say I'm bidding also now. Okay. Here we go. Oh boy, I hate cheering for this. I don't really actually. Nice move to the downside here for the futures. I mean, we're talking about layering into this trade. We're talking about layering out. Booyaka, 40 handles right there to the downside. So yeah, man, the futures are what we think they are. Dead here today. So there it goes, man. Yeah, what's up, everybody? I hope you guys are with me on this, man. This is the confidence. This is that belief in your trade. Hold it, hold it, hold it until you're wrong. No, don't do that. Just make sure you're a risk manager, right? I mean, we looked at a stock like an Uber. I could show you many different examples today of this, including the NVIDIA trade, including reversing that one. But there it is right there, right? I mean, you get out of the way. You take it on the news. It developed a level. Once that level broke, we got out. Now you're not worried about this kind of a move. You know, so I think that that's what you want to do at the end of the day is make sure that you're holding on to something if it does go, and just play the right direction. Once that news broke about the Uber and Tesla going through California there, I just went long and came into a level. I liked it, but then once we lost it, and you got to get the wow, Neil. What am I even doing? I'm really glad that we didn't discuss this because this is an absolutely monster. We were trading Rolls-Royce earlier, but not much happening. They did report. We were looking at that earlier during lunchtime. I'll talk about that in a minute. But here we go, man. It's the TQQs. This is a big, I just looked over, and I know you're not supposed to be like a P&L trader, but like, wow, we just got lit up right there on a big move to the downside. I'm glad we went over there and covered that. So that was a good trade for us on the futures. Oh, boy. Wow. Don't have to show too much emotion, my guy. But there it is. Nice downside move for the futures, man. Definitely putting up some digits right now. This is not playing around. We're trying to go for it. And there it goes, man. Futures. Let's see what winds up happening with only 20 minutes left.
Yeah, 30 minutes left. 20 minutes till the imbalances. Yeah. 30 minutes left in the day. But the market goes right to the low. Sometimes you just got to get back in the trades. Like, should I have gotten out of the trade? If answer no, jump back in. I say that. Like, let's imagine you're short at the highs, you get wicked out, jump back in the short. You get wicked out at the lows, jump back in. You just double tap 23.3. I will point out here that this is a morning bottom at 23.20 and yesterday's open low was right around here at 23.20. So if there is a bottom to be made, I might move the trail if we make another fresh low of the day. Right now it's at break even, but I'm still willing to trail this one out like we trailed the prior trade to the downside. Where is support on the SPY? Someone just asked there, Jam Losi. You asked where is support on the SPY? I mean, we can look together if you'd like. There's your intraday chart, right? You're at the low, so that's absolutely nothing. If you're talking about the daily, I think we mentioned this in the morning show about it's about the 580 area on the SPY. The 200 period sits at 570, but those are the kind of things that'll stand out to you. Like if it's not obvious on a daily chart, then to me it's not support. And then I like the moving averages, but moving averages aren't in and of themselves automatic support lines. Like stocks won't just bounce at the 200 period moving average because there's a line sitting there. Prior support tends to matter more, and that's another $11, $12 away. And then you have nothing here today because you're at the lows. So I hope that. Again, when in doubt, zoom out is the only answer I can give you. If you're looking for some kind of a floor in today, find a stock that hasn't broken the low or something that hasn't broken the low, and then you can work off of that. So as far as I'm concerned, because Intel hasn't broken its morning low, that is support until it isn't, and I'm bidding out in front of it. And we should have reverted this at 24.20. We didn't until 24, and that happened to be VWAP. but that's what you just have to do sometime. Fortune Sal saying emotional damage. We need that animation ASAP. Emotional damage. That would be a fun one to have, but I don't know. I feel like you're just like at that point you're kind of like stealing that one. We got to have our own up in there. What I actually think what I would love is like some of the lines we have from like the hodl it, from the T-shirt. I'd love to have some stuff like that, for, like holding on to a trade. What the Bulls and
Bull
Bears.
fell down. I just looked over. I was like, oh my God, that was like.
Well, of course the bull fell down. He looked at the market and was like, I can't deal with this nonsense. He's like, where's the Moet? I want to. He wants to sip it.
He's got to sip that out.
He's doing just fine, by the way.
Yeah, I just saw
They locked up his wide receiver.
kid downloading some sort of.
Oh, we overpaid for Shakir.
You guys are in trouble. My kid downloaded some Pokemon game I just saw on the Switch. Okay, so here we go. We just covered a little bit more there at 79. President Trump talking about some agreement with the Ukrainian president. Okay, so they're going to be developing Ukraine's rare minerals. Yeah, same kind of stuff. So Adair's going to be all over that and let us know how that goes.
Fancy that.
Right now.
Country with lots of resources.
We'll wait. But all right, so some more outs. Yeah, the bull did kind of have a stroke there, Marty, and he fell down to the downside. Thanks, Marty, for that one right there, for that super chat. So we'll drop some money down for that. Haha, bull had a stroke. Yeah, bull today is saying bull S on this market, but you cannot deny what has been happening. And we're just going to sit in this short and figure out what Adair is up to.
It's worth noting this just because of the geopolitical implications in the market sometime. But as Trump mentioned, Trump is talking about the war in Ukraine. And one thing he said was, with regards to ending the war, quote, it'll be soon or not at all. So basically saying that either there will be a quick end to this war or the war will not end. Of course, we know that the market can move on geopolitical type situations, so just be aware of these very interesting comments coming through right now from Donald Trump, basically saying the war will either end soon or apparently never, guys. Back to you.
He's right.
But that's such a...
Finally.
Whatever.
I mean, honestly, that's right. If Ukraine agrees to this, then the U.S. can go in there and help end the war. If they don't, then it's going to continue, and mass slaughters will continue to happen.
But it's not an overwhelming observation that he's making. But
well, at least he's commenting about it. I mean, the thing is like, it's not even it's not even really an observation. It's a fact.
It's just how it is. Well, what's interesting is you don't usually hear, let's be real, you don't hear politicians be that bluntly, speak that bluntly about things in those types of terms, which is
there's been probably no more of a blunt politician in the history than Donald Trump. I mean, he's doing literally what he said he'd do. I don't even remember Adair breaking one story over the last 4 years about Joe Biden. So, at least this guy's in the market doing some things right now.
That's about national issues and not other things, I would say.
Yeah, just Joe Biden in general.
No, the only story was the one we were stepping down. That was the one time that she broke live.
Right.
No, that's what I'm saying. It's the not actually related to policy and in the country. Because I remember that was the one time I remember hearing her come in and was basically to say that Joe Biden was stepping down, which wasn't necessarily, it was a market moving event, at least at the time. But we'll see. The market, with only about 15 minutes to go, we didn't go over the early look for the imbalances. It's not, there's nothing crazy, except I don't know what AMPB is, but anytime you start to get to the end of the month, I'm reminded that you do have, I think it should be MSCI. It's February, right? Yeah, so it's MSCI should be having a rebalance tomorrow, whether or not this I don't know what AMPB is, but if it is on the potential moves for tomorrow, then that could be a little bit interesting, but not much on the early look. I'd expect there's going to be some imbalances tomorrow because of the MSCI, and we'll be locked and loaded and ready for those. I think just holding into the lows, now that you've kind of broken the bottom in here, got into the 20s, I've moved the trail to just underneath break even, that 23.40 here on Intel. At least I thought I had, and now I have. So we're either going to get the low of the day, which I shouldn't even bother be bidding it here, or we're going to get 23.40 with only 15 minutes to go till the imbalances come in here. IWM's trying to bounce. I hear Trader Forever say. I think the problem is you could probably describe that as almost everything at these lows. If it's at the low and not breaking it, then it's easy to say it's trying to bounce. That's more or less everything. Getting a little bit off of the bottoms. Yeah, the Russell not having a very good time of it.
It's not a very good.
Ooh, flat bottom break on the Russell. Didn't see that. Not that I look at the Russell all that much. I'm not invested in it or anything. But that just took out its low on the year and is holding underneath it. Not a very good look for the Russell. Under the 200 period and just lost its support For the year is being dramatic because it's only February, but that was the bottom at 214 there on the Russell. Yikes. And that's sort of the thing. I mean, if you like the Russell, maybe you'd be trying to find places to stink bid. I know I'm not. Because we ain't getting them cuts that we wanted.
No, I wouldn't. I've never been. I mean, I think the IWM has its place, and if you are, if you are looking for something, you can do that right now. Sure, Neil likes to do ad reads. He can do that one coming up. Okay, so $73 right there. I'm gonna wait to see if the TQs will make that move to the downside here, and just try to hold it into the close. So. Yeah, man. I mean, I understand that there's a lot of people that are all like antsy today about everything because obviously a lot of people are losing some money in this stock market. And, the comments that I'm making are not any direction towards like, yeah, Trump's doing a great job or anything like that. I'm just saying I don't have a vote. You guys have a vote. He won overwhelmingly, one of the bigger landslides, I think, that from what I can remember in the popular vote. And now he's doing everything that he said he would do. And now we're like, wait a minute, what's he doing? So, I mean, I hate the effect that this is having on the markets. I mean, I thought, obviously being Canadian, that, we weren't expecting this kind of a blowback, but it's happening and it's about dealing with it. The market's obviously not liking a lot of these calls. And tariff talk is what it is, going to be benefiting America, that's for sure. But you could see, we're trading American markets. Actually, on the year, like the Indian market's up, UK, Germany, pretty much all of Europe is up on the year, let alone what China's been doing. So it's like, there's a lot of this back and forth talk here. There we go. Let's go with the futures. Yes, sir. Nice downside plays happening right now. Okay, in the futures, here we go. As we start to get a little bit ramped up right now. So yeah, man, this is why we pass it over to Neil. We're in a good position right now with the futures. Neil, let's go.
Yeah, let's go. And we were talking about it before. What? Well, I'm going to do it anyways. I'm going to talk about e-signal for you guys in here. And real live, you saw me when I had an issue on my chart with Apple. First place I went over to was e-signal. Check out what VWAP was there. Confirmed that it was incorrect. Probably saved me from taking a long in a trade. And that's the idea. They have reliable data. They have every indicator you could ask for. Back testing, forward testing, all the good stuff. But you know what? It's free for a month. And that's sort of the thing we're talking about. Free for 1 month, the opportunity for you to try it out. I think it will elevate your game. The ability to go in there, do a tick replay so you can see what was trading or how a stock was trading at a given level. You can have market depth, watch level 2s. You can integrate your trading with many brokers out there. So a wide array of tools right at your fingertips, all in one spot with eSignal. And that's the big deal. It's simple, it is intuitive, and it is reliable, and for 1 month, it is free. So scan that QR code you see out in front of you and don't miss out. Execute your best trades now. Take a shot with eSignal. You can also check the link in the description and shout out to eSignal, which I'm having more fun using every single day. And it's obviously, we talk about usually the hot list. I haven't really gone over the hot list because there hasn't been really that much popping off on it. It's all the usual suspects in there just to see what's moving. In terms of the trade rate, like Tesla, Nvidia, Palantir, SMCI, like all TQs, like all things that you usually expect to be able to see. But got to have those resources at your fingertips. We just made a new fresh low. Again, I put one short on and was just Intel through VWAP. I wish I could say I also shorted Apple. Apple would have been a good one as well. That was a fail. When 240, I was looking for 240 to hold. Good news, didn't go long because 240 didn't hold. But that should have been a 240 short on Apple, which is also at the low of the day. So I'm holding into the imbalances, and we'll just keep tightening up the stop at this point, and we'll see how far it goes. No LFT at this point, so don't want to cause any, as we're now at our highs of the day. It's been one of those where you had to survive the day. Like, actually, my best stocks have been long today. But green is green. I'll take it.
Yeah. Crazy day here. As the futures continue to make this move downside, like, wow. Another good fill down there. This is really starting to print out for us. So I'm just going to hold it into the close. The NASDAQ, this is short the futures, right? So we went long until it broke. And then once it broke, we went short. Then we reloaded it short. And it's really the reload right now. That's been pretty good. I think you could probably tighten up your stop now. So that's 73. I'd hate for it to get back up. We could have a rally at the end of the day, or I'm going to take out another 5% right now, 55s if we can get it. There we go. We bid 55 and get it. I'm going to set the stop order right now at 73. That's 15s. Why not just do that? So we cannot obviously turn this one into a loser. This will be the biggest stock of the day. And obviously, as we trade the futures here to the downside, I mean, you're making calls like this, and it goes, right? And so there we go. Nice move there. Thankfully, we didn't get stopped out. We almost did. We almost got stopped out at 73.50 there, but instead we reloaded it at 73.35, and there it is now. 100 handles in the money from our latest I'm going to take out another bid right here from our latest reload. So shout out to Adam DeLuz and everybody out there that's actually trading. Like this is a big one right there. I mean, I hope you guys are still holding on to your shorts, and if you are, congratulations, because it's to the downside. And it's nasty, like we said. Like not a good day to open up any of the portfolios and check them out. But again, maybe some rebalancing if you're interested in doing that. You're way late to the party. It's not that you're too late to sell anything. I mean, this is the NASDAQ right there. This is we don't want to look at the TQs. It's going to be more influenced, obviously. The TQs is at the 200 period and below it. But right here, if you just look at what the NASDAQ is doing, you are getting close again. If you're trying to dip buy things, this is a good opportunity to think about it into the NASDAQ. I am not dip buying the NASDAQ. I'm dip buying the SPY. So I'm already, I know that, the dog that wags the tail, so on and so forth. And we're getting close to both of them being down here anyways. I just have pretty much all tech stocks, which has been disastrous for the last couple of days. But buying into here 570 isn't the end of the world. And I think we'll put some bids down there where we already have some bids to get long on the SPY if we do come near the 200 period moving average. So I think we're getting closer and closer to that. The NASDAQ going out at the lows of the day will be very, very interesting. Down that 2.34%. It's a good thing we covered a little bit down there. We'll cover a little bit more right now. So some outs at the bottom in the 30s. You just saw me make that play. And then some more plays right now in the 50s and again in the 40s. So we're starting to really do well here into the end of the day and really putting up some numbers. So hopefully you guys have the short. And if not, I don't think, what's up, Kendall? I don't know. I know there's a lot of talk about Trump. It's because every news story we get are these tariffs and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, today is a bad day, Gladys. And I don't know whose fault this is. I mean, obviously, earnings weren't great this year or this quarter. NVIDIA's sort of cry there last night didn't really. Jensen went on CNBC. He had his call. He did all this. The stock didn't really move. It opened up real high upside today, and then the traders just came in and nailed this thing. So I don't want to panic about it. It's still above those DeepSeek levels, but you're getting close. For sure, for those of us that are still in some of these names. And if you're looking for income generating ideas, then you may want to sell against some of your positions, some calls, and that might help you generate some profit. So I would just wait to see what happens. You could get called away, but at the end of the day, it's a big time downside move here. And I'm happy to be part of it. Over 100 handles right now on this TQs trade. So far, so good right there. But I'm just going to hold it into the close 4 minutes until the imbalances.
Yeah, 4 minutes till imbalances. The only thing about covered calls is like usually if you're a buy and hold forever, just make sure when you sell the covered calls, you're okay with having them called away. Like I've only ever used it on stocks that, like I've never used it on like the core, like the Apples of the world. It's always something like Intel. Like I'm in a long, it's gone. It's not something that I believe in. It was more of like a kind of a shot-ish type play. So that if it got called away, I'm not crying about it whatsoever. I'm just, taking that income and running. And then in the case with Intel, lo and behold, when it happened, it was like 25 into 40, and then it was right back at 25. It was like maybe a month or two later. But I don't sell covered calls in any of like the good Mag 7 names. I always tend to be, it's the things that I think that stink is the wrong word.
Wow.
But I think they're a little bit weaker. We're about to tag that low of the day as we just got another push. I just wanted to point out, you might have mentioned it, but the ES is only down 1.4 to the NASDAQ's 2.5. So it's not an everything bleeder. The fact that it's not that 2%, that's boding much, much better. And if you look at what China's been doing, some of the Chinese names, and we talk about this as being like tariff related or whatnot, they've been bleeding again today. K-Web down, but Alibaba is holding the top. I know it's down 1.5%, but it's actually holding the top pretty nicely here. I might have mentioned that I have a trail on for Alibaba because I haven't taken any profits out up here. And if it loses this local bottom that it just put out, then I would trail out of a quarter, but hasn't done so yet. I like the way that it's holding on here. At least this Chinese name. I haven't looked at them all, so don't at me. if you're in like JD and JD is bleeding like 5% to the downside. I just don't look at that stock. So there's that low of the day break. The trail was at break even. Now I'm going to move it up to the quarters because we only have 2.5 minutes until the imbalances trigger in. And again, I find like if you ever get wicked out of a stock and you're like, that's a bad exit, that was like, they got me, then just jump back in at the same price if the market wants to give you an opportunity to. Sometimes it happens at the high of the day. Sometimes it happens at the low of the day. But the short is definitely the way the market's going. NVIDIA 121 even. 8% down on NVIDIA today.
There it goes. So it looks like if you did hold those options, you're going to be right.
What was the
9 or so percent there for NVIDIA?
Yeah. Like it does get there.
Okay, let's check out Riley. So Riley does still hold that 580 level, not doing too much here into the after hours. Palantir holding 85 for now, down 5%. Tesla, what's Tesla down? Ooh, Tesla right at that low of the day again, man. Like there's a little more time left. You know, I think you could get a little bit of a bounce up there for Tesla. I'm going to take out another 5%. We're getting real light, man. I mean, you can only take out 5% so many times here on the futures before you run out of steam. So again, hard to tell how many shares I've traded on this name, but I'd say we probably have about 15% left. So with only a minute and a half left into the day, before the imbalances, then we'll see if this can have an effect. I would say we'll probably come as a sell side, so hopefully some more damage coming through here for the market, and then we can cover the skews, and then maybe at 355 we'll get a little bit of a reversal bump to the upside. So I'm going to put a bid right now down at like 15s. See if we do get that move back. Those were some of our best outs. So we'll wait. These are not live. They're going to be live in a minute. So looks like we're trying to get ramped up here. So maybe, I don't know if someone knows something. That's our best out right there, 15. So we'll put another bid down there. And again, all of these are like 5% out. So we've done real well to hold last 15. And we'll just see what winds up happening now with the TQQs coming out in just 30 seconds. Sorry, the futures are going to be affected by this imbalance. So just as we go, let's watch NVIDIA on the imbalance because that should be one of the bigger names to hit. So we'll watch it right here. We'll call it up and we'll see what winds up happening. Maybe I can, here, let me put it down here. That way,
it already popped.
Everyone can see that. Yeah, no, nice pop. The market's popping. So yeah, I mean, I can see it. I'm in the futures. So, all right. So right now, with only 10 seconds left, we'll see, and then I'll just keep on clicking on some names, and then we'll see what winds up happening. So NVIDIA right now, before the futures, before the imbalance comes out, let's call it 121.90. So 3, 2, and 1, and let's see what winds up happening. Instantly down to 121.40. I mean, boom, we nailed that one, man. We said that was probably going to be one of the sells to come through there for NVIDIA. So there it is, 3.7 million. I just said, let's call it 121.90. It goes down into 121.30 and does not pick anybody. I wasn't bidding it, but that was a decent area. Does not breach the low of the day on that sell imbalance. I think it went down because it was a sell imbalance, but at the end of the day, into 400 million shares, it's kind of a nothing burger. So we'll wait to see what happens with that. SMCI also with a move down inside. Not really. Yeah, okay. It's at the low of the day, down 17% for SMCI. TLT, wow, $91. That was a good call there by anybody who went long there in the mid-80s. Amazon also continuing to get that sell side, it looks like. Yeah, so Amazon going out at the low of the day, down at 209. So, yeah, fun times.
Yeah, even with that sell, the market 600 overall, the market 630 million to the sell side, the Nasdaq 530, Dow 314, the Mag 7 540. So small sells, but the trail out happened. I got trailed out at the quarters here on Intel just before the imbalances came out. Doesn't matter. It didn't have an imbalance. Short VWAP, hold to the low. It gives you a 3% move. We're able to get back into it, but that's what you have to do sometimes. That SMCI, that's a pretty significant size imbalance for SMCI. From a notional standpoint, 1.7 million, but it's done 105 million shares today. So that is a drop in the bucket in terms of the overall volume, and probably why SMCI didn't even budge at all. There was no budge to the upside or the downside when that number came out. It's a significant size, but you have to also factor in how big is that imbalance relative to the amount of volume. If SMCI was doing regular SMCI volume, that might actually move the stock a little bit more, that 1.7 to sell. But it seems like it's a bit of a nothing burger for the imbalances. That AMPB didn't even come out as anything. Open would be big, but it's only a $1 stock. So Might look to see at 355 if there's maybe a flip trade for one of these two, which would be NVIDIA or SMCI, or it would pair off, I should say, because it doesn't have to flip to a bid to reverse. It could just go from 1.6 million to like 100,000 or so, and that would be good enough for a little bit of a mean reversion on any of those bad boys. So I think it's safe to say when Joe was talking about the 140 strike on NVIDIA, we ain't got to worry about that tomorrow. Not even the least bit.
No,
Not even a little bit.
I would say, for NVIDIA?
He said that was the biggest open interest was the 140.
Makes sense because of the earnings, but
after earnings, but that's no.
No, I don't know. Yeah. I mean, if you close today around 125, you could get back up there. Still a couple minutes left. You get that bump up overnight. And I don't think 140 will happen, but I think you can get to 130, 135 tomorrow on NVIDIA. So we'll see what winds up happening right there. Nice bounce back at the end of the day, 121 up to 122.50 there for NVDA. Okay, more covers, man. I mean, it's pretty simple stuff over here for me. More covers on TQ if we do drop down in. We should get... because we went up there at 350, we'll probably reverse back into 355. But I already put my out at the 50-period moving average. So we're going to be out there at 72.90 to get out of that one. And hopefully we'll be able to do that. And that will be the end of that trade. Otherwise, we'll hold it into the close. Join Dara and I as we'll go over. Yeah, I mean, we can go over some of those reports right here tonight. So, yeah, man, 500,000 subscribers right there. We appreciate you, Bears versus Bulls. I think I've thrown a lot of love around here and not enough to you. So thank you so much to Bears versus Bulls for that one. NTAP, ADSK, Duolingo, Dell coming, ACHR. That's Archer, right? ACHR. There's been back and forth. Yeah, Archer Aviation. Yeah, of course. Clover, MNST there as well. Sound, Rocket Labs, and HPQ. So I know we got to go to Adara, but the futures did exactly what we thought they would do, and it's not even 355. There's a dump right into our position, covering more and more there. This will be the biggest trade here on the TQs for me, and that is what it is. Nice reversal. Glad we were able to switch it up. Big time trading there on the futures. Dell reporting at 4:05. What's up, Adara?
Speaking of these earnings, I just want to give you guys a little primer of what we're expecting. I just put out this infographic here. It's on X at TTV Research. So here is what time we're expecting each of these reports, and you're going to see their implied moves because I thought it'd be noteworthy. We have so many huge implied moves tonight. Duolingo here, pretty significant. We've got Autodesk, we have SoundHound, so lots of big moves to watch out for here. Check this out on X at TTV Research. Back to you.
Yeah, buddy.
Great look over there, and you get all the action live in about 5 minutes, or starting in about 5 minutes. Great look over there. There's going to be a lot to look. We had record numbers yesterday, and hope to see absolutely more of that. It was a fantastic show, and you get to tune in and see actual price action as opposed to just, how did the earnings do? A little bit of both.
150.
Oh my God.
Handles in the money. What's up, Jay Lee? All right, here we go. What's up? Yeah, I'll answer this question. Why not? Honest question. Good, perfect. You probably got the right guy. Let's see what happens. Honest question. How do you not beat yourself up for not joining the TQQ dump by shorting? Yeah, I mean, shorting in the morning, fine. The advantage, it's a curse and a blessing at the same time, and that is the share size that I use. And it's kind of like, I'm happy joining the trade now. I mean, why did not join it in the morning? Yeah, I mean, right there, you said $80? Yeah. I can look back and look at so many different stocks, man. I mean, we got wicked out of AMD right before this dump happened as well. All I can tell you, man, I've traded thousands and thousands of shares today, and some decisions are going to be bad and some decisions are going to be good, right? And at the end of the day, you just hope to continue to make good ones. And I mean, look what's happening right now. This is 150 handles in the money. So you never want to compare yourself to anybody else or anything like that. But for me, this is a good trade. And I just hope some of you have joined it, right? The TQs is going to be a huge trade today. And I'm happy to do it. I wish we were short at 80 because that would be an $8 winner. I'm more than happy to do those trades. I do them all the time. You guys know, you see me hit $40 winners on Tesla. You see me hit $30 winners on NVIDIA, all these kind of plays. And we'll do it again. But this is a good trade for me. Nice move to the downside. want to thank you, Jay Lee, for pointing it out. I mean, we stick to our guns here all the time. And this was just one of those examples, again, that we did that. We even reloaded it. So I would be more upset if I didn't reload. Like, we had already thought short. Like, we were long there, right? And then so once it broke that, we went short, and then we reloaded against the 50 period, giving us that confidence that it wasn't going to break this level. So this, I'm actually almost the opposite. I'm actually really thrilled that we're able to find the TQs, because if we don't find it, then we're just resting on our longs, and that would have been disastrous, right? So, yeah, man, here to go. Thanks for pointing it out. I think if you're going to follow some of the trades, you would have been really happy with what we had put out today. So far, so good there. Thank you for the question. Yeah, Rocket Lab should be really, really exciting, man. But I'm not, look, I'm happy about this trade, but I know it's hard to celebrate them, especially when there's a lot of traders that are offside and long, and I'm long, I'm hella long. The amount of money that I've lost in my personal accounts today dwarfs anything that anyone's made anywhere around here, right?
But that's everyone's long term is always going to look like that when it.
That's
well,
what I'm saying. I'm not happy. I'm just happy to show people that you can actually sit here and make these trades. And at the end of the day, it's a monster.
Exactly.
So that's what it is.
I saw someone Eski in the chat. There's always another opportunity. The way I look at it is you can't worry about what you missed in the morning. So what? The first trade I put on this afternoon was long Intel, and it was a loser. So you go short it eventually. And it doesn't matter where you go short as long as you find yourself into a winning trade. Be like a closer in baseball. You blow a save, they got to go back in the next day. And if there's a lead in there, they got to go protect it. Mariano Rivera is not going to remember about the bomb he gave up. He's going to throw the cutter on the hands again every single time until it stops working. And for him, it actually never stopped working. So that's what it's all about. With only about 1 minute to go in here, just very quickly, SMCI did flip, but there wasn't much of an event. When I said flip, it did pair off, but it didn't move, so there was no opportunity there for a reversion trade late in the day. SMCI had a big sell imbalance like NVIDIA did, but there was absolutely nothing in there on that flip at 55. Still about 30 seconds to go. It is going to be a bleed type of day. We knew that NVIDIA earnings were going to cause, there's a reason you call it the Super Bowl of earnings. But to have predicted that it would be down 8.5%, I don't know how many people were thinking that today here on NVIDIA. But that's where we're at, and that's what we're facing tomorrow. Volatility is in this market. I think it's a good thing. It allows you to have good trading days and good trading opportunities out there for sure. But let's pop the bell on. Get the camera off me, throw it onto Adara. The bell brought to you by Origenics, transforming brain health, and ring it, Adara, because we are closed now. So the market is closed. You do have a bunch of earnings coming right after the bell here, so you're going to want to make sure you stick around, whether you care about Rocket Labs or a bigger name like Dell. Dell going to be the biggest name, I think, reporting in there in terms of market cap. A lot of people are going to be interested there. You're overall almost down 2.8% on the NASDAQ. The ES, 1.6, bleeding. But the real story was after earnings, beat top, bottom, good guy, doesn't matter, 8% down on NVIDIA. Want to give a shout out to Fabian and Ramin, as always, making us look and sound good every single day. And want to give a big shout out to the Midday boys there, both Sharif and Joe. And a big thank you to Joe and Obi for filling in. Myself, I'm still not feeling 100%, but glad to be back here and be able to weather positive days. One of those weird ones where best stock was along, but sometimes you get away with them. And you got to be able to have those opportunities in the market moving. And sometimes it's just like that. You can wish you were short early, but as long as you join it eventually, I think you'll be absolutely fine. Shout out to you, Comeback Run X. We got a super chat in there at the end of the day, and we'll maybe address that. What is the prop form you're using to trade with? We trade with Real Trading up in here. You can see it right there. That's us. Shout out to Real Trading. That's where we're able to trade every single day and appreciate them. But it's market recap time. Lots of earnings to get to and a big time market move to recap at the desk with Sean Adara. Right about now.
Okay, thank you so much. One more time. This will be the last recap show I do this week, so I'm really happy to do that.
What I do this week.
Oh, you're not doing it tomorrow?
I'm off tomorrow.
You're off tomorrow?
Yeah, but I'm coming back tomorrow night for Obi's grad party.
Okay, nice. Good. Okay, well, we'll see you then tomorrow night.
Yep.
Enjoy your day off. Any plans?
Yeah, I'm writing. I'm in this writing contest, so I'm literally just going to be writing all day.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, cool, good.
Not super exciting, but it should be a good time.
What a bloodbath today.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, what's going on? Hey, look, who bull, who bear? Who next? Right now. All right, let's go. There are earnings coming out right now. We have NTAP that's out right now. So let's just keep on going right now. Thank you so much for joining us. We had record viewers yesterday. I don't know if we'll do it today. We don't have no NVIDIA, but we're going to bring the same heat as well. Looks like NTAP, a nice move to the downside right now. EPS 191 in line. Looks like their sales miss. That's a nice move to the downside right here. I don't have everything. ADSK also up as well.
I have them.
That's a nice move to the upside right now for Autodesk. That's moving around right here. But what number do you want to talk about first?
I mean, we can talk about ADSK. So
okay, go ahead.
Looks like they beat here, $2.29 per share adjusted versus $2.14 expected. That's a beat. Their revenue, though, was a miss. 1.6 bill versus 1.63 bill expected. Their EBIT margin here, 22%. Adjusted EBITDA, 37%. Apparently, they're also going to be reallocating some resources to accelerate their strategic priorities. And they've also initiating some sales here and marketing optimization. So changing some of their strategic priorities. Sales miss, EPS beat for ADSK.
All right, Duolingo is out now as well. So what we were looking at for Duolingo, of course, was EPS of 50 cents. Revenues looking at 205. We'll find out if Duolingo has anything to talk about it. It looks like they will get a 51% daily active user growth for Duolingo. This stock has been an absolute beast, though. Nice upside move here for Duolingo. Neil and I talked about this all day. Like, there's a lot of stock that have fallen down that were great names. I mean, you know what? You know another name there? I didn't look at it for a minute. Was Reddit. This is a name that I think I like, and it's falling back in as well. Right now, if you're looking at charts and you like to buy stock, pretty much every stock you look at are going to be good ones. So what we're looking at here today, NTAP is out already, so that was a big one. Might have been the biggest one to come out so far here today. Look where we are right now. Sub 100 right now on NetApp. So that's a big move to the downside right now. Over $20 downside on NTAP. Give us 20% downside.
I have them.
The implied move 7% on NTAP. NetApp. Code NTAP. NetApp downside right now. We wait for Dell though. This is going to be a big one. We'll wait to see what happens with Dell. But why don't we go over the numbers right now with NTAP, NetApp, because we are down quite significantly there.
Yeah, so EPS in line here, $1.91 per share. Their sales though were a miss, $1.64 billion versus $1.695 billion expected. Also with Autodesk, I had said that they missed. I was seeing that they missed on some different platforms. Benzinga, though, is actually saying Autodesk beat on revenue. So we're going to have to wait and sort that out. As I always say, sometimes we look at different estimates. So as of right now, it's a big time question mark as to whether or not Autodesk did beat revenue. It looks like definitely, though, they did beat earnings per share. So good look there for, excuse me, ADSK. We basically could get Dell at any second now, though, because it is 4:05 p.m. Also, Bears vs. Bulls will continue to put this link in the chat. That link here, it's for all the implied moves for today's earnings, and it will also give you the expected time for each ticker.
I'll say a big thank you to, we have the chat up right here. I'll say a big thank you to Robert Breedlove. I'm here for the daily, for Sean and his after show, Big Energy. I want to thank Adara for bringing it as well. I'm the Kobe Bryant of the show. I don't know, I'll take that, but we've got a bunch of Kobe Bryants on our show. So we're really happy to keep providing everything we can to you guys, man. And if it's the Mamba mentality, I think I've got that. So thank you to everybody for all of that. All right, man, I'm waiting for Dell. I want to see what Dell's doing. Looks like you get a little bit of a fat finger, 111 to 112, all the way down to $100. We're going to wait to see what happens with Dell right now. No, man, we're not selling these shirts. I've talked about for a minute that we should be working on some sort of merch. Maybe we will at some point. This is for the party tomorrow. Yeah, you've got your Eli Lilly.
Oh, yeah.
Neil's got his Just Hodl It, and a few other ones there. Amazon was the one for Obi. Okay, so we'll wait. We'll wait to see
I have Duolingo, too.
Yeah. So Duolingo, we can talk about that. We already looked at Duolingo. It's a little bit choppy there off the jump right now, but we'll have to wait to see what's going on with Duolingo. I'm going to log in to my account so we can get a live level 2 look. But do you want to go over the Duolingo numbers?
Yeah, let's go over Duo. So looks like they beat here for Q4 revenue, 209.6 mil versus 205.4 mil expected. Daily active users, 40.5 million. Monthly active users, 116.7 million. So they're having here their outlook for fiscal 2025, 962.5 mil to 978.5 mil. That is mostly above the estimate here of 965.9 mil. Certainly the midpoint is above estimates. Now we have Dell, though, so we're going to wait and refocus here to Dell, D-E-L-L. Let me see. Okay, I'm going to have to read through this
Yep,
report.
yeah, no problem. Yeah, I do see the report out, but I don't see the headline. So there it goes.
I'm just reading it.
Yeah, go get it. Right now, Dell looks like it wants to get to the upside again. The implied move for Dell today, we are looking at 9.8%. They were looking at revenue of 24 with an EPS of 252. We'll get that for you in a second with Dell. Looks like it's trying to go upside right now. Another stock that you don't have to like NVIDIA, you don't have to like any of the chip names, but they got to go into racks, they got to go into servers. So we're going to see about Dell here. We're also going to see about SMCI in the same space. And then later on, we have HPQ. But if you're just looking at here and you're wondering like what all this is, man, disaster strikes today in the market, man. But Dell right now up about $5 right now for Dell. Nice upside move. Did you parse?
Yeah, I have the numbers.
All right,
so we did miss on revenue. I just wanted to make sure before I said that because it looked like a miss, but we did in fact miss. So revenue here, a miss, 23.93 bill versus 24.56 billion expected. EPS adjusted was a beat, 2.68 versus $2.53 expected. So let's look here. They're expecting for fiscal 2026 here.
SoundHound is out.
A year ahead. They're seeing adjusted revenue or adjusted earnings per share, $9.30. That's above estimates of $9.23. Revenue, they're seeing 101 to 105 billion versus 103.17 billion expected. So EPS guide for the year was a beat. Revenue guide for the year, more or less in line. There's a lot more numbers there, but we should get into SoundHound. In the meantime, we can go through Dell in more detail later. Okay, I have to read through the SoundHound report.
Yeah, no problem. I'm actually going to put this up right here. I'm going to see if I can do a better job of this moving forward. If you go over to my Twitter, you go over to Trader TV Research as well with Adara, you have right here, these are the earnings. It's not going to go good. I'm going to have to figure this out. But this is what we're looking for right here. The revenues, the implied moves, and everything like that. So right now we do have out. Oh, every time I click it, it's going to go away. Yeah, that's right. Okay, so the move that we're looking for, Dell, nice upside play right there. Something else just came out. Oh, SoundHound.
Yeah, I have
SoundHound just came out as well. So let's go over there. SOUN. There it is. So SoundHound, nice little move to the upside again. A relatively shortable name. What's the short float on SoundHound? Short float, 31%.
It's massive.
I'm getting warm up in here, man. These lights, man. All of the lights. No more Kanye. Not allowed to sing any more Kanye. The guy's a little bit unhinged a little bit here. But SoundHound, nice upside move. Let's go talk about SoundHound.
Yeah, so from what I'm seeing, it looks like they did beat revenue. Like I said, I always like to wait till we see everything, but $34.5 million, that's up 101% year over year, and it's above the estimate that I'm seeing of $33.49 million. Here, they did have fourth quarter GAAP gross margin 39.9%. Their fourth quarter adjusted EBITDA was a loss of $16.8 million. So the GAAP earnings per share of negative 69 cents, non-GAAP earnings per share negative 5 cents. So looks like we could have come in with a smaller loss than expected, but again, I want to wait to the estimates for that. Just to recap here, Sound losing 5 cents per share on a non-GAAP basis. Looks like they beat on revenue up 101% year over year.
So Monster, we're looking for an EPS of 40 cents. They get 28 cents.
Ooh.
So it looks like they'll miss, but a little bit of a tick higher right now on MNST. Not buying enough of those drinks, Adair. We got to get a little bit more of those.
I don't drink Monster.
Yeah, you don't like Monster. Okay. It looks like it's going to be a beat on sales and a miss on earnings. But right now, MNST, not doing too much. Just wanted to bring that to everyone's attention. I think the big story of the day right now is going to be Dell. Let's hope that this can hold this level. Let's have a little bit of a check-in on the weakest name today. I mean, there's going to be weaker names, but really the one that we're all interested in is NVIDIA. NVIDIA down 10%, well, 9% today, but it's down like 14% from its open. Not a great day there for NVIDIA. If we go over to a 3-minute chart, the minute we lost that 200 period right there and the low of the morning, I mean, the low of the morning, you can go all the way back into here, into 4 a.m. was $130. It danced around a little bit, but at the end of the day, wow, you are now at lows for NVIDIA. I never saw 120 on the open market today. Here's what NVIDIA looks like a live level 2 right now. There it is right in here, 120 and change. Oh boy, we actually finally went short right there at 124. Look at it just bleed here in the after hours. Live look on NVIDIA, 120 and change. Let's have a quick look at what Tesla's doing. I'm gonna take a drink here, vodka. Downside move right now for Tesla. Keeps on going down, 280, 281. We could talk all about this. I just wanted to give you a live little look there on Tesla. And then SMCI, what are we doing off that Dell number? It looks like it wants to kind of do nothing, but at the end of the day, SMCI today down 15.5%. Not great, guys, moving forward. So we'll wait for SMCI, but a very, very bad day right now for that. Just heard some news about Boeing, not really doing anything
Dell
right
raised
there.
their dividend.
As well, Dell raises a dividend. Let's see what that's doing. So Dell up to 113, not doing that much, man. I mean, this is where we were at 2 o'clock today. So Dell with a nice move, but not a great one. Let me put this back into a 1 minute chart. So yeah, hovering around a little bit, not a heck of a lot going on. Talk about Roblox. Well, what's going on with Roblox? Yeah, $60. I could talk about Roblox. We'll try to remind me to do this as things settle down. Look, I got my PayPal got dinged this morning because Roblox got put back into one of my kids' accounts. I still pay $15 a month, get them some Robux. Again, not that bad, but a software name there. I like Roblox. Again, I think that it's for my kids anyways. They're always trying to play it. They really haven't got into that commerce side of things yet, so I'm interested in that. I always thought it would be pretty cool if you could go in there, walk into like a Nike store in Brookhaven or something like that and start to buy some of those, but I guess that never really happened. The next one we're looking for is Archer, so we'll wait to see if that comes out anytime soon right here. Archer Aviation, another big name with a short float that we'll wait to see if that's going to do anything. The number we're looking at for Archer, minus 29 cents on revenue of 500. So we'll wait to see if that number can come out and hopefully in the positive zone. What we're looking for right now, SoundHound is out. We're looking for Rocket Labs, SOUN. Dare, we sort of went over that, up to $10. So that's going to be a nice move. And then RKLB, another heavily shorted name that I know a lot of traders are invested in, Rocket Lab right now. Traders like this name, but again, if you're going to look up here at the short float, 13% right now short. The short float on SoundHound was 31%. So that's definitely a downside play right now for SoundHound. So what do you want to talk about?
We'll talk about Dell here because the guidance is kind of mixed. I did mention here their fiscal 2026 revenue guidance was kind of in line. So they guided 101 bill to 105 bill. And the estimate here was 103.172 bill. So basically exactly in line. They did beat here in their EPS guidance for fiscal 2026. But their revenue and EPS guide for next quarter both a miss. So they're guiding Q1 2026 revenue between $22.5 billion and $23.5 billion. That's below the estimate of $23.59 billion. They also guided adjusted EPS here, $1.65 per share versus estimates of $1.76 per share. So this Dell look here, not great guidance. It is worth noting here, pretty much every metric, they were up on a year-over-year basis for the quarter and the fiscal year, except for their gross margin, because their gross margin, Sean, was down for the quarter, and it was also down on a year-over-year basis, like for the fiscal year. So gross margin kind of an issue, and in case you guys missed it, I mentioned it a couple times yesterday and also today, NVIDIA had issues with their gross margin as well. That was the one negative part of their report. It came in flat, and their gross margin guidance was not good. So gross margin does matter to investors, especially if it's a company that beat on pretty much all other metrics.
All right, we're doing it live. We're going to do a shout out right now. I want you to come over to my screen because Adair puts in a lot of work. This is one of the better follows right now. Oh, this is not Trader TV. Sean, I want to do this. Trader TV research. So here it is right now. Go over, find this one. Over 25,000 followers already on this account. Look at some of the stuff that's been put out. If you're going to follow earnings right now, I mean, and you're okay, Rocket Labs is out. I just want to give everyone a shout out. Give Adair one at TTV Research. Go find it. I'm retweeting stuff there as much as I can. So I want to thank Adara for all of that. And that's where we're getting numbers like this. Like, I don't know what Rocket Lab's expectation is. Oh, man, I wish I had a puke emoji right there because there it is, a nice downside move right now for Rocket Lab. This is getting disgusting right now. And I'm just looking at her thing right now, 14.4%. We're going to wait to see what's happening. It looks like it's going to hit what's expected, but it's a downside move right now for Rocket Lab. We also want to say a shout out to Benzinga. We're using live Benzinga news, breaking news. So when that comes out, it will light up right in there. Adair, I can see, is focusing, getting those numbers for you. Yeah. There it is. HPQ is now out as well. So SoundHound upside, Rocket Labs downside, SOUN. Check out this move. Bang, up to 1075 there for SoundHound's a good one. All right, we do have HPQ. So HPQ, yeah, go ahead. HPQ does come out. Looks like a little lower, similar to Dell. What's going on?
So HPQ here is in line earnings per share here at 74 cents. Sales a beat here, 13.5 bill versus 13.36 bill. Not a super exciting report. Rocket Lab is worth noting, and I want to say I just read through the report, and this is a really weirdly worded report. Like our revenue is up however much from Q4 2021. I'm like, why are you using a quarter from 3 years ago? Kind of a weird way to measure your success. But regardless, they did miss here. Q4 revenue. Okay, I want to look at this again because the revenue that I read is not the same revenue I'm seeing here. So I'm going to stay mute on that number. Net loss here, 52.3 mil, slightly above the expected loss of 51.1 mil. Pre-tax loss also above estimates, operating loss above estimates, operating expenses of $88.4 million. So the reason I want to be cautious here about revenue is because the number I was seeing in their report for revenue is not the same number that I'm seeing here being circulated online. So I want to wait. I want to trust the number in the report, but I don't want to say anything until I know for sure.
Okay, good. Yeah, we'll do that, and Darryl will do it. Like, the thing is very, very important because we're all the way down here at 1650 on Rocket Lab.
Yeah.
And if you're going on the daily chart, that's that gap fill. So we'll have to wait to see that if you come over here, I mean, just quickly, I'll just show this gap. That $14.75 to $15, there's the gap up there to right where we are right now at 1670. So we got to hold this gap. And it's kind of funny that it's right at the 200 period moving average. So all right, no guests, so we're doing it live. Now today, we'll return to some guests next week when things slow down just a little bit, but there's Rocket Labs, not a great day for them right here, right now. Look, I'm in a great mood today, I mean, pretty much every day, but I want to do another thing right here. I don't do this enough. Shout out to, there it is. Bears versus Bulls at West_minor. So I just wanted to say that, but there it is. It's Bears versus Bulls. Big thank you. Give him some more follows, man. He needs to be over 1,000. So let's get that. Thank you so much, man. We do appreciate you. We do see some comments there in the chat all the time. This guy's running everything for us, Streamlabs, all of that. So thank you so much again to Bears versus Bulls. I'm not going to shout out his name because anonymity, but at the end of the day, thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Bears versus Bulls, for everything you do.
For all of that. It means a heck of a lot to us. So.
It is much appreciated. I also want to mention here, apparently the SEC has officially announced its dismissal of the civil enforcement action against Coinbase.
Ooh.
So Coinbase is a huge sell the news situation that we had going on here on Friday. Now it has officially been news. We heard Brian Armstrong talk about it. Now apparently SEC has announced the dismissal of the civil enforcement action against Coinbase. Now, I'd be looking at Robinhood here as well because Robinhood was another company that was dealing with this from the SEC, came out earlier this week, said, hey, we're all good now, but we don't have any evidence of that. So I would be watching Robinhood here. In addition, RKLB announcing their Flatellite, which is apparently a satellite built for mass production in large constellations. As I said, I know, okay, here we go. So it looks like I was right to not say the sales number yet because it's some number I thought was in fact correct. Yeah, well, that's because people were distributing the wrong number, Sean. Good. But I didn't want to add to that, which is why I waited. So sales here, $132.39 million versus estimates here of $130.58 million. The reason I waited is because people online were saying $84 million. And so I was like, that was not the report I read, but I wanted to wait and just hold back. Earnings per share here for Q4 were in line with estimates, a loss of 10 cents per share. I think they were slightly below, but like when you round it up to per share, it would be in line.
Okay, good. Funny Darwin there. He's like, LOL, it seems like, what, you mean Bears and Bulls isn't his full name? No, there's an and in there.
That's amazing.
And, right?
Bears.
No, Bears. Actually, what is it?
Bears versus Bulls. So
Bears
BVB.
versus, middle name versus. Yeah, not it. What do you got in there anyways, by the way?
Matcha.
Matcha, yeah, you love it. Oh, you got the matcha latte this time.
I did.
Yesterday you got the frozen one or the...
Yeah, I got the frozen one a couple days ago. I usually like frozen. I was like cold today. Though it was hot in the studio, as you mentioned. I should have done.
Oh man, it feels like it's boiling hot right here too.
Oh my God.
Okay, but yeah, matcha, good one there. Oh man, it's too bad you're off tomorrow. I didn't realize you're off tomorrow. Okay, well, enjoy the day.
It's on the calendar.
Oh yeah, I'm sure it's on the calendar. I mean, I just don't...
Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. I'll be back here tomorrow night anyway for Obi's party.
News, Brendo?
I guess so.
Okay.
I don't know, but...
No, what Ramin's going to be doing.
The news will read itself. Oh my God, Ramin's doing the news?
Yeah, she's doing the news.
I'm really excited to hear Ramin's take on the news. Get it, Ramin.
Oh yeah, maybe she's not actually after all of that. Yeah, we don't know.
I think if she doesn't, Sharif will just troll her every time that we're not going to be able to hear the news.
Yeah. Her and Sharif are so funny. They love each other, and it's just like, back and forth all the time.
It's amazing.
Okay, so yeah, shout out to Ramin and everybody. That's part of our great family here as we continue to go on and on and on. Okay, all right. So Rocket Labs. Let's just review some of the plays today, and I'll talk a little bit about the day. Obviously, as we had a bad day overall. There, we go out near the lows. That's kind of sucky. We did have a great short on the futures at the end of the day. We'll talk about that. I just feel that that's part of what we're doing. If you break lows coming into 3 o'clock, into 3:20. Really feel like that momentum can continue into the close, and that did what happened today, and it was definitely a good one. So Dell kind of flat right now. Good report. We can review some of those numbers again, but not bad. Let's just look over right now at some of the movement in the stock, not the actual reports themselves. Oh, but before we go, shout out to Obi. So that party happens tomorrow. That's why we're all wearing these fun shirts there. Go over on Twitter and find out some Obi love.
And he's not leaving the floor. Some people were asking if he's leaving. Obi's not leaving, guys. Obi is still here. Oh boy, will be said once again. Amazon will be traded yet again. No, I'm joking.
The reason why he's here is for the show.
Yeah, that's fair.
I mean, I'm assuming you would probably, a lot of traders have traded from home, but we really love the way Obi presents and how he trades and the relationship that he's obviously built with everybody there. So we want to thank Obi for coming in every day and having our back when we get sick or when we have days off, things like that. So big shout out to Obi for staying real with us. We definitely appreciate that. And yeah, man, if he tries to leave, that door is being barricaded.
Oh boy.
Yeah, so immediately we'll cut off his account. He'll be, just playing around. He can do whatever he wants, but we do appreciate Obi coming through. All right, so NTAP. Let's just review some quick names here, just real quick, and then we'll talk a little bit about the day. So NTAP, nice move to the downside there. Obviously, it did drop about 20% at its lows, even lower than that, $96. So NTAP will have to watch out for that. ADSK, again, Autodesk. Good movement to the upside, but still stalling out here at 300. Again, bouncing off the 200 period would be nice, but right now you're up at the 50 period, looking pretty healthy. That's really nice to see with ADSK. Another name that with a lot of traders, I don't know if a lot of traders are in this or not, but Duolingo kind of flat there on their report, so not much happening there for Duo. The big one that I feel like most traders are in, if you're in any of these names, it might be Dell. So Dell right now kind of flat, and I like this play. I think it's like an auxiliary play against what's been happening. Again, you're going to have to put these chips into PCs. You're going to have to put them in racks. So I do like Dell right now. Although we're underneath, this could be a little bit of a hidden play there. And then Archer, again, if we're going to look at that, nice move downside there over the last couple of days. Archer, ACHR. Yeah, ACHR right here. So it's not out yet.
Oh, so it actually has been out since 4.
Okay.
They came out early, but the thing is, I was trying to read through the report, Sean. I could not make heads or tails of it because the way that they posted it was so obtuse. They didn't have anything compared to previous. They only had their current numbers. They were not organized in a clear way. And so I was like, I don't even want to attempt to make any headway at this. And I think the market also thought they hadn't reported just because everyone was so confused by the weirdness of this report. It came out at 4 o'clock. Now at 4:23, Benzinga has finally released a summary. That's how confusing a report it was. Larger than expected loss per share here, which was not even a metric I found in the report. So $1.42 versus estimates of $1.24 loss per share, which means it was a miss. Technically speaking, larger losses, not the vibe.
Yeah, okay, so good look there. I thought that they had reported, but I knew we didn't hear from you on it. But yeah, so not much going on right now for Archer. So okay, another name there, Clover came and went. It looks like again, this report is out, but not doing much. I'm just going to go over everything. A couple more names, then we'll talk about the broader market. I want to thank 6,000 of you for staying. I mean, you're not all here right now. Over 4,000 of you. Make sure you do hit this like button and get that going. We'll see if we can get 1,000 likes there on the after show. That would be real nice. Monster Beverage. It looked like they weren't really going to the upside, but now it looks like they do. So nice move up there for MNST today as well. 2 more to go. SoundHound. Again, congratulations on this one for anybody that took a shot on this name. Again, another AI play. We had read that NVIDIA was in it. They were in it, but I think they've since exited on this. There was that report about some of the newer positions there that they were looking at. But SoundHound, again, I didn't draw this, but it doesn't matter. Let's get rid of it for now. But yeah, that trend right now, straight to the, that might have been too loud, straight to the downside right there. My kids are always like, how can you whistle? It's hard to teach someone to whistle.
Yeah.
Like, there's different techniques involved. I've never been the type. I can't do it with my fingers, but
me neither.
We can whistle while we work, that's for sure.
Like that.
All right, so SoundHound right there. Rocket Labs, another big name here, over 13% short float. We'll see what happens. Again, some of these names, froth coming out, man, $30 down to 20, now down to 17. And great job by Adair there. Didn't want to jump the gun on the rev number. Good job she didn't. Although we're kind of still where we were, we did get that nice bump back up into $19, so watch out for Rocket Labs. Rocket's heading downside. And then HPQ right now as well to end it. kind of a nothing report, but downside as well. So it's looking pretty ugly out there, that is for sure. Now let's talk a little bit about broader market. All right, a lot of people are going to be panicking, right? And I'm kind of one of them right now. Not panicking in the fact that, hey, what the markets are doing. I feel like there's a lot of individual, well-held names that are just getting clobbered right now. And it's not that they're individual stock specific. It's kind of broader market. So when you're looking at the NASDAQ, you are pulling back in. But look at some of these names like a Google. This one's way below the 200 period moving average. Not exactly sure what the problem is. I think it's the build out of, we had Tencent come out today and say that they're doing something even cheaper than DeepSeek. So there's a lot out there right now that are affecting some of these mega, the word I'm looking for is, so NVIDIA sells to, there's 4 of them, Amazon.
Mag 7?
No, not the Mag 7. Anyways, someone will have it in here. But it's Amazon, it's Microsoft, it's Alphabet. It's these build-outs right now that have spent all this money on these big chips, and maybe that money not well spent, especially if they're not monetizing it right now. We had news from Microsoft today that came out, and they started going to the MSFT. Again, with ChatGPT 4, I think it was, or something that was being released. Look at these guys, man. I mean, Microsoft hasn't done, hyperscalers. Thank you, Sean. Great name, by the way. Thank you for saving me right there. After saying, someone let me know, is there an app on Apple that will just like track how many words you say in a day? Because honestly, like right now, when I go home, it's like, I try to crash, but then I got to talk to the kids. Oh, tonight's chess, by the way. So
nice.
A little relaxing. We'll play some chess there. But yeah, the hyperscalers. So Amazon, let's have a quick look. Look at Microsoft right now, right? Microsoft getting absolutely clobbered. Microsoft hasn't done anything in a year and a half, all the way back here to last January and beyond. So we'll wait to see if Microsoft can do anything. Amazon, 2 Amazons. Amazon, bless you. Amazon, same way, right? Coming back in. Watch out for the 200 period. At least Amazon has a retail business. But again, AWS, they launched new Alexa yesterday, but what is it built on top of, right? Amazon's trying to also develop their own chips. So this is why this name's pretty interesting. I know that Google has their own chips in their phones and everything like that. Apple not getting hit as much because they don't have the investment in the space, right? But generally speaking, I think right now, if you're not in many of these names, you may want to look at them near the 200 period moving average. There's many ways to back test. I just think you should do that. Go back, call up a weekly chart so you can breathe a little bit easier. Yeah, there it goes again. I just heard you say about something.
Yeah, Meta. So I somehow missed this story. I missed this story just in the mix of all the earnings. This, not much of a reaction, but I think it's worth noting here. CNBC reporting that Meta is looking to release a standalone Meta AI app. Apparently they're going to be testing a paid subscription service for Meta AI. They're really just going to model it apparently after OpenAI and how they charge fees for access to better versions of ChatGPT. That's, again, reported by CNBC, but just long and short of it, they're looking to release a standalone Meta AI app. Again, though, not confirmed.
Wait a minute. Didn't we have... I thought I saw SMR was supposed to go today.
They changed their earnings March 3rd. They rescheduled.
Oh, no. Okay, I don't... so here's SMR. The reason I just saw someone say something about Oklo there in the chat. Let's hope that second half of March is seasonally positive, Harry. So SMR, again, another name that we didn't get out at the top. In creating generational wealth with this stock. But yeah, down to 1675 again. SMR, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Bad. I was just wondering, someone said something about Oklo, same kind of ways, man. Nice downside move there. Is Oklo moving in the after hours? No, they are not. So, okay. Yeah, vocal. Yeah, I'm a vocal hyperscaler. Yeah, that's probably about right there, guys. All right, my kid just downloaded one of the, is there a new Pokemon game for Switch? I just saw my wife ask me if it was okay. Of course it is, to download that. All right, SoundHound right now. Nice move. We'll see if this can get going. I do think that this is one of the better winners here. We'll be trading this tomorrow. I like the bounce there off of $8 and change. A name that I'm trying to buy the dips in. It looks like the dips are not stopping. Big Bear AI down to $5. I do like that name right now. We're getting sort of long in the tooth a little bit. I just want to show you one little thing here. Here it is, a stock heat map. Because it was nasty today, right? So here's a stock heat map just for today. We can zoom in on any of these things, but there's Tesla. Is that even right? No, Tesla was down much more than 3%, wasn't it? No, okay, that's right. So Tesla actually only down 3%. I thought it was a little bit worse than that. So Tesla down 3, Amazon down 2.6, Meta. Where were there some pockets of strength? Finance, although we talked about where JP Morgan is, that's down at the 50 period. I believe that's worth a buy as well. But Berkshire, why do you think Berkshire is up so much, Adara? Any ideas?
Because it's well, I mean, they had, to be fair, I think it's probably strength also off of Monday because they had their earnings,
Yeah.
which were really well received. BRKB,
You know what they're sitting on?
Tons of cash, so much cash. So I feel like that's also really relaxing for people. They're not invested in as much Apple or as much Coke. They can just chill with all of Buffett's moolah and hang out with
Look at where
money.
Berkshire is right now. I mean, we started buying this one at the beginning of the year. We actually made the Dow Jones one of our top plays, but I should have made it Berkshire.
Nice.
Berkshire is sitting at the highs of all time. Come over the chart just real quickly for Berkshire, and then we'll show you that. There it goes, Berkshire. You know, never fear. Warren Buffett is here. But who else is here? It's roll call. All right, thank you so much for joining us one more time here today, man. It's a Thursday. Adara, have a great weekend. I know you'll be here tomorrow. I will see you, but the people will not. Well, maybe you'll show up.
Maybe. See what time you get here.
We'll see what time you get here tomorrow. But Adara on the day off. But you guys are still here, so join us tomorrow at 8:30. But let me look at the screen here and just say a hi and a shout out to people that are still here. Hey, what's up, Adam DeLuz? I saw your note there in the chat, Adam. Adam's like, hey, if Obi ever leaves, this guy will fly down, fill in for a couple days. Would love that, Adam. If you're ever back into Toronto, I don't mind sitting beside you for a couple hours. That'll be fun. All right, what's up, Trip 112? Yeah, man. Hey, someone wants to pay. I'd love to go to Turkey. That's for sure. And yeah, man, we'll get some wild hair going on if we're gonna do that. That is 100% sure. All right, there's Adam. What's up, Bears versus Bulls? What's up to Elizabeth as well? What's up to Rainmaker, Sean and Neil? Hey, wait, what's up going on? What's going on, my guy? Right there, Christopher Leroy as well. David Michael, TC Streamlabs. A big shout out to Bears versus Bulls. Adara, say hi to somebody.
Hello, T.S. Booger was telling me to wear green even if I'm not in tomorrow. We'll see what color I wear, I don't even know. Rajesh here, Sean Neal, Sebastian Ontiveros. We have Bora Hout versus Bulls. Thank you to everything you do. We have Erie Pages, Rainmaker, Trip 1122, Angry Bear. Sure, not angry if you're a bear today. You had Stock Up and you had Nicole and Showtime. I love that one because Showtime for us today, it's over. That's done. It. The show is done.
The show is done.
R.I.P. the show.
Bang, great show. Okay, thank you so much for joining. Obviously, we're a little bit exhausted, man. That was very, what a tiring day, man. The market just kept on selling right there into the close. Remember, we did go out near the lows. I don't like that as a sign. I would say hold your cards tight tomorrow because could be another one of these kind of days. So I'm going to be looking short off the jump tomorrow. Make sure you join me at 8:30. And Dara, have a great time.
Thank you.
The potato.
There's some French fries. Someone trade some spread for me. See you guys on Monday.
We will. We'll trade some Eli Lilly. See you guys.
Oh, nice.